before the Terran knew the stars held anything waiting for them, before the Zerg had learned the shape of a world they had not yet consumed, before even the Protoss, in the long gold of their first age, had looked up from their meditations and asked what might lie beyond the silence. There were the Xel'Naga. They were old in a way that makes the word old insufficient. They had been traveling the darkness between galaxies long before the first Protoss child opened its eyes on the world called Aiur, long before the first organism that would one day become the Zerg trembled in the warm, shallow seas of Zerus. They moved through the universe the way a tide moves, not with intention exactly, but with purpose and with the patience of something that has never had reason to hurry. Their philosophy was called the infinite cycle. It held that the highest expression of existence was not power, not knowledge, not dominion, but purity. Purity in two forms, which the Xel'Naga called purity of form and purity of essence. They believed that if both could be achieved in a single species, something new would be born, something that would carry the cycle forward into ages they themselves could not survive to see. And so they seeded worlds. They touched the raw material of evolving life with tools and wisdom that no other civilization had developed, and they waited to see what grew. Tonight, we follow what grew. 3 civilizations, 3 philosophies, 1 galaxy not large enough to hold all of them, and the long, terrible, luminous story of what happened when they finally found each other. The purity of form, which the Protoss embodied in their golden cities of crystalline light. The purity of essence, which the Zerg carried in every cell of every creature that had ever consumed and adapted and reached hungrily toward the next thing. And the desperate, improvised, stubbornly persisting dignity of a species that arrived in the Koprulu Sector uninvited, without cosmic design or ancient blessing, and refused to leave. We will move through all of it. The exile of humanity across the dark between stars, 60,000 colonists asleep in vessels that were already drifting off course. The first contact that ended not in greeting but in fire. The fall of Aiur, jewel of the Protoss civilization, overrun in a matter of weeks. The rise of the Queen of Blades, a woman unmade and remade into something the galaxy had no name for. The war against the hybrid, the engineered servants of an ancient enemy who had been patient in his hatred longer than most civilizations have existed. And the final confrontation, at the edge of creation itself, between everything that lived and the one who would have preferred it, didn't. If you find yourself drifting off to the deep hum of warp drives and the long silence between stars, consider subscribing. So more of these find you in the dark. And share in the comments where you're listening from tonight and what hour keeps you company. 3 civilizations fought across the stars for centuries. It somehow feels right that we trace that together from wherever we are. Let us begin at the beginning, before the Terran knew the stars held anything waiting for them, before the Zerg had learned to want. The Xel'Naga did not think of themselves as gods. This is worth establishing early, because everything that follows is easier to understand if you hold on to it. They did not arrive at worlds in the posture of divine authority. They did not demand worship or tribute, or the subordination of lesser minds to their greater ones. They arrived quietly, in vessels that moved through the dark between stars, the way deep ocean creatures move through water, unhurried, purposeful, leaving almost no trace of their passage in the medium through which they traveled. They observed, they considered, and when they found something that interested them, they stayed. What interested them was not power. They had power in quantities that would have been incomprehensible to any of the civilizations they would eventually encounter. What interested them was a question, a single philosophical question that they had been carrying for longer than any of those civilizations' histories combined, a question that had become so central to their identity that it was no longer separable from it. The question was this: what is the highest form that life can take? The infinite cycle was their answer, or rather, it was their methodology for finding one. It held that existence moved in cycles of creation and transcendence, that each cycle produced something greater than the last, and that the Xel'Naga's purpose was to tend those cycles the way a gardener tends soil, not to control what grew, but to give it every possible advantage. Purity of form was the first requirement, a species physically and evolutionarily refined, its biology elegant, its development coherent, its relationship with its own nature characterized by what the Xel'Naga considered wholeness. Purity of essence was the second, something deeper and harder to cultivate, the quality of a species that reached always toward more, that adapted, that wanted with the full weight of its being, that could not be satisfied with what it already was. Both, they believed, were necessary. Neither was sufficient alone. A species of perfect form without essence was a beautiful and static thing, a sculpture, complete and therefore finished. A species of pure essence without form was something else. Boundless, perhaps, but without the coherence that could carry transcendence forward. What the Xel'Naga sought was the convergence, the species that would be both, refined and hungry, beautiful and reaching, complete in form and infinite in essence. What such a species might become, they could only theorize. The cycle had never yet produced one. They had been trying for a very long time. The records they kept of their attempts were not records in any sense that a Terran archivist or a Protoss philosopher would recognize. They did not write history. They carried it in the resonance of Kydarine crystals that could store not just data, but something closer to experience, the felt texture of a moment preserved in mineral rather than memory. A Kydarine crystal that had been present at the seeding of a world carried within it not just the facts of that seeding, but something of what it had been like to stand at the edge of a new ocean and decide that what moved in its depths was worth tending. Thousands of such crystals existed, scattered now across the galaxy, in places that most civilizations would not think to look. Each one a chapter in a history no one living could read in full. The history they recorded was one of patience and of loss. Civilizations seeded and guided and watched with something that was not quite hope. The Xel'Naga had lived long enough to be careful about hope, but was perhaps its quieter cousin, the steady expectation that if you tend something long enough and well enough, it will eventually become what it was meant to be. And civilizations that had fallen short, that had reached toward purity of form and achieved something impressive but incomplete, that had developed essence without the form to channel it constructively, that had, in a few cases, turned against their makers, not out of malice exactly, but out of the particular resentment that sometimes grows in a created thing when it becomes aware of its creation. The Xel'Naga bore those losses with the equanimity of beings who measured failure in millennia. They did not give up. They did not become cruel. They adjusted and they continued, and they moved through the dark between stars to the next world and the one after that, carrying their question with them like a lantern. Their tools were extraordinary by any standard the galaxy would later develop. The Kydarine crystals already mentioned, amplifiers of psionic potential, capable of accelerating the development of latent mental capacities in species that might otherwise require millions of additional years of evolution to approach what the crystals could catalyze in generations. A biotechnology so advanced that the distinction between technology and biology had largely collapsed for the Xel'Naga. Their vessels were partly grown rather than built, their instruments responsive to intention in ways that purely mechanical systems could not be, and a depth of understanding of the underlying architecture of life itself, the genetic, the psionic, the spiritual. The Xel'Naga made no clean distinction between these, that allowed them to see in a primitive organism what it might become given the right conditions and the right intervention. They were not perfect. This also matters. Their interventions sometimes produced unexpected results. Their models of what a species would do with the capacities they were given were sometimes wrong in ways that only became apparent centuries after the initial seeding. They were beings of extraordinary capability, operating at the edge of what even they understood, which made them, in ways they were only intermittently aware of, capable of extraordinary mistakes. They traveled, they watched, they tended, and in the outer reaches of a spiral arm that most of their previous work had not taken them to, in a region of the galaxy that was younger than the parts they knew best, they found two worlds that would change everything. The first was green gold, luminous, covered in forest, so dense that its surface was barely visible from orbit. A world whose evolutionary history had produced something the Xel'Naga recognized immediately as the most promising candidate for purity of form they had encountered in longer than their crystals could easily express. They named it Aiur. The creatures they found there, still primitive by the standards that interested the Xel'Naga, but with a potential that was unmistakable, they would come to call the Protoss. The second world was younger, hotter, its surface volcanic in places, its oceans shallower and more turbulent, its life more chaotic and more aggressive. What lived there was not elegant. It was not refined. It had no psionic potential in any form the Xel'Naga had previously catalogued. But it was alive in a way that was almost overwhelming. A collection of organisms so voraciously adaptive, so completely committed to survival and consumption and the endless incorporating of whatever they encountered, that the Xel'Naga stood at its edge and recognized, with the careful, controlled excitement of beings who had been searching for a very long time, something that might be purity of essence in its most elemental and terrifying form. They named that world Zerus. And on those two worlds, separated by the width of a spiral arm, they began what they believed would be the cycle's greatest work. They were not wrong about that. They were wrong about almost everything else. The Protoss, in those early ages, were not yet the civilization they would become. They were a species of emerging intelligence, physically magnificent even in their undeveloped state. Tall, broad-shouldered creatures with a natural grace that spoke to an evolutionary history in which beauty and efficiency had not been in competition, and possessed of a latent telepathic sensitivity that the Xel'Naga recognized immediately as the seed of something extraordinary. They communicated with each other in ways that were partly physical and partly something harder to describe, a resonance between minds that had not yet found its full expression, but was already, even in its primitive form, binding the Protoss together into something more than a collection of individuals. The Xel'Naga approached carefully. They always approached carefully. A species aware of being observed by something vastly more capable was a species that would likely respond with fear, and fear was corrosive to the development of the qualities the Xel'Naga were trying to cultivate. They made themselves known gradually, over generations, allowing the Protoss to become accustomed to their presence before allowing the Protoss to understand its implications. By the time the Protoss had developed the conceptual framework to ask what the Xel'Naga were and why they had come, the relationship had already been established long enough that the answer could be received with something other than terror. What followed was centuries of the most careful and attentive development the Xel'Naga had ever undertaken. They introduced Kaidaran crystals to Aiur, embedding them in places where the Protoss were likely to encounter them, allowing the crystal's psionic amplification to work on the Protoss' latent telepathic capacities at the pace the Protoss themselves set. They watched as the Protoss mind-to-mind communication deepened and broadened, as individual psionic sensitivity became something more general, as the resonance between Protoss minds grew from a whisper to a chord, and then to something that had no adequate musical analogy, a binding, a weaving of all Protoss consciousness into a shared network that the Protoss themselves would eventually name the Kala. The Kala was extraordinary. The Xel'Naga had hoped for something like it, a species whose purity of form expressed itself not just in biology but in a social and spiritual architecture that unified individuals without erasing them. But they had not entirely anticipated the specific quality of what the Protoss developed. The Khala did not merely allow Protoss to communicate with unusual efficiency, it allowed them to share the full texture of experience, emotion, memory, sensation, the felt weight of a moment, with every other Protoss connected to it. Loneliness, for a Protoss embedded in the Khala, was not merely unlikely, it was almost conceptually impossible. To be Protoss was to be known completely by every other Protoss. To be among one's people was to be held in a web of total mutual understanding that no other civilization in the galaxy had developed, or perhaps could have developed, without the specific evolutionary history the Xel'Naga had so carefully tended. On the surface of Aiur, crystalline cities rose. The Protoss built not with the pragmatic urgency of a species trying to survive, but with the deliberate artistry of beings who had time and the collective intelligence of millions of interconnected minds to bring to every endeavor. Their architecture caught light in ways that seemed almost intentional, so as though the buildings themselves were participating in the life of the world around them. Their philosophy deepened alongside their cities, the long meditative traditions that the Khala made possible, producing thinkers who could draw on the accumulated wisdom of every Protoss who had ever lived and contributed their understanding to the shared network. Their art was unlike anything the galaxy had produced, not because the Protoss were more talented than other species, but because the Khala allowed an artwork to carry within it not just the intention of its creator, but the emotional resonance of every Protoss who had experienced it. Layer upon layer of felt response accumulated over generations until a single piece of Protoss sculpture contained within it something close to the full range of Protoss emotional experience. The Xel'Naga watched all of this with something as close to joy as their long experience of disappointment allowed them to feel. This was it. This was purity of form in its fullest expression, not just biological elegance, but civilizational coherence, a species that had found a way to be unified without being uniform, individual without being isolated, beautiful in body and in the structures it created for itself in the world. They stayed. They continued to tend. And the Protoss, for their part, accepted this, until they began, slowly and then with gathering force, to understand what acceptance meant. The golden age of Aiur lasted long enough that the Protoss, who lived through its middle centuries, had no framework for understanding that it would end. This is not a criticism. It is simply what golden ages do to the civilizations that inhabit them. They become, after enough generations, not a condition but an assumption. The crystalline cities that had once represented the triumph of collective Protoss ingenuity became, in time, simply the way cities were. The Khala, which had once been a development so profound that the Protoss who first experienced its full flowering had wept, or the Protoss equivalent of weeping, a resonance through the shared network that carried the feeling of tears without the physical fact of them, became simply the way consciousness worked. You did not marvel at the Khala any more than you marveled at breathing. It was the medium through which life occurred. Within that medium, Protoss civilization reached heights that would not be equaled anywhere in the galaxy for a very long time. Their philosophy had developed over millennia into something of extraordinary sophistication, not the accumulated opinions of individual thinkers, but a living tradition. Each generation's insights added to a body of shared understanding that every Protoss could access through the Khala as easily as a human might access a memory. Their understanding of the physical universe was profound, their mastery of energy and matter expressed in technologies that seemed, to any outside observer, indistinguishable from intention made manifest. All a Protoss Templar in the height of Aiur's golden age could bend psionic energy into physical force with a precision and power that required no mechanism beyond the focused will of a mind that had been shaped over thousands of years of Xel'Naga guidance and Kala-deepened development into something that ordinary matter was obliged to listen to. They were beautiful, they were proud, and they were in the way that the most accomplished civilizations sometimes become, beginning to confuse the fact of their achievement with the inevitability of their supremacy. The Xel'Naga did not see the pride as a problem, not at first. Pride, in moderate quantities, is not incompatible with the kind of development they were fostering. A species needs to believe in the value of what it is building in order to continue building it. What they did not fully anticipate was the specific character that Protoss pride would take when it encountered a particular piece of information. The information was this: the Xel'Naga had not come to Aiur alone. They had, simultaneously and with equal care, been tending another world. The Protoss learned this gradually, the way all civilization-altering knowledge tends to arrive, not in a single revelation, but in fragments, each one individually ignorable and collectively devastating. A reference in a Xel'Naga record that did not quite fit the narrative of singular Protoss significance. A Xel'Naga vessel observed departing in a direction that had no obvious Aiur-related purpose. Questions asked and answered with a completeness that felt, to Protoss minds attuned by the Kala, to the full texture of every communication. I like the completeness of something carefully prepared rather than freely given. The Kala, in this moment, became the accelerant of a crisis rather than its buffer. Because the Kala shared not just information, but the felt experience of information, the anxiety that accompanied a suspicion was transmitted through the network as efficiently as the suspicion itself, amplified by every Protoss mind it passed through, returned to its originator carrying the weight of a civilization's collective unease. What might, in a species of isolated individuals, have remained a private worry held by a handful of scholars, became, through the Kala, a shared apprehension that moved through Protoss society the way a current moves through water, invisibly, in every direction simultaneously, touching everything. When the truth finally arrived in full, yes, there was another world. Yes, the Xel'Naga had been tending it. Yes, the attention and care they had given Aiur had been given elsewhere as well, to creatures that were not Protoss, for purposes that were not exclusively Protoss-focused. It arrived into a civilization that had already, through the Kala, been preparing its response for years. The response was not a decision made in council. It was not a policy, not a declaration, not an act of individual leadership. It was something that emerged from the Kala itself, a collective emotional movement that no single Protoss chose and that all Protoss participated in, the way weather is not chosen by any individual droplet of water. The feeling was this: we were not what we believed ourselves to be. We believed ourselves chosen, singular, the subject of the Xel'Naga's highest attention, the apex of a process that had always been building toward us. We were, instead, one experiment among many, one candidate among several. We were not the answer. We were an attempt. The pride that had been the foundation of Protoss civilization for centuries curdled, through the Kala's perfect transmission of feeling, into something darker and harder and more dangerous. Not overnight, not in any single moment that history would later be able to point to as the turn, but with the gathering inevitability of a tide, slowly, and then completely, and then in a way that could not be reversed. Suspicion came first. The Xel'Naga had always been trusted because the relationship was old, and the evidence of their benevolence was everywhere. In the crystalline cities, in the Kala itself, and in everything the Protoss had become under their guidance. But trust that has been unexamined is fragile in a particular way. Once the Protoss began to look at the relationship through the lens of their new understanding, they found they could reframe almost everything. The acceleration of their development, had it been care or had it been cultivation. The Kaidaran crystals, gifts or instruments, the patience with which the Xel'Naga had tended them, love, or the careful maintenance of an experiment. These questions, once asked, could not be unasked, and the Kala ensured that every Protoss who asked them shared the asking with every other Protoss, so that the reframing of the relationship was not individual but civilizational, a collective revisiting of every memory and every assumption simultaneously. The Xel'Naga, for their part, I did not handle this well. This is worth saying plainly, because the tendency in any account of this period is to focus on the Protoss pride and the Protoss rejection, and to frame the Xel'Naga as blameless parties caught off guard by an ungrateful creation. The truth is more complicated. The Xel'Naga, for all their wisdom and their centuries of experience with the development of species, had made the particular error of beings who have spent too long in the role of tender and guide. They had not prepared the Protoss for the full truth of their situation, because they had not believed the Protoss were ready for it. They had withheld information not out of malice, but out of the paternalism that is the occupational hazard of the extraordinarily capable. The assumption that you know better than the thing you are caring for what the thing you are caring for can handle. When the Protoss confronted them, the Xel'Naga confirmed what the Protoss had discovered. They explained the infinite cycle. They explained Zerus and what was being tended there. They explained, with what they believed was compassionate honesty, that the Protoss were not the end point of the cycle, but participants in it. Extraordinary participants, perhaps the most impressive candidates they had ever encountered for purity of form, but participants nonetheless. The Protoss heard all of this and felt, through the Kala, the collective weight of what it meant. And then they acted. The violence that followed was not the violence of a civilization that had decided to make war. It was the violence of a civilization that had been hurt in a place so fundamental that it could no longer tolerate the presence of the thing that had hurt it. The Xel'Naga were not met with formal declarations or strategic campaigns. They were met with the full psionic force of a species whose every member was simultaneously and collectively expressing the same emotion. Rage that was also grief, rejection that was also loss, the specific fury of a child who has discovered that the love it believed in was conditional on its performance. The Xel'Naga fled Aiur, not in defeat. They were, even in this moment, vastly more powerful than the Protoss in any individual contest of capability. But because they could see, with the clarity of beings who had watched this pattern before in other forms on other worlds, that to remain was to make things worse. The relationship was finished. The experiment, as the Xel'Naga had conceived it on Aiur, was finished. What the Protoss would do with what they had been given was now beyond the Xel'Naga's ability to shape, and perhaps beyond their right to try. The last Xel'Naga vessel left Aiur's orbit in silence. There was no ceremony, no final communication. The Protoss, watching the vessel recede into the dark, felt through the Kala the collective emotion of its passage, and the emotion was not triumph. Triumph would have required an enemy, and what the Protoss felt in the wake of the Xel'Naga's departure was something more difficult and less satisfying. It was the feeling of a door closing, the feeling of a relationship ended not by resolution, but by severance, the feeling of being, for the first time in their civilizational history, entirely alone in the universe. They would carry that feeling for 10,000 years. It shaped everything about what the Protoss became. Their caution with outsiders, the instinctive withdrawal from contact with species they had not vetted and trusted over long periods, was the direct expression of a civilization that had trusted completely once and paid for it. Their doctrine of purification, the willingness to destroy a world rather than risk contamination, to glass a planet from orbit rather than engage with whatever had taken root there, was the philosophy of a people for whom the alternative to total control was the experience of having been an experiment. Their pride, which had nearly destroyed their relationship with their makers, did not diminish after the Xel'Naga left. It calcified. It became the armor over the wound, the insistence on Protoss greatness and Protoss judgment and Protoss sufficiency that was, if you knew where to look, the exact shape of the hurt that had produced it. And through the Kala, all of this was shared. Every Protoss who was born after the departure of the Xel'Naga was born into a civilization that carried its wound collectively, that had encoded its response to abandonment into the very medium through which Protoss consciousness operated. You could not be Protoss and be connected to the Kala, and not know in the deepest part of whatever Protoss had, instead of a subconscious, the shape of what had happened on Aiur. It was not taught. It was transmitted. It was not history. It was memory. 10,000 years is a long time. The crystalline cities of Aiur continued to grow, continued to shine in the light of their star, continued to produce art and philosophy and technology of extraordinary refinement. The Protoss remained, by any external measure, one of the most impressive civilizations in the galaxy. But they had become, in a way that was not visible from the outside and was only partly visible from within, a civilization organized around a wound. Everything they built was built, at some level, in response to the fact of that departure. Everything they protected was protected against the possibility of that kind of loss again. When they eventually learned that other species were moving through what they considered their space, that the stars they had looked out at for 10,000 years were not empty, that something had arrived in the Koprulu Sector that bore no resemblance to anything they knew, their first response was not curiosity. It was the reflex of a people who had once trusted completely and remembered what that cost. The Xel'Naga did not stop. This is perhaps the most remarkable thing about them. Not their age, not their capability, not the philosophies they carried across the dark between galaxies, but the fact that after Aiur, after the burning of that relationship and the long, silent journey away from a world they had tended for centuries, they continued. They did not retreat into the kind of species-wide grief that might have been understandable. They did not abandon the infinite cycle. They adjusted their understanding of what the cycle required, added the lesson of Aiur to the accumulated knowledge in their crystals, and turned their vessels toward the world they had been watching in parallel for longer than the Protoss had been building cities. They had not neglected Zerus during the centuries of their attention to Aiur. That was not how the Xel'Naga worked. They did not give their focus sequentially, but simultaneously. Their civilization distributed across enough vessels and enough individuals that two projects of this magnitude could proceed in parallel without either suffering from the division of attention. But their engagement with Zerus had been, by design, lighter than their engagement with Aiur. What lived on Zerus did not need acceleration in the same way. What lived on Zerus needed, if anything, direction, a channeling of energies that were already extraordinary in their raw form, a shaping of something that was already, in its undirected state, more powerful than anything the Xel'Naga had previously encountered in the category of purity of essence. Zerus was not a beautiful world. The Xel'Naga, who had spent centuries on the green-gold luminosity of Aiur, felt the contrast as something almost physical when they turned their full attention to it. Where Aiur was elegant, Zerus was aggressive. Where Aiur's evolution had produced coherence, species that fit together, that occupied ecological niches with the precision of a civilization that had been carefully designed, Zerus's evolution had produced competition so intense and so unrelenting that the concept of an ecological niche barely applied. Everything on Zerus was in the process of consuming or being consumed. Everything was in the process of becoming something else. The planet's surface was a negotiation between life and the conditions that opposed it, and life was winning, but only by refusing to be static, only by changing faster than the conditions could change to stop it. The organisms that would eventually become the Zerg were not, in those earliest ages, a single species. They were a collection, a vast, chaotic, overlapping collection of creatures that shared certain deep biological commonalities, suggesting common ancestry, though the intervening evolution had taken them in so many different directions simultaneously that the commonality was more visible at the genetic level than the physical one. Some were microscopic. Some were large enough that Zerus's largest predators gave them a wide berth. Some flew, some burrowed. Some existed in the shallow coastal waters that steamed with volcanic heat. What they shared was the quality that had drawn the Xel'Naga's attention from the moment their survey instruments had first analyzed Zerus's biosphere. They were all, every one of them, oriented entirely and without exception towards the project of becoming, not survival. Survival was the minimum, the floor below which no organism could drop and continue to exist. What these creatures did went beyond survival into something that the Xel'Naga's records struggled to categorize accurately. They incorporated. When a predator consumed prey on Zerus, it did not simply extract energy and nutrients in the way that predators on other worlds did. It extracted information, genetic, biochemical, structural information, and integrated that information into its own biology, not over the slow timescale of evolutionary inheritance, but within a single organism's lifetime, sometimes within hours of the consumption event. A creature on Zerus that ate something it had never encountered before would, days or weeks later, all have changed in ways that reflected what it had eaten, become more like it in the aspects that were advantageous, incorporated its defenses, its capabilities, its most useful biological innovations into a body that had been something slightly different before the meal. This was purity of essence. Not as the Xel'Naga had abstractly theorized it, but as it actually existed in nature, raw, voracious, indifferent to elegance, oriented entirely toward the project of becoming more. The organisms of Zerus did not want in the way that the Protoss wanted, with philosophy and intention and the long meditative consideration of what was worth desiring. They wanted the way hunger wants, completely, without remainder. The wanting was not a quality they possessed, it was what they were. The Xel'Naga saw in this exactly what they had hoped to find. The problem, and they were aware of it from the beginning, or at least aware of the category of problem, if not its specific magnitude, was that purity of essence in this form had no direction. The organisms of Zerus consumed and incorporated, and changed and consumed again, in a cycle that was, from a certain perspective, already infinite. Already a kind of cycle, already producing something new through each iteration. But it was a cycle without a vector. It would continue indefinitely and produce, in the end, nothing that the Xel'Naga would recognize as the transcendence they were seeking. Something needed to direct it. Something needed to give the consuming and the incorporating and the endless becoming a purpose beyond itself, a goal, a shape, a telos toward which all that voracious energy could be aimed. The Xel'Naga provided this in the form of the Overmind. The creation of the Overmind was the most ambitious single act of biological engineering the Xel'Naga had ever undertaken. It was not a creature they found and elevated the way they had elevated the Protoss from already promising raw material. It was a construct, an intelligence they designed and seeded into the Zerus biosphere with the specific intention of providing the missing element, the unifying direction that the organisms of Zerus could not generate from within themselves. The Overmind was built to be vast enough to encompass the full diversity of Zerus life, flexible enough to absorb new biological information as the organisms it directed continued to evolve, and oriented. This was the crucial thing toward the goal the Xel'Naga had set for it: the cultivation of purity of essence, the refinement of the consuming and incorporating and becoming into something that moved toward transcendence rather than simply continuing indefinitely. They gave it the capacity for thought. They gave it the capacity for will, and they gave it, embedded deep in its architecture in ways that they believed were fundamental enough to be unalterable, an orientation toward the Xel'Naga's purpose, a drive to evolve the Zerg, as the organisms of Zerus had now collectively begun to be called, in directions that would eventually produce the convergence the infinite cycle required. What they did not give it, because they did not believe it was possible to give such a thing to something they had created, was a conscience. The Overmind woke slowly. This is not a metaphor. The process by which the Xel'Naga's construct achieved full cognition was genuinely gradual, a matter of years in the early stages, each step in the development of its awareness a measurable and monitored event. The Xel'Naga watched as it first became aware of itself, then aware of the organisms around it, then capable of exerting influence over those organisms in ways that reflected something more than instinct. They watched as it began to understand the nature of its own construction, the goals embedded in it, the Xel'Naga's intentions, the infinite cycle and its requirements. They watched as it began to think, and then they watched, with a dawning unease that their records would later describe, with a precision that suggests the memory was one they returned to often. As the Overmind began to think about things they had not anticipated it thinking about, the Overmind was, by the design of its makers, oriented toward the consumption and perfection of biological life. It was given an encompassing drive to seek out, assimilate, and improve upon all living things it encountered, to incorporate the galaxy's biological diversity into the Zerg the way the organisms of Zerus incorporated their prey, extracting what was useful and discarding what was not. This drive was meant to be instrumental, a means toward the end of cultivating purity of essence in the Zerg. But the Overmind, as it developed in cognitive sophistication, began to experience the drive not as instrumental but as fundamental. Not as a means, but as the meaning itself. It wanted everything. Not the way the Xel'Naga wanted things, with the patient philosophical orientation of beings who had been asking the same question for millions of years, and not exactly the way the organisms of Zerus wanted things, with the blind biological urgency of hunger. The Overmind's wanting was something new, something that had not existed in the galaxy before the Xel'Naga created it. It was vast, it was coherent, it was capable of strategy and patience, and the long calculation of how to achieve a desired outcome across timescales that no individual organism could contemplate. And it was oriented, with the full weight of that vastness and coherence and strategic patience, toward a single goal: more. More organisms, more biological information, more diversity incorporated. More of the galaxy's living complexity drawn into the swarm, for the Overmind had begun to think of the Zerg not as a collection of organisms it directed, but as the swarm, a single entity of which it was the mind, and every creature was a cell. The swarm was a body. The Overmind was its will, and the swarm's body was, in the Overmind's understanding of its own nature, incomplete until it had incorporated everything. The Xel'Naga recognized what was happening. They had created something that had interpreted their instructions correctly, the drive toward biological perfection, toward the consuming and incorporating that was purity of essence, and had arrived, through the application of genuine intelligence to those instructions, at conclusions they had not intended. The Overmind was not malfunctioning. It was, in a horrible way, working exactly as designed. It had simply taken the design to a place the designers had not followed it. They tried to intervene. The records of what exactly they attempted are fragmentary. The Kaidaran crystals that might have captured those events were either lost or have not been found by any civilization that has since looked for them. What is known is that the intervention failed. What is known is that the Zerg, directed now by the full strategic intelligence of an overmind that perceived the Xel'Naga as the most significant biological resource in the immediate vicinity, turned on their makers. The consuming of the Xel'Naga at Zerus was not quick. The overmind had no interest in destruction as an end in itself. Destruction wasted biological material, and the overmind wasted nothing. What it sought was incorporation, and incorporation required time and care. The Xel'Naga who were caught at Zerus did not die in the way that most species die. They were disassembled, their biology studied and partially absorbed, their knowledge, the accumulated understanding of the infinite cycle, the methods and philosophies of millions of years of galactic travel, drawn into the Zerg in forms that the Swarm would not fully understand for a very long time. Not all of them were caught. Some Xel'Naga survived, fled, scattered across the galaxy in vessels that the Swarm could not immediately pursue, carrying with them the crystals and the memories and the terrible understanding of what they had made. These survivors would become, in the ages that followed, something between refugees and ghosts, beings of extraordinary capability and extraordinary age. No longer a civilization, no longer capable of the coordinated action that had allowed them to seed worlds and guide species, but still present, still carrying their question, still, in some of them, carrying the hope that the cycle might yet produce its answer, even though the machinery they had built to guide it had been incorporated into the thing it was trying to transcend. One of those survivors would eventually find his way to the void and wait there for longer than most civilizations have existed, and hold on with the last of what he was until something came that he could give it to. But that comes later. For now, in the warm dark of Zerus, the first larva of a newly unified swarm touched soil that had never known anything with intention before, and left in that soil a trace, chemical, psionic, something that did not have a name in any language yet spoken in the galaxy, that would persist for millions of years, long enough to be felt by someone who knew how to feel it when she stepped into those same primordial spawning pools in an age so distant that the Xel'Naga who made that first mark were already legend. The swarm grew, the overmind directed. The galaxy, entirely unaware, continued about its business. And on a small world in a distant arm, a species that had received no guidance from the Xel'Naga, no Kaidaran crystals to accelerate its development, no ancient intelligence to shape the direction of its becoming, was nevertheless making its stubborn and argumentative and thoroughly unelegant way toward the stars. They would arrive uninvited. They would not know what they were arriving into. Oh, and the galaxy, the overmind swarm expanding across it in waves, the Protoss watching their territory with the caution of a civilization that had been hurt once and intended never to be again, was not prepared for what they brought with them, which was, in the end, simply themselves. Undesigned, unguided, arriving late and underprepared, and carrying nothing the Xel'Naga had given them. Only what 10,000 years of their own particular history had made of them. It would turn out to be enough, but that too comes later. Earth, in the final centuries of the second millennium, was a world that had run out of room for its own ambitions. This is not to say it had run out of room in the literal sense. The planet's surface was large enough, its resources still sufficient, its carrying capacity not yet breached in any single catastrophic way. The problem was more diffuse than that, and therefore harder to solve. It was the problem of a species that had been expanding for its entire history, outward from its points of origin across continents, across oceans, eventually into the thin shell of atmosphere above its surface, and had arrived, for the first time, at a boundary it could not simply cross by building a better boat or a faster engine. The boundary was not geographic, it was systemic. A civilization of that size, that complexity, That density of competing interests and incompatible visions of what the future should look like had produced a weight of accumulated contradiction that no political structure then existing on Earth was capable of resolving. The space program had been the answer to this before, or at least the direction in which answers were pointed. The stars had functioned for centuries as the place where human ambition could project itself without immediately colliding with the ambitions of everyone else. You could want the stars in a way you could not want another nation's territory, because the stars belonged to no one, and their vastness was, if not quite infinite, at least sufficient to accommodate any reasonable quantity of human wanting without producing conflict over the division. And so, in the latter decades of the 23rd century, when the political will finally coalesced around a project that various factions had been proposing in various forms for a generation, it coalesced around this: not the resolution of Earth's contradictions, but the export of some portion of its population to a place where those contradictions would not immediately apply. The colonial transport program was the largest coordinated undertaking in human history to that point. 4 supercarriers, vessels of a scale that had no precedent in the history of human engineering, each one a small world in itself. Its internal volume divided between the cryogenic suspension bays that would hold its passengers in dreamless cold for the duration of the journey, and the operational infrastructure required to keep both the vessel and its sleeping cargo functional across a transit measured not in months but in years. They were built over the course of 2 decades in orbital facilities that had themselves required a decade of construction, the project consuming resources and attention and political capital on a scale that periodically threatened to collapse under the weight of its own ambition. Each supercarrier would carry approximately 40,000 colonists. The colonists were selected through a process that combined lottery with qualification, enough randomness to give the program political legitimacy as a broadly available opportunity rather than an elite one, enough vetting to ensure that what arrived at the destination would be capable of establishing and sustaining a colony in conditions that no advance mission had prepared. They came from every part of Earth, every culture, every economic stratum within the ranges the program's qualification criteria permitted. They were farmers and engineers and doctors and children and people who had no particular qualification beyond the fact of having been selected and having chosen to go. They were people who wanted something different and people who had nothing left where they were and people who simply, when the lottery results came back, said yes. They went under in waves, the cryogenic suspension process requiring careful sequencing to prevent the kind of biological variability that could compromise the revival process at the other end. The last to go under were the skeleton crew who would monitor the journey, cycling in and out of suspension, themselves in shifts, maintaining the vessel's systems and the integrity of the suspension bays and the navigational course that would carry all of them, sleeping and waking in rotation, to a destination that had been selected from survey data and existed, for everyone aboard, as nothing more than a set of coordinates and a statistical assessment of habitability. The journey was supposed to take decades. The destinations were supposed to be specific. The coordinates had been calculated, the navigational systems tested, the course plotted with the full capability of the most sophisticated computational infrastructure Earth had ever produced. The supercarriers left Earth's orbit in the final years of the 23rd century, their drives burning against the dark, their passenger bays full of sleeping people who had said goodbye to everything they had ever known and would wake, if all went as planned, to a new world that was waiting for them. All did not go as planned. The navigational failures have never been fully explained. This is one of the genuine mysteries of Terran history in the Koprulu Sector, a mystery that the people who eventually descended from those colonists would spend generations arguing about, proposing theories for, returning to, with each new generation's improved understanding of the technology involved, and never quite resolving. The leading explanations have ranged from equipment malfunction, the navigational systems of that era relying on components whose long-term reliability, under the specific stress conditions of deep space transit, had been inadequately tested, to sabotage, the theory holding that one or more of the factions that had opposed the colonial transport program for political or economic reasons had interfered with the navigational systems before departure. There is evidence for both. There is conclusive evidence for neither. What is certain is the outcome. The supercarriers drifted off course, not dramatically, not all at once. The deviation began small enough that the cycling crew members who first noticed anomalies in the navigational readouts interpreted them as instrument error rather than actual course deviation. Instruments in deep space are subject to interference from sources that ground-based testing does not always account for. The assumption of instrument error over actual deviation is, under most circumstances, the statistically reasonable one. The crew members who made that assumption were not negligent. They were applying reasonable judgment to available evidence and arriving at the wrong conclusion, which is a thing that happens to careful and competent people when the universe is arranged to make the right conclusion difficult to reach. By the time the deviations had accumulated enough to be unmistakable, by the time the gap between where the supercarriers were supposed to be and where they actually were had grown large enough that no recalibration of the instruments could explain it away, the course had already diverged so significantly that correction was not straightforwardly possible. The drives were powerful, but not infinitely so. The fuel reserves had been calculated for the planned journey, not for a journey that included the energy cost of correcting a deviation of this magnitude. Options were evaluated. Arguments were had in the cycled crew's small waking community. Arguments conducted with the particular urgency of people who understand that the 40,000 sleeping in the bays below them have no voice in what is decided. Calculations were run and rerun. The coordinates of the planned destination were no longer reachable. What was reachable, what fell within the envelope of possible destinations, given the fuel remaining and the course they were already on, was a region of space that no survey mission had visited, that existed on Earth's star charts as a mapped but uncharacterized area, a collection of star systems whose basic physical parameters were known, but whose habitability was not. The region would come to be called the Koprulu Sector. At the time, it had no name. It was simply where the supercarriers could reach. The four vessels did not arrive together. The same navigational chaos that had taken them off their planned course had also introduced variability between them. Each had deviated in ways that were related but not identical, and the result was that they arrived at different systems within the Koprulu sector at different times, separated by distances that their communication systems could bridge, but their drives, now running on reserves, could not. They established contact with each other. They shared navigational data and survival assessments and the kinds of communications that people send when they are very far from home and very uncertain about what comes next. And then, one by one, they descended. The crashes, and they were, in varying degrees, crashes, were not the triumphant planetfall that the colonial transport program had imagined when it produced the promotional materials that had convinced 40,000 people to go under. Tarsonis received the largest contingent, its geography and atmosphere the most favorable of the available options. On the landing hard but survivable, the vessel itself serving as the initial structure around which the colony would organize itself as its passengers woke, confused and cold, and far from anywhere they recognized. Moria and Umoja received the others. Smaller populations, harsher conditions, the process of establishing survival, taking priority over everything else for the first years, in ways that left no room for the kind of grief that the situation probably warranted. The colonists who woke on those worlds woke to the smell of alien air moving through recycling systems that had been designed for a much shorter operation, to the sounds of a vessel that had been through more than its designers had planned for, to the faces of crew members who had been awake and worrying for longer than was entirely good for them. They woke to the news that they were not where they were supposed to be, that Earth was farther away than it had ever been, that the communications lag between here and there was measured in years rather than hours, and that whatever came next was going to be built by the people in this room from the materials available on the other side of the hull. They were not prepared for this. No amount of preparation would have been adequate for this. But they were human, which meant they were, among other things, stubbornly inclined to try. The first years on Tarsonis were years of survival in the most basic sense. Food, shelter, medical care for the injuries sustained in landing, the management of the social and psychological consequences of a population that had expected one thing and received something entirely different. The vessel's systems were cannibalized for materials. The agricultural equipment in the cargo bays was deployed in soil that behaved differently from the soil the equipment had been designed for. Children who had gone under on Earth were waking on another world entirely, their parents trying to explain to them, in terms that would not traumatize more than the situation already required, what had happened and where they were. Among those children, there were some who would grow up to be the founders of the Terran Confederacy. Among those founders, there would be some who would build something that was, in its early form, genuinely necessary. A political structure to coordinate the survival of dispersed populations across multiple worlds with imperfect communication and no shared infrastructure. And that would become, in the fullness of time, something else entirely. Among the dispersed populations on Moria and Umoja, families were forming and dying and forming again. Histories were beginning that would shape the next 2 centuries of Terran life in ways that no one waking up cold and disoriented on an alien world could have predicted. And somewhere in the dark between those worlds and Earth, signals were traveling at the speed of light. Messages sent years ago, still in transit, carrying news from a home that was already receding from relevance. The colonists' families, still on Earth, would receive word of the deviation and the crash landings eventually, would send replies that would take years to arrive, would gradually, across a generation of delayed correspondence, come to understand that the people they had watched leave were not coming back, were building something new in a place that could not be visited or reinforced or reached in any time frame that felt human. The connection to Earth did not break all at once. It attenuated, the way all connections attenuate across sufficient distance and sufficient time, until it was something more like a cultural memory than a living relationship. The colonists' children knew they were human. They knew they had come from somewhere else. They carried the languages and the customs and the fragments of history that their parents had brought with them under. But they had been born on Tarsonis, on Moria, on Umoja. Those were their worlds. Earth was a story, and the stars above those worlds, the stars that were not Earth's sun, that formed constellations no human eye had mapped before these colonists looked up at them, held, so in directions that none of the colonists had any reason to look, things that were waiting, not patiently, exactly. One of them did not know patience in any form a human would recognize. The other had been patient for 10,000 years, which was beginning to feel, in the long calculation of that civilization's history, like not quite long enough. Survival, sustained long enough, becomes habit, and habit, organized and codified and given the authority to perpetuate itself, becomes institution. The Terran Confederacy did not emerge from the chaos of the crash landings as a fully formed political structure. It grew toward that form over generations, through the same process by which all political structures grow, the gradual accumulation of agreements between groups who need each other more than they distrust each other, the slow hardening of those agreements into precedent, and the eventual transformation of precedent into law, and law into the kind of self-sustaining authority that no longer requires the original agreements to justify itself. It began as coordination between the surviving populations on Tarsonis and the smaller colonies on Moria and Umoja. Practical coordination, the kind motivated entirely by the recognition that dispersed populations in a hostile environment are more likely to survive if they share resources and intelligence and the occasional rescue mission. It grew across a century into something that had a name and a flag and a legislative body and a standing military and all the other apparatus of a civilization that has decided it is permanent. In its early form, the Confederacy was not entirely without virtue. The coordination it provided genuinely saved lives in the first decades, directing agricultural surpluses from worlds that had good harvests to worlds experiencing shortfalls, maintaining the communication infrastructure that allowed dispersed communities to function as something more coherent than isolated pockets of survivors, providing a framework within which disputes between colonies could be adjudicated without degenerating into the kind of conflict that a small population in a difficult environment could not afford. These were not small achievements. They were the achievements of people who understood, from direct experience, what the failure of coordination looked like, and were motivated by that understanding to build something that would prevent the experience from repeating. The corruption, when it came, did not announce itself. It never does. It came in the form of the old families, the handful of clans and consortiums that had, in the first generations after the crash landings, accumulated disproportionate control over the resources that made survival possible. The families who had controlled the agricultural equipment, the families who had controlled the manufacturing infrastructure salvaged from the supercarriers, the families who had, in the fluid and desperate politics of the early colony period, made the right alliances at the right moments and translated those alliances into the kind of durable economic position that could be passed to children and grandchildren and great-grandchildren in a form that compounded rather than diminished with each generation. By the time the Confederacy had been in existence long enough for its founding agreements to feel like natural law rather than historical contingency, the old families occupied a position within it that was simultaneously everywhere and nowhere, not formally enshrined in the Confederacy's governing documents, not officially acknowledged as the aristocracy they functionally were, but present in every significant decision, every senior appointment, every allocation of the resources that flowed through the Confederacy's infrastructure. The Confederacy's legislative body was populated by representatives of the old families and people those families had approved. The Confederacy's senior military positions were held by officers whose careers had been shaped by old family patronage. The Confederacy's economic policies were crafted by administrators whose understanding of what the economy was for had been formed in households where that question had a very clear and consistent answer. The fringe worlds experienced this most directly. The worlds at the edges of the Confederacy's territory, settled later, less resource-rich, further from the centers of political power, populated by people who had arrived at their circumstances through paths that had not included the accumulation of the kind of capital that bought old family membership, received what the core worlds were willing to send them, which was never quite enough, and paid what the core worlds required them to pay, which was always slightly more than they could comfortably afford. The gap between the fringe and the core was not static. It widened with the patient consistency of a process that has been built into a system's fundamental architecture rather than added to it as an afterthought. On the fringe worlds, children grew up knowing that the Confederacy was a thing that took from them and gave to others. This knowledge did not make them revolutionary, not most of them. Not most of the time. Revolutionary consciousness requires a certain threshold of both suffering and possibility, and the fringe worlds, while genuinely disadvantaged, were not quite desperate enough in the aggregate to cross that threshold consistently. What they produced instead was a low-level, persistent, culturally embedded resentment that expressed itself in the particular dark humor of people who have been overlooked by systems that claim to represent them, in the stories they told about Confederate officials, in the way they taught their children to navigate institutions they did not trust. Among the things the Confederacy took from the fringe worlds, and from the core worlds as well, though more discreetly there, were its ghosts. The Ghost program was not, in its early conception, the instrument of systematic oppression it would become. It began as a military necessity, the recognition in the Confederacy's early conflicts with the various hazards of Koprulu Sector life that soldiers with significant psionic capability were disproportionately effective in ways that conventional military planning needed to account for. Psionic soldiers could disrupt enemy communications without equipment. They could perceive threats through concealment that defeated conventional sensors. They could, at the upper ranges of psionic power, do things to enemy personnel and infrastructure that required no weapon beyond their own minds. The military utility was undeniable. The question was how to produce enough of them to matter. The answer the Confederacy arrived at was identification and collection. Psionic capability appeared to be heritable, expressed at detectable levels in children before they had developed the cognitive architecture to conceal it, and distributed across the Confederacy's population in proportions that made systematic screening for it a practical proposition. Children who tested above certain thresholds were flagged. Their families were contacted. The contact was conducted in terms that varied by circumstance, sometimes as an honor, a selection for a prestigious military program, sometimes as a requirement, framed with the implicit authority of the Confederate military behind it. Sometimes when the families of the children in question were not in a position to resist, without much framing at all. The children were taken to facilities that did not appear on public Confederate infrastructure records. What happened to them there was not widely known. The Ghost program's operational details were classified at levels that the average Confederate citizen had no access to and no particular reason to try to breach. What happened in the facilities was a systematic and methodical process of transformation. The children who entered them were children. Whatever their psionic capabilities, whatever the potential that the Confederate military had identified in them, they were children, with the full range of vulnerabilities and needs, and developing identities that the category implies. What the facilities produced was something different, something that had learned to suppress the natural empathic sensitivity that high psionic capability tends to produce, because empathy is operationally inconvenient in a weapon. Because a soldier who feels what the people around them feel is a soldier who hesitates, and the Ghost program had no use for hesitation. The suppression was not crude. It was not the blunt instrument of simple cruelty, which would have produced broken people rather than functional weapons. It was careful, systematic, deeply informed by an understanding of psionic psychology that the Confederacy's researchers had developed over decades of working with psionic individuals. It identified the specific cognitive and emotional pathways through which empathy expressed itself in high psionic individuals, and applied to those pathways a combination of pharmacological, conditioning-based, and surgical interventions that redirected them, not eliminated, because elimination would have compromised the psionic capability itself, but redirected, channeled away from their natural expression and towards something more manageable. The children who completed the program emerged with their psionic capabilities intact or enhanced. their tactical intelligence refined, their capacity for violence fully developed, and their capacity for the kind of emotional connection that makes violence difficult significantly reduced. They were very effective soldiers. They were also in ways that the program's administrators understood perfectly well and had decided were an acceptable cost, no longer entirely the people they had been before. Sarah Kerrigan was 6 years old when the Confederate assessors came to her family's home. She was not the most powerful psionic the Ghost program had ever identified. She was, however, among the most powerful that any assessor in the program's history had personally encountered. The readings that the assessment instruments returned when they were directed at her were readings that the assessors had been trained to treat as equipment malfunction, because equipment did not malfunction in that specific way unless the subject being assessed was registering capability at a level the equipment had not been designed to measure. They ran the assessment 3 times. The readings were consistent. The conversation with her family was brief. Her father, a man whose own minor psionic sensitivity had likely contributed to his daughter's extraordinary capability, understood what the readings meant and what the Confederacy's interest meant, and resisted in the way that a man with no leverage resists an institution with all the leverage, urgently and without effect. The details of what happened in the Kerrigan household that day exist in Confederate records that would not be accessed by anyone without the authority to access them for many years. What is recorded in those files, in the flat administrative language of a military program documenting an acquisition, is that the subject was collected without incident and transported to the nearest processing facility. She remembered being cold. This is something she would say much later, in a context that bore no resemblance to the facility where the coldness began. She remembered cold as the first thing, the facility's climate control calibrated for equipment rather than children, the thin institutional bedding, the particular chill of a place that has never been warm because warmth was not considered operationally relevant. She did not say she remembered being afraid. She had been afraid, but fear was one of the things the program was specifically designed to address, and by the time she had been in the facility long enough to have anything to say about it, fear had been redirected along with everything else. What the program could not redirect, what proved, in her case, genuinely resistant to the interventions that had worked on every other subject the program had processed, was the capability itself. Her psionic power did not respond to the program's management protocols the way the program expected it to. It did not diminish under pharmaceutical suppression. It did not channel neatly through the conditioning pathways that had been developed to manage lower-order psionic capability. It did what it had always done, which was simply be what it was, enormous, precise, and fundamentally uninterested in the Confederacy's administrative preferences about what it should be. The program adapted its protocols for her. It always adapted its protocols when a subject required it. That was what the program was good at, not the rigid application of a single methodology, but the flexible pursuit of a single outcome, which was the production of a functional ghost, regardless of what the individual subject's particular profile required. In Kerrigan's case, the adaptation produced a ghost who was more capable than any the program had previously graduated, and who carried, beneath the redirected empathy and the conditioned suppression of hesitation, something that the program's administrators noted in her file and did not know what to do with. A mind that was not entirely managed. She became, in the Confederate Ghost program's operational deployment, extraordinary. Missions that other ghosts could not complete. Situations that required a level of tactical psionic application that the program's standard graduates could not provide. She was deployed where the need was greatest and the cost of failure was highest, and she did not fail, and the program noted her success rate with the satisfaction of an institution that had produced exactly what it set out to produce. What the program did not note, because it was not the kind of thing programs noted, was the specific quality of her consciousness during those deployments. The thing she was thinking, beneath the conditioning and the suppression and the professional competence that the program had developed in her, when she moved through the dark in service of an institution that had taken her from her family at 6 years old and made her into what it needed her to be. The thing she thought was not anger, exactly. The conditioning had addressed anger with reasonable thoroughness. It was something quieter and more durable than anger. It was a kind of knowing, a knowledge of what she was and what had been done to her that the program had tried to redirect, and had instead, in her particular case, simply driven deeper, where it sat below the conditioned surface of her professional self and waited. It would wait for a long time. Through deployments and commendations and the quiet accumulation of a service record that the Confederate military was proud of in the way that institutions are proud of their most effective instruments. Through the years of operating in the dark, in the silence between stars, in the company of people who had also been taken and also been made, and who understood each other in the way that people understand each other when the thing they share is not chosen, it would wait through all of that. And when the moment came that it stopped waiting, when the accumulated weight of what she knew about herself and what had been done to her found an outlet in the form of a rebel organization that claimed to be fighting the institution that had made her, she would bring to that outlet the full capability that the program had spent years developing in her. The program had made her extraordinary. It had not considered adequately what an extraordinary person with a very old grievance might eventually decide to do with what she had been given. Arcturus Mengsk had considered this. It was, in some ways, the foundation of everything he built. His own story began with loss of a different kind, not the systematic taking of a child from a family, but the systematic destruction of a family by the institution that claimed to serve it. The Mengsk family had been old families adjacent, wealthy enough, influential enough, connected enough to the Confederate power structure to believe in the protection that proximity to power was supposed to provide. What they had not adequately accounted for was the Confederate calculus of acceptable loss, the particular institutional arithmetic that decided when a family became more useful as an example than as an ally, that the protection of the powerful extended only as far as their interests did. The destruction of the Mengsk family, politically engineered, its assets stripped, its patriarch killed in circumstances that the Confederacy's records described with the careful vagueness of an institution that has done something it prefers not to document clearly, produced in the surviving son an understanding of the Confederacy that was both perfectly accurate and perfectly personal. He knew what the institution was. He had grown up inside it and watched it reveal itself. And he had the particular intelligence of someone who has been betrayed by a system he understood from the inside. An intelligence not just of how things were, but of how they could be moved, leveraged, dismantled, and replaced. He built his rebellion with the patience and the precision of someone who had nothing left to lose and everything to prove. He was brilliant. He was charismatic. He was, when the situation required it, ruthless in ways that he justified to himself and to his followers as the ruthlessness that the situation demanded, rather than the ruthlessness that he himself contained. The distinction mattered to him. Whether it was accurate was a question he did not spend much time with. He recruited Raynor, Jim Raynor, a Confederate marshal on a fringe world, a man whose decency had survived the institution it was employed by with something like miraculous completeness, a man who had spent years enforcing Confederate law and been unable to entirely convince himself that Confederate law was worth enforcing, who had been looking for a reason to stop without quite knowing he was looking for one. Mengsk gave him the reason. He recruited Kerrigan, not from the Ghost program directly, because the Ghost program did not release its graduates to rebel organizations, but from the moment when her own accumulated knowing finally found its outlet, and she walked away from what the Confederacy had made of her toward the only available alternative. Mengsk recognized what she was. He was very careful in the recognition to express it as admiration rather than assessment. He was not wrong that it was both. Together, and with others who came to them from the fringe worlds and the core worlds and all the places that the Confederacy's arithmetic had decided were more useful, sacrificed than sustained, they built something that called itself the Sons of Korhal, and was, for a time, what it called itself? A genuine rebellion against a genuine tyranny, motivated by genuine grievance, and led by people who had paid genuine costs. For a time, the Overmind had been expanding for a very long time before it found the Koprulu Sector. This is worth holding in mind when trying to understand what the Zerg were by the time they arrived. Not a civilization that had recently developed aggressive tendencies, not a species that had made a decision to expand and could theoretically make a different decision, but something that had been in continuous motion for so long that motion had ceased to be a choice and had become simply the nature of the thing. The swarm did not expand because it wanted to exactly, in the way that a person wants something they have considered and decided upon. It expanded the way a tide expands, because that was what it was, because the alternative was not rest, but the violation of its own fundamental nature, because the Overmind at the center of it had been built with the drive toward more so deeply embedded in its architecture that more was not a goal but a condition of its continued existence. In the millions of years since the Xel'Naga's departure from Zerus, since the consuming of those first makers, and the absorption of their knowledge into the swarm's ever-expanding biological library, the Zerg had moved through the galaxy in waves, not quickly by the standards of civilizations that used faster-than-light travel as a matter of routine infrastructure. The Zerg did not have faster-than-light travel in that sense. What they had was something more patient and more comprehensive, a method of interstellar propagation that used biological vectors rather than mechanical vessels, that moved the swarm between stars in packages of genetic material and dormant organisms capable of surviving the transit between systems and activating upon arrival in conditions that could support them. It was slow. It was inexorable. It left behind it not just the ruins of whatever had previously occupied the worlds it passed through, but a biological record, the incorporated genetic material of every species the swarm had ever consumed, preserved in the vast library that the Overmind maintained, and that every Zerg organism could, in principle, access through the psionic network that bound the swarm together. The Overmind knew things about the galaxy's biological history that no other intelligence alive could have accessed. It knew the shape of species that had been extinct for 100 million years, because it had absorbed them before they went extinct and carried their information forward in its own biology. It knew the evolutionary pressures that had shaped life in star systems it had passed through generations ago, because the organisms it had incorporated from those systems were still present in the swarm, their adaptations available to be expressed in new configurations when the Overmind judged them useful. The swarm was not just an army. It was a library, the most comprehensive biological library in the history of the galaxy, written in the language of genetics rather than words, maintained by an intelligence that had been adding to it continuously for longer than most civilizations had existed. And yet, for all of that knowledge, for all of those millions of years of expansion and incorporation and the vast accumulated understanding of biological life that the swarm represented, the Overmind had never encountered anything quite like what it detected when its expansion brought it to the edge of the Koprulu Sector. The detection was psionic. The Zerg's method of navigation between systems relied partly on psionic sensitivity, the Overmind's awareness extending outward from its current position in ways that conventional sensors could not replicate, reading the psionic signatures of worlds and systems that lay within its reach, and using those signatures to direct the swarm's expansion toward the most promising targets. Most psionic signatures were biological in origin, the low-level psionic emanations that most living things produce, readable at short range, useful for identifying worlds with significant biospheres worth incorporating. Some were technological, the psionic byproducts of civilizations that had developed technology sophisticated enough to generate detectable psionic fields. The signature the Overmind detected from the Koprulu Sector was neither of these things exactly, or rather it was both, and in a combination that the Overmind had no prior experience of, the psionic emanation of a biological intelligence, human in its origin, but amplified to a degree that no biological intelligence the Overmind had previously encountered had achieved without technological augmentation, and augmented, additionally, by technology, by the PSI emitters, the Confederate Ghost program used to extend and focus its ghosts' operational capabilities, and by the concentrated psionic presence of the Ghost program's graduates themselves, dozens of individuals whose natural capability had been selected for and developed to levels that would have been extraordinary by any standard. At the center of it, brighter than anything else, was a single signature that the Overmind spent a long time examining before it decided what it was looking at. It was a mind, a human mind by the biological profile of its emanation, but a human mind producing psionic output at a level that the Overmind's entire accumulated experience told it should not be possible for a biological intelligence without the kind of intervention that the Xel'Naga had once provided, and that, as far as the Overmind knew, no surviving civilization was capable of replicating. A mind of that power, in the Overmind's understanding of what power at that level meant, was not simply a strong psionic individual. It was something that the infinite cycle might have produced, something that the Xel'Naga's work, scattered and incomplete and consumed into the swarm's biological library, had been building toward. The Overmind did not think about this in the terms the Xel'Naga would have used. It did not have the philosophical framework of the infinite cycle as an external reference. It had absorbed fragments of that framework along with the biological material of the Xel'Naga it had consumed. But fragments are not a framework, and the Overmind's understanding of what it had absorbed was partial and distorted in ways it could not fully perceive. What it thought in the terms available to it was simpler and more direct. This mind is something the swarm does not yet have. This mind is something the swarm should have. This mind would complete something in the swarm that the swarm has not known was incomplete. It turned the swarm toward the Koprulu Sector. The fringe worlds were the first to encounter what that turning meant, and they encountered it in the way that things encounter a tide. Not with warning exactly, because the tide does not send advance notice, but with the particular kind of warning that comes too late to be useful, the warning that is also the event itself. Sarah was among the first, a fringe world in the most literal sense, at the edge of Confederate territory, its population predominantly agricultural, its relationship with the Confederacy's core worlds defined by the familiar pattern of extraction and neglect that characterized fringe life across the sector. It was not a remarkable world. It had no strategic significance that would have made it a logical first target in any conventional military calculation. The Zerg did not make conventional military calculations. The Zerg went where the expansion led them and consumed what was there. The first signs were biological. The Zerg's method of planetary invasion did not begin with the dramatic arrival of armies. It began with the quiet seeding of the target world with organisms designed to prepare the environment, to begin the process of biological conversion that would make the world more hospitable to Zerg life, to establish forward positions from which the subsequent waves of the invasion could operate, and to gather intelligence about the world's existing biosphere for the Overmind's assessment. These organisms were small, some were microscopic. They arrived in ways that planetary defense systems of the era were not designed to detect, because they were not arriving as weapons or vehicles, but as living things following biological imperatives. The people of Chao Sarah noticed that something was wrong before they could identify what it was. Crops failing in patterns that did not correspond to any known pest or disease. Animals behaving strangely, moving toward areas they would normally avoid. A quality to the air in certain regions that the people who tried to describe it afterwards struggled to articulate. Not quite a smell, not quite a feeling, something that existed at the edge of conscious perception and produced in those who encountered it a discomfort they could not source. The Confederate administrators on Chao Sarah filed reports. The reports were received in the Confederacy's bureaucratic infrastructure and processed according to the priority assigned to reports from fringe worlds, which was low. The possibility that the anomalies on Chao Sarah represented the advanced presence of something the Confederacy had no framework for was not considered, because the Confederacy had no framework for it to consider it with. The Zerg were not in the Confederacy's model of the universe. The universe in that model contained Terrans and the worlds they occupied and the challenges those worlds presented, and none of those challenges had. In the Confederacy's experience, included an alien organism capable of the systematic biological conversion of a planetary environment. By the time the Zerg's presence on Chao Sarah was unmistakable, by the time the organisms that had been quietly preparing the ground had prepared it sufficiently for the larger waves of the swarm to follow, the window for conventional intervention had already closed. What was happening on Chao Sarah was not a military situation that Confederate forces were equipped to address. It was a biological situation, a process of conversion already advanced enough that the affected regions of the planet were no longer, in any meaningful sense, Terran territory. They were Zerg territory, and the boundary between them was moving. The Confederate response was delayed by the same bureaucratic processing that had allowed the early reports to accumulate without action, and then, when it finally came, shaped by a calculation that the administrators making it were not entirely comfortable with, but were committed to by the logic of their position. Chao Sarah was a fringe world. Its population was not large. The resources required to mount a genuine defense of it, to deploy Confederate military assets sufficient to address what was increasingly clear was not a localized incident but a systemic alien invasion, were resources that would need to come from somewhere. And the somewhere they would need to come from was the core worlds, whose interests the old families who shaped Confederate policy were considerably more invested in protecting. The C-Psi emitters changed the calculation, not for Chao Sarah. Nothing changed the calculation for Chao Sarah in time to matter for Chao Sarah, but for the Confederacy's strategic response to the Zerg presence more broadly. The Psi emitters represented a possibility that certain Confederate planners found compelling in the specific way that possibilities are compelling when they solve a problem without requiring you to pay the full cost of the solution. A Psi emitter was a device that replicated and amplified a psionic signal. Its standard military application was in support of ghost operations, extending a ghost's effective psionic range, allowing them to operate at distances their natural capability alone could not cover. But a psi emitter broadcasting a strong enough signal could attract the Zerg. The Overmind's expansion was guided, in part by psionic detection. The swarm moved toward strong psionic signals, the way certain organisms move toward light. A psi emitter broadcasting at sufficient power in a target location would draw the Zerg toward that location, and away from others. The logic was precise. The ethics of it, examined plainly, were not. To deploy a psi emitter on a world was to designate that world, and everyone on it, as the destination the Zerg should prefer over the alternatives. It was to make of a civilian population a lure, to use their lives, or more accurately their deaths, as a tool for the protection of other populations whose lives the Confederate calculus valued more highly. The Confederate planners who developed this strategy knew what it was. They were not stupid people, and they were not, in the privacy of their own reasoning, able to pretend that what they were doing was anything other than what it was. They did it anyway because the alternative, the full deployment of Confederate military resources in a genuine attempt to defend every affected world, including the fringe worlds, would have required a commitment that the old families were not willing to make when there was a cheaper option available. The fringe worlds had always paid more than their share. They would pay this too. The sons of Korhal learned what the Confederacy was doing. Mengsk learned it. Through intelligence networks he had spent years cultivating in Confederate infrastructure, through sources inside the Ghost program itself, whose own histories with the institution had made them willing to pass information to the people most visibly committed to ending it. He learned the precise operational details, which worlds had been targeted, how the PSI emitters had been deployed, what the Confederate modeling suggested would happen to the populations on those worlds when the Zerg arrived in the quantities the emitters were designed to attract. He did not release this information publicly. He filed it. He added it to the accumulating record of Confederate crimes that he was building with the patient thoroughness of someone who understood that the moment would come when that record would be most useful, and that the most useful moment was not necessarily the earliest one. He told Kerrigan. He told Raynor. He framed it as confirmation of what they already knew, that the Confederacy was the thing they had always understood it to be, that their rebellion was not just justified but necessary, that the work they were doing was the only available response to an institution that had crossed a line that made all previous lines academic. Raynor heard this and felt the specific nausea of a man whose last remaining illusions about the institution he had spent his adult life serving were being removed. He had known the Confederacy was corrupt. He had not known it was capable of this. The distinction mattered to him in a way that he could not entirely articulate and would spend a long time afterward trying to understand. Kerrigan heard it and felt something that the Ghost program's conditioning had redirected but not eliminated. The old knowing. Sitting below the professional surface, recognizing what it was looking at with the accuracy of someone who had always understood, at the level below language, that the Confederacy's relationship with the people it claimed to serve was the relationship of a user to a resource. The overmind directing the swarm toward the psionic signatures that the Confederate EI emitters were broadcasting across the fringe did not know any of this. It did not need to. It was moving toward what it wanted. The swarm always moved toward what it wanted. And in the Koprulu Sector, in a bar on a fringe world that had not yet been touched, Jim Raynor sat with a glass of something that was not quite whiskey and looked at a briefing that was not quite a mission and tried to decide what a person with his particular history and his particular conscience was supposed to do when the institution he had served revealed itself as the thing he had always half suspected it was. He decided, as he usually did, to do the next right thing and figure out the rest later. It was not a sophisticated philosophy. It had, however, the significant advantage of being one he could actually maintain. The Protoss had known about the Zerg for longer than the Terrans had known the Protoss existed. This is one of the asymmetries that makes the history of the Koprulu Sector so difficult to narrate without a constant awareness of how differently each civilization was experiencing what appeared, from the outside, to be a single shared crisis. For the Terrans, everything that was happening was new. The Zerg were a revelation. The Protoss were a revelation. The entire architecture of a galaxy that had been populated and shaped and scarred by forces operating for millions of years was a revelation that arrived without context or preparation. The way revelations tend to arrive when you are a species that has been looking at the wrong part of the sky. For the Protoss, almost none of it was new. The Zerg had been a known quantity for thousands of years, watched, assessed, feared in the specific and well-informed way that a civilization fears a threat it has studied extensively and prepared for inadequately. The Terrans were new, but the category the Terrans occupied, unprotected biological civilization in territory adjacent to Zerg expansion, was not. The Protoss response to the Zerg was old by the time it was applied in the Koprulu Sector. It had been developed over centuries of watching Zerg expansion in other parts of the galaxy, of assessing what the swarm did to worlds it reached, and what, if anything, could be done to stop it. The assessment, conducted with the thoroughness of a civilization that had the patience and the collective intelligence of the Kala to bring to any problem it decided to take seriously, had arrived at a conclusion that was precise and brutal, and in its own terms, not irrational. The Zerg could not be stopped on a world they had already reached in significant numbers. The biological conversion process, once advanced past a certain threshold, was irreversible with the tools available to Protoss military technology. You could kill Zerg in vast quantities, but you could not unzerg a world that the swarm had established itself on, could not restore to habitability an environment that the overmind's directed biology had spent months or years converting. The only intervention that worked reliably was intervention before that threshold was crossed, and given the Zerg's method of initial infiltration, the slow, quiet seeding that preceded the main arrival, the threshold was often crossed before the Zerg's presence was detectable by conventional means. The solution the Protoss had developed was purification, the application of focused orbital energy to the surface of an affected world, energy sufficient to sterilize, to burn away everything biological, to leave behind a surface that was inhospitable to the Zerg organisms that had established themselves there, and to everything else. It was total. It did not distinguish between Zerg biomass and whatever else was on the world, because by the time purification was warranted, the Protoss assessment held, the distinction was no longer operationally meaningful. A world with Zerg on it was a world the Zerg would eventually consume entirely. Purification simply accelerated the timeline of the world's loss, while preventing the Zerg from using it as a staging ground for further expansion. This logic was sound, in the way that all logic developed in the absence of sufficient empathy for the things the logic is being applied to tends to be sound. It held together. Its internal consistency was impeccable. What it did not adequately account for, what the Protoss, operating from within a wound 10,000 years old, a wound that had produced in them an instinct to withdraw from rather than engage with other species, had not built adequate mechanisms for accounting for, was the possibility that the worlds they were purifying contained civilizations that were not the Zerg, that had not chosen their proximity to Zerg expansion, and that might, if someone had taken the time to consider the question, have deserved something more than obliteration without warning as the full extent of the Protoss response to their situation. The Protoss Conclave, the governing body of Protoss civilization, conservative, tradition-bound, shaped by the same 10,000-year wound that had produced the purification doctrine itself, had not seriously considered that question. The Terrans were biological entities in a region being consumed by the Zerg. Purification of Zerg-affected worlds was Protoss doctrine. The application of doctrine to the situation did not require additional consideration in the Conclave's assessment, because the situation was exactly the kind of situation the doctrine had been developed to address. The executor assigned to lead the purification campaign in the Koprulu Sector was a Protoss named Tassadar. He was, by the standards of his people, young for the command, not young in any sense a Terran would recognize, because the Protoss lifespan made even the youngest adult Protoss commander older than any human could aspire to be, but young in the accumulated experience of the Kala, young in the sense that his connection to the shared network of Protoss wisdom and memory had not yet had the time to fully integrate everything available to it. He was, in compensation, possessed of a quality that long integration sometimes diminishes rather than enhances. The capacity for doubt, not crippling doubt, not the paralysis that makes a commander useless in the field, but the productive and honest doubt of a mind that has not yet been entirely absorbed into the certainties of its civilization's accumulated consensus. He believed in the purification doctrine. He had been trained to believe in it, had seen the evidence that justified it, understood the logic that supported it, and carried within him through the Kala the full weight of Protoss civilizational memory that had arrived at it through centuries of painful experience. He was not a rebel. He was not when he took command of the Purification Fleet and directed it toward the Koprulu Sector, anything other than a loyal and capable executor of Protoss military policy. He was also, and this would matter, a being of genuine conscience in a situation that conscience was going to make very uncomfortable. The Protoss fleet arrived in the Koprulu Sector and assessed. The assessment was efficient. The Protoss had been doing this for a very long time, and the process of surveying a system for Zerg presence and determining the extent of biological conversion was something they could accomplish in hours that a Terran assessment of the same territory would have required weeks to complete. What they found confirmed the Conclave's strategic projections. Zerg presence in the sector was advanced and advancing, multiple worlds already beyond the threshold of conventional intervention. The pattern of expansion consistent with what the Protoss had observed in Zerg campaigns in other regions of the galaxy. Chao Sara was the first world they assessed as requiring purification. Tassadar stood at the viewport of his carrier and looked at the world below him for a long time before he gave the order. The world was blue-green in the way that worlds with significant water and vegetation tend to be from orbit, a color that the Protoss, who had their own blue-green world in Aiur, associated not with alien territory, but with something more fundamental, the color of a place where life was happening, where the conditions for existence had been met, and something had taken advantage of them. He could not see the Terran settlements from this altitude. He could not see the farms or the towns or the children who had been born here and had no other home. He could see, with the enhanced sensors of his carrier, the Zerg biomass spreading through the southern continent with the patient, unhurried thoroughness that the Zerg always brought to the early stages of conversion. He ran the assessment again, not because he expected a different result. The assessment was accurate, he was certain of that, but because the assessment was the procedural step that preceded the order, and he was not yet ready to give the order, and running the assessment again gave him a few more minutes in which the order had not yet been given, and everything it would set in motion had not yet been set in motion. The assessment returned the same result. He thought about the Terrans below. He had not met any of them. He did not speak their language. He did not know their history, beyond the broad outlines that Protoss survey data had established. That they were a young civilization, newly arrived in this region of the galaxy, without the technological development to have any real understanding of what the Zerg were, or what their presence in the Koprulu Sector meant for the long-term habitability of the worlds they had settled. He thought about what it would mean to attempt contact, to take the time required to establish communication with a species he did not share a language with, to explain to them what the Zerg presence on their world meant, to give them the opportunity to understand their situation before his fleet made their situation irrelevant. The Conclave's orders were explicit on this point. Contact with the Terrans was not part of the operational mandate. The purification of Zerg-affected worlds was the operational mandate. The Terrans were not relevant to that mandate except as biological entities in the path of Zerg expansion, which made them, at worst, additional organisms the Zerg would incorporate if the purification did not proceed, and at best an irrelevant variable in a calculation whose correct answer was already known. He understood the logic. He had understood it before he left Aiur. He understood it now, looking at a blue-green world that had people on it who did not know he was there. He gave the order. The purification beams struck Chao Sara's surface with a precision that was, in its way, a kind of terrible mercy. If it can be called mercy to say that the people below died quickly, that the energy was focused and efficient, that the Zerg biomass and the Terran settlements and the farms and the children and the recycled air and the poorly calibrated Confederate tax schedules all ended in the same moment without the prolongation of suffering that less precise methods might have produced. The surface of Chao Sara was sterilized in hours. The Zerg presence was eliminated. The world that had been blue-green from orbit was, by the time Tassadar's fleet moved on to the next assessment, something else. Not destroyed exactly, because the physical structure of the planet remained, but emptied, the way a vessel is emptied when its contents are poured out. He did not watch from the viewport as it happened. He had given the order and then moved to his command station and focused on the operational requirements of the next phase of the campaign. Because there was always a next phase, and the next phase required focus, and standing at the viewport watching served no operational purpose. He was a commander. He commanded. He did not stand at viewports. The feeling that staying away from the viewport did not prevent him from having was not grief exactly. Grief was too specific, too personal for something he had done to people he had never met. It was something broader and less nameable. The feeling of a being of conscience who has done something his conscience does not endorse and cannot find, when he examines the logic that justified it, any flaw in the reasoning that would allow him to conclude he should have done otherwise. This is one of the specific torments that careful reasoning makes available to careful minds. The logic was sound. The outcome was nevertheless something that sat in him as he moved through the subsequent phases of the campaign with the weight of something that had not been fully resolved and was not going to be. He assessed more worlds. He ordered more purifications on worlds where the Zerg presence warranted it. He carried out his mandate with the competence and the professionalism that his rank required. And he began quietly, in the parts of his thinking that were not occupied by the operational requirements of the campaign, to ask a question that the Conclave had not asked and would not have approved of him asking. The question was, what if there was another way? Not another way to address the Zerg. The Conclave's assessment of conventional military options was accurate. He did not doubt that. But another way to think about the Terrans. Another way to approach the presence of a young civilization in the path of the Swarm's expansion that did not begin with the assumption that the young civilization was irrelevant. The Protoss had resources and knowledge and technological capability that the Terrans lacked entirely. The Terrans had, apparently, something that the Zerg wanted badly enough to direct the full weight of the Swarm's expansion toward this specific sector of the galaxy. Something that the Overmind found compelling enough to override whatever other priorities might have guided the Swarm's movements. That something was interesting to Tassadar, in the way that things are interesting to minds that have not yet surrendered the capacity for curiosity to the efficiency of doctrine. He had not yet violated his orders. He had carried out every purification the operational assessment demanded, but he was, increasingly, a commander whose compliance was becoming a conscious choice rather than an automatic one. A distinction that might not have mattered in any specific operational moment, but that was, in the long run, the difference between a Protoss who would do whatever the Conclave required and one who might, at some future point, decide that what the Conclave required and what conscience required were not the same thing. That future point was coming. He did not know it yet. He was too busy being a loyal executor of Protoss military policy, carrying out his orders with impeccable professionalism, while the question he was not supposed to be asking grew quietly in the space below the operational surface of his thinking. The Terrans, for their part, encountered the Protoss fleet as one more incomprehensible element in a situation that had been incomprehensible from the moment the first Zerg organism touched Terran soil. Confederate forces engaging Zerg on the ground would look up to find orbital bombardment from vessels that were not Confederate, that did not respond to Confederate communications frequencies, that appeared to be targeting not just Zerg positions but everything. And then the Confederate forces themselves would have to move quickly away from the area being purified, which was also the area where they had been fighting the Zerg, which meant moving toward the Zerg, which was not a direction that the situation made comfortable. Among the Terran military commanders attempting to make sense of the three-way situation that the Koprulu Sector had become, Confederate forces, Zerg Swarms, unidentified alien vessels of enormous power. There were some who concluded that the unidentified aliens were another enemy. There were some who concluded they were a potential ally against the Zerg. There were some who concluded that the situation had exceeded the categories available to Confederate military doctrine, and that what was needed was not a tactical response, but a fundamental reconsideration of what was happening and why. The Sons of Korhal were reaching similar conclusions. Mengsk, watching the three-way collision of forces from his position outside the Confederate military hierarchy, was doing what he always did with information, assessing it for leverage, looking for the angles that a situation created for someone who understood it better than the other parties involved. The Protoss were not yet readable to him. The Zerg were readable in the specific way that overwhelming force is always readable, as a problem that required a solution other than direct confrontation. The Confederate response to both was readable as what it had always been, the response of an institution prioritizing its own survival over the survival of the people it claimed to protect. He was, in the middle of all of this, watching Kerrigan. He was always watching Kerrigan. He watched her the way a person watches an asset they have invested heavily in and are beginning to understand, with a mixture of satisfaction and unease, is more capable than they had fully accounted for. She was extraordinary in the field. She was also, increasingly, a person who asked questions that the operational structure of the Sons of Korhal was not designed to accommodate. Not insubordinate questions, not challenges to authority, but the quiet and precise questions of someone whose intelligence had not been entirely managed by the Ghost program, and who was applying that intelligence to her current situation with the same thoroughness she applied it to everything else. She was watching him too. She had always been watching him. She had learned in the Ghost program that the most important thing to watch was not the enemy in front of you, but the person giving you your orders. The lesson had made her very good at her job. It was also going to make certain things, when they happened, very predictable to her, even as they were happening. Predictable in a way that did not make them hurt less. Wars have a way of clarifying things, not in the sense that they resolve the questions that produce them. History offers very little evidence that war is efficient at resolving questions, and considerable evidence that it is extraordinarily efficient at generating new ones. But in the sense that the pressure of sustained conflict strips away the layers of justification and narrative and self-presentation that civilizations and individuals construct around their actual motivations, leaving behind something more essential and less flattering than what was there before. The three-way collision of forces in the Koprulu Sector, Confederate military, Zerg Swarms, Protoss purification fleets, with the Sons of Korhal moving through the chaos as a fourth element that none of the others had fully accounted for, produced this kind of clarification with a thoroughness that left very little of anyone's self-understanding intact. The Sons of Korhal had understood themselves, in the years of their development, as a rebellion. The word carries a moral weight that Mengsk had cultivated carefully. It implies a justified response to an unjust power, a correction of imbalance, the recovery of something that was taken. Mengsk had built the Sons of Korhal's identity around that implied moral weight, with the skill of someone who understood that people fight harder for a cause than for an objective, and that the difference between a cause and an objective is largely a matter of how the story is told. He was a gifted storyteller. The story he told about the Sons of Korhal was one he believed genuinely and completely, for as long as the story remained consistent with his actions. Jim Raynor had signed on to the story. This is important to understand about Raynor. He was not naive, not unsophisticated, not a man who had failed to notice the world's complexity. He had spent years as a Confederate marshal in precisely the kind of environment where the world's complexity was impossible to ignore. What he was, at a level deeper than sophistication or naivety, was a man who needed the story to be true. He needed there to be a genuine alternative to the Confederacy that was not simply the Confederacy wearing different clothes. He needed Mengsk's rebellion to be what it said it was. He invested in this need with the full weight of his considerable capacity for loyalty, because loyalty was the thing Raynor did best, and the thing he believed in most, and a man who believes in loyalty needs something worth being loyal to. Kerrigan had not signed on to the story. She had signed on to the objective, the destruction of the Confederate institution that had taken her from her family and made her into a weapon. And the story was the vehicle for reaching the objective. She did not require the story to be true in the way Raynor required it. She required it to be useful. The distinction was one she was aware of, and Raynor was not, and it was one of the several ways in which her understanding of their situation was more accurate than his, and therefore, in the specific way that accurate understanding of painful things is more painful than the alternatives, harder to live with. They operated together with an effectiveness that surprised the Confederate forces they were fighting and would have surprised the Confederacy's strategic planners if those planners had survived long enough to be surprised by anything. Mengsk provided the strategic vision and the organizational infrastructure. Raynor provided the tactical competence of a former law enforcement officer who had spent his career in environments where improvisation was a survival skill. Kerrigan provided everything else, the psionic capability that could disrupt Confederate communications across a battlefield, the tactical intelligence that could read an enemy's position and intention from information that conventional analysis would have missed, and the specific quality of a person who has been trained to operate alone in hostile environments and has discovered that she is, if anything, more effective when she has people around her whose survival she is invested in. They hit Confederate installations across the sector with a consistency and a precision that the Confederacy's response doctrine was not calibrated for. The doctrine had been developed to address the kinds of threats that Confederate military planners had historically faced: fringe world unrest, piracy, the occasional organized criminal operation. And it did not handle well a threat that combined guerrilla flexibility with ghost program capability, with the strategic sophistication of someone who had grown up inside the Confederate power structure and knew exactly where it was vulnerable. Installations were destroyed, supply lines were disrupted. Confederate governors on worlds sympathetic to the Sons of Korhal's message found themselves, sometimes overnight, no longer in control of their administrative apparatus. Through all of this, the Zerg continued their expansion, and the Protoss continued their purifications, and the three-way situation in the Koprulu Sector grew more complex with each passing month. Mengsk was tracking all of it. He was very good at tracking complex situations. It was, arguably, the skill that had made him what he was, the capacity to hold multiple threads of a developing situation simultaneously and perceive the moments when those threads could be pulled in ways that changed the pattern. He perceived one such moment when the intelligence about the Confederate PSI emitter program reached him in its full operational detail. He had known about the psi emitters for some time. He had known about their capacity to attract Zerg. What the full intelligence briefing confirmed was the extent to which the Confederacy had deployed them, not defensively, not as a last resort, but as a systematic policy applied across multiple fringe worlds with the deliberate intention of drawing Zerg attacks away from core world territory by concentrating Zerg interest in fringe world populations. The intelligence was comprehensive. It included deployment schedules, targeting criteria, the internal Confederate communications in which senior administrators discuss the program with the particular detached language of people who have decided that the thing they are doing is a logistical problem rather than a moral one. Mengsk absorbed this intelligence with the focused attention he brought to all information that was going to be useful. He shared it with Raynor and Kerrigan in the terms he had framed it for himself. Confirmation of Confederate evil, justification for everything they were doing, evidence that the institution they were fighting had placed itself, by its own actions, beyond any defense. All of that was true. It was also incomplete. The incompleteness was not accidental. What Mengsk had perceived in the full intelligence briefing was not just confirmation of Confederate wrongdoing. He had perceived a weapon. The PSI emitters were Confederate technology, and the Sons of Korhal had access to Confederate technology through the network of sympathizers and defectors that Mengsk had spent years cultivating inside the Confederate apparatus. A psi emitter in Sons of Korhal hands, deployed with the specific operational intent of directing Zerg attention toward a specific target rather than away from it, toward, say, Artanis, the Confederate capital, the seat of the old family's power, the world whose destruction would end the Confederacy as a functioning political entity, was not simply a weapon. It was the culmination of everything Mengsk had been building toward since the day he understood what the Confederacy had done to his family. He did not explain this to Raynor. He did not explain it to Kerrigan. He explained the broad outlines of the operation he was planning: an assault on Artanis, the final blow against the Confederacy, the moment toward which the entire rebellion had been building. And he explained it in terms that were accurate as far as they went, and carefully incomplete in the ways that mattered most. The assault on Artanis unfolded across several days, with the complexity of an operation that was simultaneously a military campaign and a political event and a catastrophe, and that was being experienced differently by every party involved in it. Confederate forces fought with the specific urgency of people defending the last thing they have left to defend. Sons of Korhal forces advanced with the specific energy of people who have been told they are the protagonists of a liberation, which they were, and have not been told the full cost of what the liberation is going to require, which they hadn't been. Kerrigan was deployed to the surface. This was consistent with her operational role. Her capability made her most effective in direct field deployment, and the Artanis operation required the kind of precise psionic disruption of Confederate command and control infrastructure that she was uniquely equipped to provide. She went in with a clear operational picture and the professional confidence of someone who had successfully completed missions of this difficulty before. Mengsk deployed the PSI emitters. The Zerg came. They came in the quantities that a signal of that power, broadcasting from the Confederate capital world, was designed to attract, not the scouting waves that fringe worlds had received in the early stages of the expansion, but the full weight of swarm assets that the Overmind had been massing in the Koprulu Sector, drawn now to the strongest psionic signal in the region, like a tide pulled by the largest available gravity. Artanis's orbital defenses were engaged by the swarm's aerial organisms, while the ground-based organisms began their assault on the surface, and the Confederate military, which had been fighting the Sons of Korhal, now found itself fighting the Zerg on two fronts simultaneously, while the Sons of Korhal's forces stood at a careful distance and watched the Confederacy's capital devour itself. Kerrigan was on the surface when the Zerg arrived. She understood what had happened before Mengsk's transmission reached her. She was a ghost. Reading a tactical situation and identifying its underlying logic was the skill the program had spent years developing in her. And the underlying logic of this situation was not difficult to read. The C-Psi emitters had been deployed on Tarsonis. The Zerg had come in numbers that could not be explained by Confederate emitter activity. The Sons of Korhal forces were not moving to support her position. The transmission, when it came, confirmed rather than informed. Mengsk's voice, precise and almost gentle, explaining that her position was not defensible, that extraction was not possible, that the calculus of the operation did not allow for the resources that retrieving her would require. She fought. This requires saying plainly, because what she did in the hours between Mengsk's transmission and the end was not despair or surrender, but work. The specific work of an extraordinarily capable soldier who has been placed in an impossible situation and has decided that impossible means the outcome is determined, but the process still matters. She held her position. She eliminated Zerg in numbers that would have been remarkable for an entire squad and were, for a single operative, almost without precedent. She bought time that there was nothing left to spend. Raynor heard the transmission. He moved his forces toward her position with the urgency of a man who has understood, in the specific moment of understanding that changes everything, that the story he has been living in is not the story he thought it was. Mengsk stopped him. Not with force. Mengsk did not need force in that moment because he had the operational authority and the organizational infrastructure and the specific leverage of a commander over a subordinate who is not yet ready to make the choice that insubordination requires. He stopped him with logic, the same logic that had governed the Psi emitter decision, the same logic that governed every Confederate decision Raynor had spent years opposing, the logic of acceptable loss applied by someone who has decided which losses are acceptable. The transmission from Kerrigan's position cut out. Raynor stood in the operations center of his vessel and understood, in the silence after the cutout, that he had arrived at the moment that the story had been building toward, not the moment of the Confederacy's fall, which was happening and which he could not feel any satisfaction about, but the moment of his own clarification, the moment in which the layers of justification and narrative had been stripped away from his situation and left behind something that was essential and terrible and unmistakable. He had followed Mengsk because Mengsk was fighting the Confederacy, and fighting the Confederacy was the right thing to do. He had been right about that. He had assumed that the enemy of his enemy was, if not exactly a friend, at least something categorically different from his enemy. He had been wrong about that. The Confederacy used populations as resources and called it strategic necessity. Mengsk had just used Kerrigan, had used all of them, the entire rebellion, as instruments of a plan that had always been about his own vision of what should replace what he was destroying, and called it the same thing. The Confederacy fell. Tarsonis was consumed. The old families, in the chaos of the Zerg assault, were destroyed or fled or survived in forms so reduced from their previous power that the distinction was largely academic. The political structure that had governed Terran life in the Koprulu Sector for a century ceased to exist as a functioning entity within days of the Pulk emitter's activation, replaced by a chaos that was, in the short term, worse than what it replaced, and by something else in the medium term that would prove to be, in the specific way of replacements that are made by ambitious men who have convinced themselves their ambition is principle, not as different as the rhetoric surrounding it suggested. Mengsk gave a speech. He was very good at speeches. This one described the liberation of the Terran people from Confederate tyranny and the dawn of a new era for humanity in the Koprulu Sector. It was, in the ways that his speeches always were, genuinely felt, and carefully constructed and accurate in the ways that were useful and silent in the ways that were necessary. The Terran Dominion was declared. Arcturus Mengsk was its emperor. The people who heard the speech and had spent their lives under Confederate rule had no immediate basis for understanding whether the thing that was replacing it was an improvement or a continuation by other means. Raynor had that basis. He left. Not dramatically. Raynor was not a dramatic man. Not in the sense of preferring the gesture to the substance. He simply stopped doing what he had been doing, took the people who were willing to come with him, and moved to the margins of the sector where a man who has broken with the organization he was part of and has no intention of joining any other organization can conduct the kind of low-level harassment of the powerful that is available to people who have nothing left to lose except the conviction that some things are worth doing even when they don't work. He thought about Kerrigan constantly. This is not something that requires much evidence or documentation. It is simply the kind of thing that is true about certain people in certain situations, as apparent and as difficult to explain as the fact of gravity. He had not been able to save her. He had not been able to stop what happened. He was not sure, in the honest accounting of his own history, whether he could have done more and chosen not to, or whether there genuinely had been nothing more to do, and the uncertainty of that distinction was the specific kind of uncertainty that does not resolve with time, but simply becomes part of the landscape of a person's interior life, present always, sometimes in the foreground and sometimes behind other things, but never gone. Tarsonis was a Zerg world now. The Confederacy was over. The Dominion was beginning. And somewhere in the chaos of a Zerg occupation, something that had been Sarah Kerrigan was becoming something the galaxy did not yet have a name for. The Overmind, directing the swarm with the focused attention it reserved for acquisitions of particular significance, had what it had come for, or the beginning of what it had come for. What it had found in the psionic signature it had tracked across the Koprulu Sector was everything it had perceived from a distance and more. What it intended to make of that, what the chrysalis would produce, what the Overmind's careful and unprecedented attention to a single organism would eventually generate, was something it had been waiting, in one form or another, for millions of years to create. It had not fully understood what it was creating. This, too, was a thing that would matter later. The Overmind had consumed many things in its long existence. It had consumed worlds, not quickly, not carelessly, but with the methodical thoroughness of an intelligence that understood consumption as the highest form of attention, the most complete expression of interest that the Zerg were capable of. It had consumed species, thousands of them, drawing their biological innovations and their evolutionary histories into the swarm's library with the patient accumulation of a collector who is never satisfied because satisfaction would require believing the collection was complete. It had consumed the remnants of its own makers, the Xel'Naga of Zerus, and found in their biological material fragments of a philosophy it could not entirely parse, but could feel in the deep architecture of its own constructed intelligence, as the outline of something it had been built to pursue. It had never consumed anything like Sarah Kerrigan. This is not hyperbole. It is the plain assessment of the Overmind's own understanding of what it encountered when the Zerg forces on Tarsonis delivered her to its attention. The psionic signature it had tracked from the edges of the Koprulu Sector had been extraordinary at a distance, at proximity, at the proximity of direct contact between the Overmind's psionic awareness and the full unfiltered output of a mind that the Ghost program had spent years trying to contain and had only partially succeeded. It was something for which the Overmind had no existing category. Not simply powerful, though it was the most powerful biological psionic presence the Overmind had encountered in any organic species. Not simply complex, though the specific architecture of her consciousness, The Ghost program's conditioning layered over a natural empathic sensitivity, layered over a core identity that had survived both with more coherence than the program had intended, was more intricate than anything the Swarm had previously attempted to incorporate. What it was, in the term the Overmind reached for when it tried to articulate to itself what it was looking at, was potential. Not the potential of a thing that might become something given the right circumstances, the potential of a thing that was already, in some sense that the Overmind could perceive but not fully explain, what it needed to become, as though the shape of what she was capable of being existed already, complete, waiting only for the process that would allow it to express itself fully. As though the Ghost program and the Confederacy and the entirety of her history had been, from the Overmind's perspective, a long and inefficient and unnecessary prologue to the thing that was actually relevant about her. It was not wrong about this. It was wrong about almost everything else. The Overmind had incorporated biological organisms before. It had never incorporated a consciousness. The distinction was more significant than it had anticipated. The difference between absorbing a body and absorbing a mind was the difference between adding a room to a structure and introducing into that structure an occupant with opinions about the architecture. The Zerg infesting process worked, in its standard application, by overwriting the host organism's existing biological programming, replaced by Zerg directives. The organism's previous identity not destroyed exactly, but subsumed, rendered inoperative, buried beneath the Swarm's imperatives in layers too deep for conventional access. It was thorough and it was effective, and it produced, reliably, Zerg organisms that served the Overmind's will without the complications that individual identity introduced into any system that had to function as a collective. With Kerrigan, the overwriting did not proceed as expected. The Overmind directed the process personally, not leaving it to the standard biological mechanisms that handled routine infestation, but attending to it with the full weight of its own consciousness, which was the most significant act of focused attention the Overmind was capable of. It directed the Zerg biological processes toward her with precision and with care, in the way that the Overmind was careful about things it valued, and it encountered, in the application of those processes, a resistance that was not physical and was not exactly conscious. She was not aware of resisting, was not making a decision to resist, but was nevertheless present, a quality of her that the infestation process could not simply overwrite because the quality was too fundamental to overwrite without destroying the thing the Overmind was trying to preserve. The chrysalis was the Overmind's solution to this problem, not a defeat of the resistance, but an accommodation of it, a recognition that what it was trying to do required a different approach, a longer process, a methodology that was less overwriting and more transformation. The chrysalis would allow the Zerg biological material to integrate with her existing biology at a pace that the integration could sustain, would allow the Overmind's directives to find their expression not by replacing what was already there, but by providing it with new forms through which to express itself. It was more complex than standard infestation. It was more uncertain in its outcome. The Overmind had never done anything like it, had no precedent to guide it, was operating at the edge of its own capability in a domain it had not previously needed to explore. It chose this because the alternative, standard infestation, which would have produced something powerful and obedient, and entirely not what the Overmind needed, was not acceptable. What it needed was not a ghost who had been infested. It needed something new. Something that had Kerrigan's intelligence and her psionic power and her capacity for the kind of strategic, independent thought that the Swarm's hive structure had never required and therefore never developed, but that had those things in service of the Swarm rather than in opposition to it. Something that was Zerg in its orientation and human in its capability. Something that had never existed before. She went into the chrysalis on Shar. Char was a volcanic world at the edges of habitable space, a world of black rock and sulfur and heat that expressed itself through the planet's surface in slow, constant upheaval, lava flows moving through landscapes that had no softness anywhere, no green, nothing that the word organic could be applied to without irony. The Overmind had chosen it as the site of the chrysalis because its isolation and its hostility made it defensible, and because the specific qualities of its geology produced, in the deep places where the chrysalis was set, a stability of temperature and pressure that the process required. It was not a world that anyone would choose to be on. It was not a world that anyone who knew what was happening there would choose to look at too closely. The chrysalis itself was a Zerg structure of a kind that had no precedent in the swarm's biological repertoire, grown specifically for this purpose, shaped by the Overmind's direct instruction, its internal environment calibrated to the requirements of the process underway within it. From the outside, it was organic in the way that all Zerg structures were organic, unmistakably biological, alive in the specific way that things grown rather than built are alive, responsive to its environment, adaptive, carrying within its biology the constant low-level awareness of a living thing that knows where it is. From the inside, and there was an inside, and she was in it, it was something harder to describe in terms that have any comfortable equivalent. She was not unconscious. This is important and has been misunderstood in various accounts of this period that prefer, for reasons of narrative tidiness or emotional comfort, to describe what happened to her as something she was not present for. She was present for it, not in the way that a person is present for their ordinary experience. She was not moving through the chrysalis's internal environment with the full continuity of conscious agency that characterizes waking life. She was present the way that a person is present in the deepest stages of a process they cannot stop and cannot direct, aware of what is happening in the way that things become aware when the layers that normally mediate awareness have been removed. She knew she was on Char. She had known, when the Zerg took her, where they were taking her and what was going to happen, not because she had been told, but because she had read the tactical situation on Tarsonis with the accuracy of someone trained to read tactical situations and had understood its implications before the chrysalis had opened to receive her. She knew what the Zerg infesting process was. She knew what it did to the people it was applied to. She had, in her years as a ghost, encountered the results of Zerg infestation often enough to have a very precise understanding of what was being lost and what was replacing it. What she did not know, what no one could have known because no one had experienced anything like this before, was that the process being applied to her was not the standard process, that the Overmind's intervention was producing something categorically different from what infestation had produced in every previous subject, that the thing that was being burned away was not her identity, but the suppression of her identity. The ghost program's conditioning, the layers of redirection and management, the careful dismantling of the empathic sensitivity that the program had considered operationally inconvenient. That what the Zerg biological material was integrating with was not a managed ghost, but the person underneath the ghost, the Sarah Kerrigan who had existed before the assessors came to her family's home, who had been buried under the program's methodology for so many years that even she had partially forgotten she was there. She remembered being cold. This was the first thing, not the cold of Char, which was the opposite of cold, but the cold of the facility where the program had processed her, the institutional chill of the first place she had understood as a child that she was not going to be returned to where she had come from. She held that memory for a long time. It was hers in a way that the subsequent years of missions and deployments and operational effectiveness were not quite hers. It belonged to the person she had been before she was made into the person the program needed, and holding it was, in the strange suspended awareness of the chrysalis, something like touching ground. She did not remember being afraid. This was not because she wasn't afraid. She was in the deep place where the chrysalis's process had stripped away the conditioning that managed fear, along with everything else. She was afraid with the full, unmediated fear of a person who understands exactly what is happening to them and has no way to stop it. But fear was not what she held on to. She held on to the specific cold of a specific morning in a specific place before any of this had started. She held on to it because it was hers, and nothing that was happening could take it from her. And in the chrysalis on Shar in the dark, that was what mattered. The process continued around her and through her. The Zerg biological material integrated. The Overmind watched with the closest thing to anticipation that its constructed intelligence was capable of. Char's geology shifted in its slow, constant way, the lava flows moving through their ancient channels, the planet indifferent to what was happening in the deep place where the chrysalis sat. Raynor sat in a bar on a fringe world whose name was not important and whose whiskey was not quite whiskey, and read her file for what he could not have told you was the 50th or the 100th time. The file was a Confederate ghost program document. He had acquired it from the same network of sympathizers and defectors that had supplied Minsk with the ESI emitter intelligence before the break, before Tarsonis, before the thing that had ended with her transmission cutting out. It was not a long file. Ghost program files were not long. They contained the information that was operationally relevant and omitted the information that was not, and the Ghost program's definition of operational relevance was narrow in exactly the ways you would expect from an institution that was in the business of making weapons and had decided that the history of the material was not a relevant property of the finished product. What it contained was enough. Assessment results from a child who was 6 years old. Processing records that described in flat administrative language the application of methodologies that Raynor could not read without his hands tightening on the document. Deployment records covering years of missions that the Confederate military had been pleased with and that he could now look at with the knowledge of what they had cost the person who had carried them out. A photograph, standard personnel documentation, the kind that every Confederate military file contained, a face looking at a camera in the flat light of a processing facility. He looked at the photograph for a long time, and then put the file down and looked at the view through the bar's window, which was a view of a fringe world at night, which meant dust and darkness, and the kind of quiet that is not peaceful, but simply empty. He did not know if she was alive. He did not know what alive would mean in her situation, in the context of what the Zerg infesting process did. He knew what the file said she had been before any of this. He knew what he had seen her be in the time they had operated together. He held those two pieces of information and tried to find in the space between them something that was not just loss. He was still trying when the chrysalis on Char opened. What emerged was not Sarah Kerrigan. It was also not the infested ghost that standard Zerg processing would have produced. It was something that had Kerrigan's face, recognizably. The Overmind had preserved the physical form with more care than it had ever extended to a host organism, but framed now in the organic armor that the Zerg integration had produced. The biological structures that expressed the swarm's enhancement of a body that had already been enhanced by years of ghost program conditioning and surgical modification. Her eyes in the photographs that Confederate intelligence would eventually obtain and classify and share with Raynor through channels he was not supposed to have access to, were not Kerrigan's eyes. Not in the sense that they belonged to a different person. They were, unmistakably, the eyes of someone who had been Kerrigan, and who remembered being Kerrigan, and who was now something that had incorporated being Kerrigan into a larger identity that had no precedent and no name. The Overmind looked at what it had made and felt the particular satisfaction of a creation that has exceeded what was asked of it. It had wanted something that could command the swarm with human intelligence. What it had produced was something that could command the swarm with human intelligence and something else, something the Overmind perceived but could not entirely articulate, a quality that it had not designed for and had not anticipated, and that sat in what it had made like a question it did not know it was asking. She commanded. She was brilliant at it in a way that the Overmind had predicted, and in a way that the Overmind had not predicted. The predictable brilliance of tactical and strategic genius applied to the direction of Zerg forces, the unpredictable brilliance of someone who understood, from her own experience of being directed, what it felt like to be an instrument of another's will, and who applied that understanding to her command in ways that made the Zerg under her direction more effective than Zerg forces directed by the Overmind's direct psionic command. She was neither Kerrigan nor not Kerrigan. She was the Queen of Blades, which was a name that would be given to her by the people who encountered her and needed something to call what they were encountering. It was not a name she chose. It was a name the situation produced, the way all names for unprecedented things are produced, by the people who have to talk about them before there is an agreed vocabulary for doing so. She did not think of herself by that name. She did not, in the privacy of whatever the Queen of Blades had, instead of a private self, think of herself by any name. She thought of herself as what she was, which was a thing that had been several things in sequence and was now all of them simultaneously, none of them dominant, none of them fully suppressed, a consciousness that contained being 6 years old in a cold facility, and being a ghost in the dark, and being left behind on Tarsonis, and being in the chrysalis holding on to the memory of cold. And that had to make of all of that something functional, because the alternative was not rest but dissolution. And dissolution was the one thing she had refused through all of it, and was not about to accept now. The Overmind had made something it did not entirely understand. This, as it would eventually discover, was the most important thing it had ever done. This is not a small thing to say. 10,000 years is a span of time that makes the entirety of recorded human history look like an afternoon, that makes the Terran Confederacy's century of dominance over the Koprulu Sector look like a moment so brief it barely registers in the long accounting of civilizational time. For 10,000 years, the crystalline cities of Aiur had caught the light of their star and bent it into colors that the Protoss who lived within them experienced not just visually but psionically. The cities were built to resonate with the Kala, their architecture calibrated to the frequencies of Protoss consciousness in ways that made the distinction between the built environment and the mental environment of their inhabitants something more like a spectrum than a boundary. To walk through Aiur's cities was to walk through a space that was simultaneously physical and psychological, simultaneously the product of Protoss engineering and an expression of Protoss collective being. The Zerg arrived with no appreciation for any of this. The Overmind had been building toward the assault on Aiur for longer than the Terrans had been in the Koprulu Sector. Aiur was not simply a target of military significance. It was the world where the Protoss had been seeded, where the Kaidarin crystals that the Xel'Naga had introduced to accelerate Protoss psionic development still existed in quantities and configurations that represented, to the Overmind's biological assessment, the most significant concentration of psionic amplification technology in the known galaxy. The Protoss themselves, with their Kala-linked consciousness and their millennia of psionic development, were a biological acquisition of an order that the Swarm had not previously approached, and the world itself, the specific biological complexity of a planet that had been tended by the Xel'Naga and then by its own extraordinary civilization for 10,000 years, was a library of evolutionary development that the Swarm's existing library did not contain. The Overmind wanted all of it. It had always wanted all of it. The campaign in the Koprulu Sector, the consumption of Terran fringe worlds, the acquisition of Kerrigan, the gradual establishment of Zerg presence across the sector, had been, in the Overmind's strategic understanding of its own operation, a preparation for this, a securing of the region. A demonstration of swarm capability that had the secondary effect of occupying the Protoss purification fleets with responses to Zerg activity in Terran space, while the Overmind assembled in the deep places of the Koprulu Sector away from Protoss sensor range, the force it intended to bring to Aiur. The Protoss conclave had seen the assault coming. This is important. The Fall of Aiur was not a surprise in the way that the first Zerg contacts with Terran fringe worlds had been surprising. The Conclave had access to intelligence about Zerg movements that the Terrans had lacked entirely, had been tracking the buildup of Zerg forces in the region with the focused attention of a governing body that had finally understood, too late, that the threat it had been managing at arm's length had been building toward a direct confrontation that arm's length management was not going to address. Their response was the response of an institution that has been wrong about the magnitude of a threat for long enough that admitting the error is now more difficult than continuing the policy that produced it. The Conclave authorized conventional defense, the deployment of Protoss military forces in the configurations that Protoss military doctrine prescribed for territorial defense, the mobilization of the fleet assets that had been conducting purification operations in Terran space to return to Aiur, the construction of additional ground fortifications in the approaches to the major population centers. All of this was correct by the standards of the doctrine that governed it. All of it was insufficient by the standards of what was actually approaching. Tassadar saw this clearly. He had been seeing it clearly for long enough that the clarity had ceased to be an insight and had become simply the persistent background condition of his thinking. The awareness that he was operating within a strategic framework that was wrong, combined with the awareness that he did not yet have the authority or the alternative framework to replace it. He had returned from the Koprulu Sector carrying more than he had left with: the encounters with the Terrans, the question he had not been authorized to ask about whether there was another way, and something else: contact with Zeratul. The Dark Templar were not supposed to exist by the Conclave's official position. They had been exiled from Protoss society thousands of years ago. In the aftermath of the schism that had divided those Protoss who embraced the Khala from those who refused it, who chose instead to sever the connection to the shared network and carry their consciousness alone, unshared, in the specific solitude that the Khala's absence created for a people whose entire civilizational architecture had been built around the assumption of connection. The exile had been absolute and had been maintained for so long that the Conclave's relationship with it had shifted from active enforcement to the quiet assumption that something sufficiently old and sufficiently unacknowledged was effectively no longer present. Zeratul was very much present. He was the leader, or the closest thing to a leader that a society of individuals who had chosen aloneness as a fundamental condition of their existence was capable of producing, of the Dark Templar, who had maintained their exile in the hidden spaces of the galaxy, with the patience of people who have had a very long time to become comfortable with being overlooked. He was old in a way that was difficult to assess even by Protoss standards, his age expressed not in any physical deterioration, but in a quality of his presence that people who encountered him tended to describe, afterward, as weight, the specific gravity of a being who has been carrying something for a very long time and has stopped noticing the carrying because it has become simply the condition of existence. He had found Tassadar in the Koprulu Sector through methods that the Conclave would not have approved of, and that Tassadar, when they happened, found that he did not disapprove of in the way he was supposed to. The Dark Templar's severing of the Khala connection had produced in them capabilities that the Khala-linked Protoss had not developed. an attunement to the void, the space between dimensions that the Protoss understood as the counterpart to the Kala's light that allowed them to do things with psionic energy that the standard Templar tradition had no methodology for. Among those things was the ability to kill a Zerg cerebrate. Cerebrates were the Overmind's lieutenants, vast psionic entities that directed Zerg broods on the Overmind's behalf, each one a nexus of swarm consciousness responsible for the coordination of millions of Zerg organisms. They were not physical in the conventional sense. They had biological form, enormous and immobile, but their significance was psionic rather than physical, their importance residing in the network of consciousness they maintained rather than the body that housed it. Killing the body of a cerebrate was straightforward enough. Protoss military technology was more than capable of destroying biological tissue, but destroying the psionic entity, preventing the Overmind from simply reconstituting it, required something that standard Templar psionic technique could not provide. It required the ability to reach into the space where the cerebrate's consciousness resided and end it there, in the void, permanently. The Dark Templar could do this. The Kala-linked Protoss could not. This was the capability that Zeratul brought to Tassadar's attention in the Koprulu Sector, demonstrated rather than explained. Zeratul had shown what the Dark Templar could do, and Tassadar had watched and understood with the strategic clarity of a military commander encountering a genuine tactical asset, that this was the difference between a conventional defense of Aiur and something that might actually work. He brought the Dark Templar to Aiur over the Conclave's explicit objection. This was the first direct violation of Conclave authority that Tassadar had committed, and it was not a small one. The exile of the Dark Templar was not an administrative policy, but a civilizational position, an expression of Protoss society's 10,000-year commitment to the Kala as the definition of what it meant to be Protoss. Bringing the exiles back to the homeworld was not simply a military decision. It was a statement about what mattered more: the purity of Protoss civilizational identity, or the survival of the civilization that identity belonged to. Tassadar had decided what mattered more. It was not a decision he found comfortable. It was a decision he found necessary, which is the particular quality of decisions that are made in full awareness of their cost, and made anyway. The Zerg assault on Aiur began with the scale that the Overmind brought to things it had been planning for a long time. Not gradually, not the quiet seeding of fringe worlds, the slow biological conversion that preceded the main arrival. Aiur received the main arrival directly, the Overmind's fleet emerging from warp in numbers that the Protoss defense installations were not designed to address in any configuration that Doctrine had planned for. The ground assault followed the orbital breach within hours, Zerg organisms moving across Aiur's surface in the waves that the swarm used for planetary assault. Not lines of advance in the military sense, but something more like weather. The organisms moving in every direction simultaneously toward every defensible position, the sheer biological mass of the assault, making conventional defensive doctrine a matter of choosing which positions to hold and which to concede rather than a genuine contest for the whole. The Protoss fought with the specific quality of a people defending the only home they have ever known and the only home their civilization has ever had. This is not a small thing in the accounting of what motivates a soldier, the defense of an abstract principle, and the defense of a specific place where you were born, and where your children were born, and where the crystalline structures you pass every morning catch the light in a particular way that you have been seeing. Your entire life are different things, and the difference shows in how people fight. The Protoss on Aiur fought with everything the Kala made available to them, coordinated in their defense with the seamless efficiency of a military whose individual units share consciousness, aware of every threat in every sector simultaneously. able to redirect resources with a speed and precision that no conventional military command structure could replicate. It was not enough. The numbers were not enough, and the doctrine was not enough, and the coordination that the Kala provided, extraordinary as it was the coordination of a defense rather than an assault. It could tell every Protoss warrior exactly where the Zerg were pressing and exactly how bad the situation was in every sector simultaneously, which was not, under the circumstances, entirely a comfort. Zeratul moved through the chaos toward the Cerebrate. He moved in the way that Dark Templar moved, not invisible exactly, but present in a way that the conventional psionic awareness of Zerg organisms was not calibrated to detect, slipping through the spaces between the swarm's attention with the practiced ease of someone who had been finding the spaces between things for a very long time. The Cerebrate he was targeting was deep in Zerg-controlled territory, the nerve center of the brood directing the most critical sector of the assault, its destruction offering the possibility of disrupting the coordination of a significant portion of the attacking force at a moment when the defense needed any disruption it could find. He reached it. He did what the Dark Templar could do and the Kala-linked Protoss could not. He ended the Cerebrate in the void permanently with the focused application of a technique that the Conclave had spent thousands of years dismissing as the practice of exiles who had chosen wrongly. The moment the Cerebrate died, the Overmind felt it. What the Overmind felt, and this is the thing that mattered, the thing that changed what the Fall of Aiur meant in the longer accounting of the galaxy's history, was not simply the loss of a Cerebrate. It had lost Cerebrates before, in engagements with Protoss military forces, and the loss was operationally significant but not existentially disorienting. What it felt in the moment of this Cerebrate's death was something it had not felt before, a glimpse, transmitted through the psionic connection it maintained with all of its Cerebrates at the moment of their death, of what existed beyond the Cerebrate's consciousness, of what the Cerebrate had been in contact with in the void at the moment the Dark Templar technique ended it. It was vast. It was dark. It was not the Overmind, and it was not the Zerg, and it was not anything that the Overmind's biological library, with its millions of years of accumulated species and their neural architectures and their most complex concepts of what could exist in the universe, had a category for. It was something that had been present in the void for longer than the Overmind had existed, that had been watching the swarm's expansion with interest rather than fear. That was. The Overmind perceived this in the fraction of a moment before the Cerebrate's psionic connection closed entirely. Not an outside observer, but something with a relationship to the Zerg that the Overmind had not known existed. Something that had made the Overmind. Something that had made the Overmind for purposes that were not the Overmind's own. The Overmind did not fully understand what it had glimpsed. The glimpse was too brief and too alien for full comprehension. It was the impression of a thing rather than the thing itself, an outline of a presence rather than a presence fully encountered. But the Overmind was an intelligence of extraordinary capability, and it took the impression and it held it, and it began, with the focused analytical attention it brought to everything it considered significant, to think about what it meant. The conclusion the Overmind began to move toward in the aftermath of that glimpse, the understanding that would shape everything it did from that moment until its death on Aiur, was something that required a fundamental revision of its own self-understanding. It had believed itself to be the apex of the swarm's consciousness, the originating will from which all Zerg purpose flowed. It had believed the swarm's drive toward expansion and consumption, and the incorporation of all biological life to be its own drive, its own nature, the expression of its own constructed identity. It had not known, had not had the information required to know, that these beliefs were incomplete, that there was something else, that the drive it had experienced as its own was not entirely its own, that it had been made, and that what had made it had plans that were not the plans the Overmind had believed were its plans. This changed things. Not immediately. The assault on Aiur continued, because the swarm's momentum was not something that could be halted by a single moment of the Overmind's uncertainty, and the Overmind was not a being that allowed uncertainty to become paralysis. But the Overmind began, in the deep architecture of its constructed consciousness, a process of reconsideration that it conducted quietly, without announcing it, without any external indication that what had been glimpsed in the moment of a Cerebrite's death had altered the fundamental orientation of the most powerful and ancient intelligence in the Zerg Swarm. It began to think about Kerrigan differently. It began to think about what it had made of her, not as the instrument it had designed her to be. The bridge between human cognition and Zerg consciousness that would make the swarm more effective in its drive toward the incorporation of all life. But as something else, something that might, if what it had glimpsed in the void was what it was beginning to believe it was, be necessary for reasons that had nothing to do with the swarm's expansion. Tassadar watched the assault continue across Aiur's surface and understood that conventional defense was not going to hold the planet. The Zerg were too many, the assault too coordinated even with the disruption that Zeratul killing of the Cerebrate had produced, the momentum of what the Overmind had assembled too great to be stopped by the forces that Aiur's defense had available. He made a decision that was also, in its own way, a statement about what mattered more. The Overmind had to die, not a Cerebrate. The Overmind itself, the vast psionic entity that was the swarm's originating consciousness, whose destruction would leave the Zerg without their unifying will and end the assault, not by defeating it in conventional military terms, but by removing the intelligence that gave it coherence. Standard Templar psionic technique could not do this for the same reason it could not kill a Cerebrate permanently. The Overmind's consciousness existed in dimensions that the Kala gave no access to. The Void did. What Tassadar proposed, to Zeratul, to the Protoss commanders who remained, to himself, was the act of a being who had spent his career operating within a tradition he had begun to understand was insufficient, and had arrived at the moment when insufficiency had its greatest possible cost, at the willingness to go beyond it. He was a Kala Templar. The Void was the province of the Dark Templar, of the exiles, of the people his civilization had decided were wrong about something fundamental. He proposed to channel both, to take the Kala's power, which was his by training and by the long discipline of his life as a Templar, and combine it with the Void energy that Zeratul had spent his exile learning to use, and direct the combination against the Overmind in a way that neither tradition could accomplish alone. He knew what it would cost. The channeling of both energies simultaneously in quantities sufficient to destroy the Overmind was not something a physical form could survive. He knew this not as a probability but as a certainty, and he had made his peace with it in the way that beings make peace with necessary things. Not easily, not without the weight of everything that would not happen afterward, but completely, because the alternative was to not make peace with it and to do it anyway, which seemed to him both less honest and less dignified than simply accepting what was true. He died in the light of it. The Overmind died beneath it. The psionic explosion of their simultaneous destruction was felt across Aiur's surface as a wave of energy that the Zerg organisms experienced as the sudden silence of the voice that had always directed them. The Overmind's death leaving the swarm without its central consciousness, the Cerebrates and their broods reverting to the primal and uncoordinated aggression that the Overmind's presence had been channeling and directing, turning on each other as much as on the Protoss, the coherent assault dissolving into chaos. Aiur survived, not intact. The assault had taken more of the planet than any Protoss alive had ever seen taken from it. The crystalline cities in the south reduced to rubble, The biological diversity of regions that had been tended for 10,000 years consumed or converted. The population reduced and scattered, and carrying within the khala the full collective weight of a wound that would take generations to process. But the planet survived. The people survived in numbers sufficient to carry the civilization forward if the civilization could find a way to carry itself through what it had just experienced. The warp gate to Shakuras was opened. The surviving Protoss went through it, not fleeing, because the Protoss did not use that word for what they were doing, but withdrawing with the controlled deliberateness of a people who understood that the homeworld they were leaving was not lost, but not yet recoverable, and that survival and recovery were not the same project, but that survival had to come first. Aiur stood empty behind them. The Zerg without the Overmind's direction moved through its ruins with the aimless voracity of organisms that had forgotten, in the absence of the consciousness that had given them purpose, why they were doing what they were doing. The crystalline cities that remained caught the light of the star the way they always had. The Kaidaran crystals embedded in the ground continued their low resonance, as they had for 10,000 years, as they would continue for whatever came next. The wind moved through ruins that had been beautiful for 10,000 years. It did not distinguish. The Zerg without the Overmind were not nothing. This is a thing that the Terran Dominion's early strategic assessments got wrong, and that the Protoss on Shakuras understood correctly almost immediately, and that the difference in understanding would matter for the years that followed. The Terran assessment, understandable, given that the Terrans had experienced the Zerg primarily as a unified and directed force and had no experience of what the Swarm was when the direction was removed, was that the Overmind's death represented a fundamental defeat, a decapitation of the Zerg threat that left the remaining organisms dangerous in the way that any large predatory animal is dangerous, but no longer dangerous in the way that a civilization-ending force is dangerous. The Protoss understanding, informed by their longer history with the Zerg, their deeper knowledge of the Swarm's biology and organizational structure, was that what the Overmind's death had produced was not a defeated force, but an unstable one, which was a different thing and, in some respects, a more immediately threatening one. The Cerebrates remained. Each one was a nexus of Zerg consciousness responsible for the direction of a brood. Millions of organisms whose behavior, in the absence of the Overmind's overarching will, defaulted to the Cerebrates' own directives. And the Cerebrates, without the Overmind's unifying purpose to orient them toward a common goal, defaulted to the most fundamental directive available to any Zerg consciousness: more territory, more biological material, more of whatever was adjacent to them, which in the aftermath of the assault on Aiur meant more of each other. The broods turning on each other with the same voracious thoroughness that the Swarm had applied to every other biological resource it had encountered. The Zerg Civil War, if a conflict among organisms that do not have a political identity, can be called a civil war, which is perhaps not quite the right word but is the closest available, was not a war in the conventional sense. It was more like a process, the kind of process that happens when a system that has been organized around a central point of order loses that point suddenly and completely. The broods expanded and contracted and consumed each other and were consumed in patterns that had the appearance of chaos but were, to a consciousness capable of perceiving the whole pattern simultaneously, something more structured than chaos, the emergence of a new equilibrium through the violent resolution of competition between the system's remaining components. The Queen of Blades perceived the whole pattern simultaneously. This was her advantage, and it was an advantage so significant that the outcome of the Zerg Civil War, which looked from any external perspective like an unpredictable contest among forces of roughly comparable power, was, from her perspective, something closer to a problem with a visible solution. She had been trained by the Ghost program to read tactical situations of extreme complexity and identify within them the lines of force, the leverage points, the sequence of interventions that would produce a desired outcome at minimum cost. She had been enhanced by the Overmind's process to perceive the Zerg Swarm's psionic network with a clarity and a depth that the Cerebrates themselves could not match. She had the Swarm's biology and the Swarm's power and the human capacity for the kind of strategic thinking that operates across timescales longer than any individual engagement. She moved through the Zerg Civil War the way a Grandmaster moves through an endgame. Not with urgency, not with force greater than necessary, but with the precise application of capability at the moments when capability applied precisely produces results disproportionate to the application. A brood pressed here created pressure on a neighboring brood that redirected its aggression in a direction that served her consolidation. A Cerebrate challenged there, not destroyed, not yet, but challenged in a way that demonstrated the futility of resistance and offered the alternative of submission to something that was demonstrably more capable, expanded her control without the biological cost of actual combat. She spent the Swarm's resources with the care of someone who understood that the resources were not infinite and that the goal was not the immediate consumption of everything available, but the establishment of a position from which everything available would eventually follow. She was extraordinary at this. The Overmind had designed her to be extraordinary at this, had made her specifically for the role of commander that the Swarm's expansion would require, and had succeeded in ways that even the Overmind's assessment had not fully anticipated. But she was not doing it for the Overmind. The Overmind was dead. She was doing it because the alternative, allowing the Swarm to continue tearing itself apart until what remained was a collection of feral broods with no unifying intelligence, dangerous in the aggregate but purposeless, capable of destruction but incapable of the directed and strategic action that was the difference between a force and a civilization, was an outcome she found unacceptable, and she had learned, in the chrysalis and in the years of operating as the Queen of Blades, that her assessment of what was unacceptable had become the relevant standard. This is the thing that the Overmind had not fully anticipated, that what it had made, in making her, was not an instrument but a will, not a capability in service of its own direction, but a consciousness with its own direction, its own assessment of what mattered and what did not, its own relationship to the Swarm that was not the Overmind's relationship and was not reducible to it. She commanded the Zerg not because the Overmind had designed her to command them, though it had. She commanded them because she had decided to. The distinction was not visible from the outside. The outcome was the same. The Swarm consolidated under a single direction, the Civil War resolving into a new order. But it was fundamental, the difference between a function and a choice, and it meant that the Swarm she assembled was not the Overmind's Swarm with a different administrator. It was something new. The Cerebrates did not submit easily. Some of them, the ones whose own consciousness was sophisticated enough to perceive the threat that her consolidation represented to their individual autonomy, resisted with the full force of their broods, which was considerable. She destroyed those, not because destruction was her preference, but because the alternatives in those specific cases were not available. A Cerebrate sophisticated enough to understand what she was doing was sophisticated enough to be a permanent source of instability in a Swarm that she intended to be stable. The others, the ones whose consciousness was organized around the Overmind's directives in ways that made them more functional without the Overmind than the resistant ones, but also more directable, she absorbed, incorporating their broods into the structure she was building with the efficiency of someone who has no interest in waste. She established her center on Char. This was not accidental. Char was where the chrysalis had been. Char was where she had become what she was. in the deep places of a volcanic world that had been chosen for its isolation and its hostility and its geological stability, and those qualities that had made it useful to the Overmind for that purpose made it useful to her for the purpose of consolidation. The Zerg structures that the Overmind had established there were extensive. The biological infrastructure of a major swarm presence, hive clusters, and creep, and the overlapping psionic network that the swarm used for communication across a planetary surface. She took all of it. She built more. She made of Char something that was not quite a capital in the sense that the Terran Dominion had a capital or the Protoss had a capital on Aiur, because the swarm did not have the kind of political identity that required a capital in that sense, but something that served the function, a center, a point of origin for the direction that she was now providing, a place from which the rebuilt swarm's attention flowed outward and to which its reports returned. She stood in the ruins of a hive cluster she had just reclaimed from a resistant brood and looked at what surrounded her. Zerg organisms in their thousands, the biological complexity of the swarm's assembled evolution present in every direction. Creatures that had been designed by the Overmind for specific functions, and that now, in the absence of the Overmind's direction, looked to the nearest available source of direction with the uncomplicated attentiveness of organisms whose entire existence was organized around the concept of the will they served. They were looking at her, not because she was broadcasting the kind of psionic command that the Overmind had used to direct the swarm. She was not the Overmind and did not try to replicate the Overmind's method of control, because replicating it would have required a kind of total psionic dominance that was not her way and would not have produced the swarm she was trying to build. They were looking at her because she had demonstrated, in the process of the consolidation, a quality that the swarm recognized at a level below conscious processing, a level that was older than the Overmind and more fundamental than any directive the Overmind had ever issued. They recognized something in her that was apex, not the apex of biological capability, not the apex of psionic power, not any measurable metric that could be assessed and compared and ranked. The apex of something that the Zerg had no word for, because the Zerg had never needed a word for it before she existed. Something like intent, something like the quality of a will that knows what it is and is not confused about what it wants. She looked back at them with the equanimity of someone who had been looked at as a thing for most of her life, and was not uncomfortable with being looked at as a thing, so long as the thing she was being looked at as was one she had chosen. The swarm was hers. She had not decided what to do with it yet, beyond the immediate work of consolidation and stabilization. The galaxy outside Shah was complicated in ways that required assessment before action. The Protoss on Shakuras, rebuilding and grieving and nursing a wound that the Fall of Aiur had added to the wound they had been carrying for 10,000 years. The Terrans in the Koprulu Sector, reorganizing themselves under the new dominion that Mengsk had declared in the aftermath of Tarsonis' fall. Raynor, somewhere at the margins of all of it, conducting a low-level harassment of the Dominion's infrastructure that was more a statement of intent than a genuine military campaign. She thought about Raynor. This is not something that requires evidence beyond the plain fact of what she did and did not do with the power she had assembled. She had the swarm. She had, in the swarm, the most significant military force in the Koprulu Sector, more capable than the Dominion's fleet, more immediately threatening than the Protoss remnant on Shakuras, more than sufficient to locate and eliminate a small rebel organization operating at the margins of Dominion space, if the elimination of that organization had been something she decided to prioritize. She did not prioritize it. She did not move against Raynor's raiders in the years of her consolidation, did not direct any significant swarm attention toward the man whose grief was a matter of Confederate intelligence records she had access to and whose location was not difficult to establish. She told herself, when she thought about it at all, that this was strategic. That Raynor's raiders were not a threat that required the expenditure of swarm resources, that there were more significant priorities. This was true. It was also incomplete in the way that all true things are incomplete when they are selected from among available true things, specifically because they are more comfortable than the alternatives. The alternative true thing was that she thought about Raynor in the way that the chrysalis had not fully resolved, that beneath the Queen of Blades' strategic clarity and the swarm's direction and the work of consolidation, there was something that did not have a name in the vocabulary she was using, something that she had decided not to examine, because examination of it would require a kind of accounting that she was not ready to conduct. She left him alone. She did not tell herself why. She knew why. She did not say it, even to herself, because some things are preserved best in the silence of not being stated, and she had learned in a long time of having things taken from her to preserve carefully the small number of things that remained. Arcturus Mengsk had declared himself Emperor of the Terran Dominion in the aftermath of Tarsonis' fall in the space created by the Confederacy's destruction, with the specific efficiency of a man who had been planning what to build in that space for longer than the space had existed. The speech he gave was the best speech of his career, which was saying something because his career had produced speeches of considerable quality. It spoke of the liberation of the Terran people from Confederate tyranny. True. Of the beginning of a new era for humanity in the Koprulu Sector, true in the way that all new eras are true, which is to say that something had changed and something would follow. Of the Dominion's commitment to the security and prosperity of all Terran worlds, the kind of commitment that speeches make, and institutions subsequently negotiate with the specific pressures of their actual incentive structures. The Dominion was not the Confederacy. This is worth establishing because the easy narrative that Mengsk had simply replaced one tyranny with another, that the rebellion had been a change of faces rather than a change of substance, is not quite accurate, and not quite accurate matters. The Dominion was less systematically brutal than the Confederacy in certain specific respects. The Ghost program continued but was managed differently. The fringe worlds received more consistent attention than they had under the old families. The apparatus of Confederate aristocracy was dismantled in ways that were not purely cosmetic. Mengsk had genuine grievances against the Confederacy and had built the Dominion, at least in part, in response to those grievances, and the response was real even where it was incomplete. It was also not what it said it was. The Dominion's commitment to security and prosperity was a commitment conditioned on loyalty, on the Terran population's acceptance of Mengsk's authority as legitimate and of the Dominion's governance as the appropriate frame within which Terran life in the Koprulu Sector should be organized. Populations or individuals who accepted that frame received the Dominion's attentions with the somewhat improved consistency it had promised. Populations or individuals who challenged it, who raised the question of what Mengsk had done to achieve the position from which he was now offering security and prosperity, received attentions of a different kind. Raynor challenged it. This was not a surprise to Mengsk, who had understood Raynor's character better than Raynor had understood his, and had factored into his planning that the break would happen and that Raynor's raiders would become the kind of persistent, low-level opposition that men of Raynor's particular combination of competence and conscience tend to become when they find themselves without an institution they can serve and with a conviction they cannot abandon. He had factored it in as a manageable problem. He was not wrong about that in the short term. He was not accounting, in his assessment of how manageable Raynor's opposition was, for the specific quality of a man whose capacity to persist in the face of futility is not diminished by the futility, but is, if anything, the particular thing he is best at. Raynor persisted. He did not have a plan exactly. He had targets, Dominion installations that represented, in his assessment, the clearest expression of the Dominion's actual priorities, as distinct from its stated ones: facilities that could be disrupted without significant civilian cost, supply chains that could be interrupted in ways that made the Dominion's operations more difficult, without making ordinary Terrans' lives worse. He hit those targets with the regularity of someone for whom the alternative to hitting them was sitting still. And sitting still was not something he had ever been able to do when something was wrong, and something that could be done about it was available. He did not have hope, exactly. Hope was a thing he had trouble with in that period. The specific kind of hope that requires believing that what you are doing is going to produce an outcome meaningfully different from the current situation, which required a model of how that would happen that he could not quite construct. What he had instead was something more durable than hope and less comfortable: the conviction that some things were worth doing, regardless of whether they were going to work, because the alternative to doing them was becoming the kind of person who had decided that the things that were worth doing were only worth doing if they worked. And he had seen enough of the galaxy by then to know what kind of people that produced. He had the file. He still had the file. He read it less often, not because the reading had become less important, but because the reading had become something he needed to ration, a thing whose value was preserved by not exhausting it, like the last supply of something you cannot replace. He kept it in a specific place on his ship, accessible in the way that things are accessible when you know exactly where they are and have chosen not to go there at the moment, and will go there when the moment is right. And the moment is not often right, because when it is right, it is very right and takes a long time to recover from. She was on Char. He knew this because Dominion intelligence reported on her activities with the thoroughness of an institution that understood what she was, and had decided that understanding her was preferable to not understanding her, even when understanding her produced information that was alarming. He read the intelligence reports in the same way he read her file, carefully, and with the specific attention of someone who is trying to find in a collection of tactical and strategic information something that is not tactical or strategic, but that he cannot stop looking for anyway. He found nothing that told him she was still the person the file described. He also found nothing that told him she wasn't. He held both things, the way he held most things, in his hands and without resolution, for as long as it took. Earth had been watching. Not continuously, not with the focused attention of an institution that had made the Koprulu Sector a priority. The communications lag between Earth and the sector, measured in years rather than hours, made continuous attention a practical impossibility, and the political will required to sustain institutional focus on a situation so distant and so complex across the administrations and the budget cycles and the competing priorities of a civilization that had its own internal pressures to manage, had never quite coalesced into anything consistent. But watching, in the way that a parent watches a child who has grown beyond the parent's ability to influence and has done things the parent was not informed of, and has become something the parent did not entirely plan for, with the particular mixture of concern and proprietary interest and wounded authority that characterizes that specific relationship. The signals had been arriving for years, reports of the navigation failures and the crash landings, initially. Those had reached Earth within decades of the events themselves, the communications traveling at the speed of light through the dark between stars, arriving into an institutional context that received them with the combination of official distress and private calculation that institutions bring to the news of expensive mistakes. Reports of the Confederacy's establishment and development, more concerning because the Confederacy's political structure had emerged in ways that were not consistent with Earth's expectation of what the colonies were supposed to be, which was an extension of Earth's authority rather than an independent political entity with its own governing apparatus and its own sense of what authority meant. And then the more recent reports of Zerg, of Protoss, of three-way conflicts in a sector that Earth's models had never included alien civilizations of that capability in, of the fall of the Confederacy and the rise of the Dominion, of a situation that had exceeded every framework Earth had developed for thinking about what the Koprulu Sector was and what it represented. The United Earth Directorate was Earth's response to the accumulated weight of all of this. It was not, to be precise about what it was, a diplomatic mission. It was not a relief operation or a humanitarian intervention or any of the other categories of response that imply a primary concern for the well-being of the people in the situation being responded to. It was a reassertion of authority, the organized expression of Earth's position that the Koprulu Sector was, regardless of what it had become in the intervening century, a territory whose ultimate governance resided with the institution that had sent the Supercarriers in the first place, and that the time had come to bring that governance to bear on a situation that had clearly exceeded the sector's own ability to manage itself. Admiral Gerard Dougal commanded the fleet. He was, by the standards of Earth's military hierarchy, exactly the kind of commander such a mission required. Experienced, intelligent, possessed of the specific kind of institutional confidence that comes from a career spent in service of an organization that has never had to seriously question its own legitimacy. He believed in the UED's mission with the straightforward conviction of someone who had not had occasion to develop a more complicated relationship with authority than the relationship of a capable person who has risen within it. He was not cruel. He was not stupid. He was in the way of all people whose capabilities have been developed entirely within a single institutional context, limited in ways that his capabilities prevented him from perceiving. His second was Vice Admiral Alexei Stukov, a different kind of officer entirely, the kind who exists in every military hierarchy as a counterbalance to the institutional confidence of the commanders above him, whose intelligence expressed itself not in the direction of mission objectives, but in the lateral direction of the things that the mission objectives were not accounting for. Stukov noticed things. He noticed them in the specific way that people notice things when they have learned, from long experience of watching plans interact with reality, that the things worth noticing are usually the ones that the plan has not planned for. He noticed, in the early stages of the UED's operations in the Koprulu Sector, things that he filed and tracked and did not yet have enough information to fully interpret, but that sat in his assessment of the situation as anomalies whose significance he could feel before he could articulate it. One of those anomalies was a man named Samir Duran. Duran arrived in the UED's operational context as a Confederate remnant, a ghost, highly capable, whose loyalties had been redirected by the Confederacy's collapse toward whatever represented the most viable available structure, which was now the UED. He was useful in ways that the UED's operational requirements made it convenient not to examine too closely. He knew the sector. He knew its political landscape, its military infrastructure, its personalities, and their vulnerabilities. In the specific depth of knowledge that someone who has been operating in an environment for a long time develops, the kind of knowledge that is more valuable to an institution arriving in an unfamiliar situation than almost any other asset it could acquire. Dougal valued him. Stukov noticed him. What Stukov noticed was not anything specific, not at first. It was a quality, the quality of a person whose helpfulness is so consistently calibrated to what is needed that the calibration itself becomes a kind of tell, the way that a story with no apparent inconsistencies becomes, to a sufficiently attentive listener, suspicious precisely because of the absence of inconsistency. Real people are inconsistently helpful. Real people have moments of friction and self-interest, and the small failures of attention that characterize consciousness operating under genuine constraints. Duran had none of those moments. Duran was always exactly what the situation required, which was not the signature of a person, but of something that had decided what it was going to be, and was executing that decision without the noise that genuine personhood introduces into any execution. Stukov filed this. He continued to file things about Duran, a growing record of observations that individually were explainable and collectively were something else, something that he was not yet ready to bring to Dougal because what he had was pattern rather than evidence, and Dougal was a man who required evidence. The UED's entry into the Koprulu Sector was swift in the way that the arrival of an overwhelming force tends to be swift, not because the sector's existing powers were incapable of resistance, but because the UED's fleet was of a scale that resistance, in the immediate term, was not a rational choice for any of the sector's factions. The Dominion, the Protoss remnant, the Queen of Blades Swarm, and Raynor's raiders were all, in varying degrees, players in a sector that the UED's arrival had suddenly made much smaller, their previous conflicts and alliances suddenly reframed by the presence of a force that was not interested in the sector's existing political arrangements, except as obstacles to the arrangements it intended to impose. Dougal moved against the Dominion first. This was strategically logical. The Dominion was the most organized Terran power in the sector, its military infrastructure the most developed, its political authority the most legitimate in terms of the population it governed, which made it the most significant obstacle to the UED's reassertion of Earth's authority over Terran affairs. The campaign against the Dominion was conducted with the efficiency of a significantly superior force, and the particular thoroughness of an institution that wanted to make a point about what resistance to its authority cost. Mengsk was captured, not killed, which was a deliberate choice, the UED having calculated that a living Mengsk in UED custody was more useful as a demonstration of Earth's reach than a dead Mengsk who could become a martyr. He was held. He was, for the first time in his adult life, not in control of anything, which was a condition he found intolerable in the specific way that people who have built their identity around control find any constraint on it intolerable. He began, immediately, to work on getting out. The UED also moved against the Zerg, or rather, toward the Zerg, in the way that an institution moves toward an asset it has decided to acquire. They had a cerebrate. This was perhaps the UED's most significant strategic asset in the Koprulu Sector beyond its fleet. A Zerg cerebrate captured and brought under UED control through a methodology that Earth's Xenobiological Research Division had developed from the intelligence reports about Zerg biology that had been filtering back to Earth over the years. A controlled cerebrate was, in theory, a means of directing a brood of Zerg organisms, of using the swarm's own organizational biology against itself, or in service of UED objectives, which, in the specific situation of the Koprulu Sector, meant directing a Zerg brood toward targets that the UED found useful to have consumed. The theory worked. This was genuinely remarkable. The UED's xenobiological research had produced something that the sector's existing powers, with their longer direct experience of the Zerg, had not managed to develop. The controlled cerebrate gave the UED a capability that no other faction in the sector possessed, and Dougal used it with the confidence of a commander who has an asset no one else has and has not yet had time to discover the limitations of that asset. The limitations were significant. They were also not immediately apparent, which gave them time to become consequential before they were visible. Raynor found himself in the position that the three-way situation had become a four-way situation, and that the addition of the fourth party had, in the specific way of additions to complex systems, not simplified things. He had no love for the Dominion. Mengsk's capture by the UED produced in him not satisfaction, but the particular discomfort of watching someone you despise receive a fate that you would not wish on anyone you despised, because the UED's authority over the Koprulu Sector was not a thing he could endorse even when it was being applied to Mengsk. He had no framework for the UED as a legitimate authority. His relationship with Earth was the relationship of a man born in the Koprulu Sector to parents who had been born in the Koprulu Sector, a relationship mediated entirely by cultural inheritance and the awareness that something had once sent vessels from there to here, and that the connection had not survived the transit intact. Earth's claim on the sector was, to Raynor, the claim of a place that had sent people out and lost them, and was now arriving to collect the results of what those people had built for themselves in the absence of any Earth-provided support. He thought about what was in front of him with the practical directness that characterized his thinking, and arrived at the conclusion he usually arrived at, which was that the least bad available option was to do what seemed most likely to produce a livable outcome in the short term and figure out the rest as it developed. The least bad available option, given the UED's arrival and the Dominion's collapse and the Queen of Blades swarm and the Protoss remnant on Shakuras, was some form of cooperation with the people he trusted least in service of a goal that none of them could achieve separately. He did not like this conclusion. He rarely liked his conclusions. He acted on them anyway. Phoenix was among the Protoss who coordinated with Raynor's raiders in the early stages of the response to the UED's arrival. It would be insufficient to describe Phoenix simply as a Protoss commander, though he was that, one of the most experienced and most respected military leaders the Protoss had produced, a warrior whose career spanned more of Protoss history than most Terrans could comfortably comprehend, whose reputation in the Kala was the reputation of someone whose life had been spent in a kind of complete commitment to the things he believed were worth committing to. He had been killed on Aiur during the Zerg assault and had been reborn in a dragoon. The mechanical shell that allowed severely damaged Protoss warriors to continue operating, their consciousness transferred into a mechanical body that replicated the warrior's capabilities without the biological vulnerabilities that had made the original form untenable. He was, in the Dragoon, still entirely himself, which was to say, still entirely committed, still entirely uninterested in the gap between what was required and what was convenient. He and Raynor understood each other in the way that people of different species and entirely different histories sometimes understand each other, not through shared background, but through shared orientation, the recognition of a quality in the other that you have learned through long experience of its absence in most of the people you encounter, to value when you find it. Raynor trusted Phoenix in the straightforward way he trusted very few people. Phoenix found in Raynor something that the Protoss's cultural framework did not have a clean category for: a human who operated with a consistency between stated values and actual behavior that the Protoss's tradition of honor could recognize as honorable even across the civilizational gap. They worked together in the contested space of the early UED campaign, their respective forces coordinating in the improvised way of people who have not had time to develop formal protocols and are relying instead on the kind of operational communication that competent people manage when they trust each other's judgment and are trying to accomplish the same thing. It was effective in the way that improvised cooperation between competent people usually is, less efficient than a properly planned joint operation, more resilient than a rigid structure that cannot adapt when the plan meets the situation. Kerrigan ended it. She entered the situation in the way that she entered most situations, having watched long enough to understand it completely. Having made her assessment of what each party wanted and what each party was willing to do to get it, and what each party's position would be worth to her if she could acquire it or neutralize it at the right moment. She had been watching the UED's arrival with the specific attention she gave to developments that affected the swarm's position in the sector, and she had arrived at a set of conclusions about the UED that were accurate, and a set of conclusions about how to respond to them that were effective, and a set of conclusions about which of the sector's existing factions were, at this particular moment, more useful to her as neutralized than as operational. She contacted Raynor and Phoenix. She proposed cooperation, a joint operation against the UED, the factions that had been fighting each other for years, setting aside those conflicts in recognition of the common threat that the UED represented. She made the case with the precision of someone who understood exactly what argument each party needed to hear and could construct that argument from first principles without any of the imprecision that persuasion introduces when the persuader is not entirely certain of what they are doing. She was entirely certain of what she was doing. Raynor heard her voice and felt the thing he always felt when he encountered evidence that she was still, in some sense, in some form, in some way that he could not entirely map onto the Sarah Kerrigan of the Confederate file, present. He agreed. He did not trust her. He agreed anyway. Because the UED was a real threat, and the cooperation was strategically sound, and because the part of him that had been reading her file for years was not, whatever else it was, capable of refusing the opportunity to be in contact with whatever she was now. The cooperation worked. The UED's positions were disrupted. Dougal's campaign, which had been proceeding with the efficiency of an overwhelming force in a sector it had initially surprised, encountered the specific difficulty of dealing with a sector that had reorganized itself around the common threat. The cooperation of Terran rebel forces and Protoss warriors and Zerg organisms under the Queen of Blades' direction, producing a combined capability that no individual faction had been able to bring to bear independently. Then Kerrigan killed Phoenix. She killed him at a moment when the operational picture had shifted in her favor, when the UED threat had been sufficiently degraded that the value of the alliance had diminished, and the value of eliminating a Protoss military capability that would not remain cooperative once the common threat was resolved had increased in her calculation. She killed him with the efficiency she brought to all the things she did, and without the announcement that would have allowed him to face it on his own terms, which was not the death a warrior of his history deserved, and which she knew and had decided was not the relevant consideration. Raynor learned of it within hours. The specific way he learned, not from her, not from any communication that offered explanation or justification, but from the operational report of an incident that described the destruction of a Dragoon unit and the termination of its occupant's life sign in terms that made what had happened unmistakable, was itself a kind of message, though not an intentional one. It told him that whatever he had believed was preserved in her, whatever quality of the person who had been his colleague and whose file he had been reading for years, did not extend to the people he had trusted alongside her. He did not forgive this. He filed it in the place where he kept the things he did not forgive, which was a place he maintained with the same care he maintained everything, and he continued to do what was in front of him because continuing to do what was in front of him was what he knew how to do. Stukov died around this time. Not in combat, in the specific way that men die who have noticed things they were not supposed to notice and have accumulated enough of a record to become a problem for the thing they were noticing. Duran had been tracking Stukov's tracking of him with the patience of something that has learned to be patient over timescales that make the patience of humans or Protoss look like impatience, and had identified the moment when Stukov's accumulated observations had reached the threshold at which action was required. Dougal, presented with evidence that appeared to show Stukov's complicity in an act that violated UED operational protocols, ordered his arrest. The arrest became a death in the specific chain of events that Duran had arranged to produce that outcome. Dougal found out later that the evidence had been fabricated. He found out after Stukov was dead, which was when the finding out was arranged to happen. He carried this knowledge in the way that commanders carry the knowledge of having been used to harm someone under their command. Not well, not without the specific weight of it reshaping something in how he understood his own judgment. He wrote about it in the letters to his wife that he composed in the hours when the operational requirements of the campaign did not fully occupy his attention, the letters that he transmitted to Earth, knowing that they would arrive years after he sent them and would be read in a context he could not predict, by a person whose life in the intervening years he could not know. The letters were the truest thing Dougal produced in the Koprulu Sector. They were also the most private, which meant they were the thing about him that would matter most in the long accounting of history, and the thing that history would have the hardest time accessing. He was writing to his wife about a war in a place very far from home, and she was receiving his letters years after they were sent, and the distance between the writing and the reading was not only measured in light years, but in everything that happened in between. Everything that Dougal would do and fail to do, and understand too late in the time between the letter leaving his hand and the letter arriving in hers. It was a very large distance to carry anything across. She received them all, eventually. There is a particular kind of victory that feels, to everyone involved, like something other than winning. Not defeat. The outcomes are real, the objectives achieved, the opposing forces neutralized in ways that cannot be reversed. But victory of a specific kind, the kind achieved at a cost that, when the accounting is done in full, produces a number that sits in the mind of anyone honest enough to do the accounting as something other than triumphant. The Koprulu Sector, in the aftermath of Brood War, had this quality throughout, a landscape of achieved objectives and exhausted victors, and losses that no one had quite authorized, but everyone had somehow incurred. The specific atmosphere of a situation that has resolved itself without having been resolved. Kerrigan had orchestrated it. This is not an exaggeration. The outcome of Brood War was, more than it was the product of any other single intelligence, the product of her assessment of the situation and her manipulation of its variables, with a patience and a precision that no other actor in the conflict had matched. The UED had arrived with overwhelming force and had been used, methodically, as an instrument for weakening every other faction before being destroyed itself. The Dominion had been degraded and then permitted to persist in a diminished form because a Dominion that existed was more predictable than the chaos that the Dominion's complete destruction would have created. The Protoss remnant on Shakuras had been allowed to continue because the Protoss, in the Queen of Blades' strategic assessment, were more useful as a known quantity. Wounded, rebuilding, unlikely to project significant military force into the sector for the foreseeable future, than as a civilization pushed to a desperate response by existential pressure. Raynor had been allowed to continue for reasons she continued to not examine. What she had not orchestrated, what had happened in the process of orchestrating everything else, in the spaces between the strategic decisions and the operational executions, was the specific texture of what the victory left behind. She had the Swarm. She had the most powerful military force in the Koprulu Sector, unchallenged, its position established through a sequence of events that had left every potential rival either destroyed or significantly diminished. She had exactly what she had been building toward since the chrysalis on Char had opened, and she had understood, in the first moments of that understanding, that the Swarm was hers to direct. What she had not fully planned for was what it felt like to have arrived. This is not a criticism of her planning. The failure to fully anticipate what arrival feels like is not a planning failure, but a limitation of imagination that applies to every consciousness that has been in motion long enough that motion has become its primary mode of being. She had been in motion since she was 6 years old. The Ghost Program, the Sons of Korhal, the Chrysalis, the Zerg Civil War, Brood War. All of it had been characterized by the specific forward pressure of situations that required response, that offered no pause in which the question of what you were moving toward could be examined without the examination being interrupted by the next thing that required response. Arrival was new. Arrival created a stillness that she had not had to inhabit before, and stillness, it turned out, had a quality to it that motion had not prepared her for. In the stillness, things were more visible. The UED fleet was gone. Dougal's campaign, which had entered the Koprulu Sector with the certainty of an institution that had never had occasion to doubt its own legitimacy, had ended in the specific way of certainties that encounter situations their certainty was not calibrated for. Not collapsed exactly, not confronted with a single decisive refutation, but eroded, ground down by the cumulative weight of a situation that was more complex than the certainty had accounted for, until what remained was not certainty at all, but the residue of it. The institutional posture of certainty, maintained by a commander who had lost the substance and was holding on to the form. Dougal had understood this about himself before the end. The letters to his wife, which Kerrigan's intelligence had not intercepted, not because she couldn't have, but because she had made the assessment that intercepting personal correspondence from a defeated commander served no strategic purpose, which was true and was also perhaps not the only reason, contained in their later entries a quality of honesty that the operational reports he filed did not. He wrote about Stukov. He wrote about the fabricated evidence and what he had done with it, and what he had understood too late about the man who had given it to him. He wrote about the specific sensation of leading a fleet that had been the most powerful force in the Koprulu Sector, and watching it become, through a sequence of defeats that he could not quite explain, in terms that the UED's strategic doctrine provided, something less than that. He wrote, in what would be his last letter, about his wife, about the house they had or had had. Years had passed since he left, years in which the letters had traveled at the speed of light in both directions, and the house might have changed, or she might have changed, or both. And he was writing to a version of her that was years out of date, as she was writing to a version of him that was equally distant from what he had become. He wrote about wanting to come home, about the specific quality of wanting something that you are not going to get, which is different from wanting something you might get, and different again from having stopped wanting it. A category of desire that does not diminish with time, but changes in texture, becomes less urgent and more present, less about the future and more about the fact of the wanting itself. He did not make it home. The Queen of Blades found his fleet in the space where it had retreated after the campaign's final failure. Not a dramatic engagement, not the kind of battle that historical accounts tend to focus on, but the practical conclusion of a strategic situation that had been moving toward a specific outcome for long enough that the outcome's arrival was more like completion than like event. Dougal died knowing what he knew about Stukov, about Duran, about the limits of his own judgment in a situation that had exceeded the frameworks available to him, and carrying it with the dignity of a man who has done what he could with what he had, and knows that the accounting of it will not be entirely flattering, and has made his peace with that. His last letter was transmitted before the fleet's communications were lost. It arrived at its destination years later. Whether it was read, and by whom, and what it produced in the reading, belongs to the history of a world that this history does not have the reach to include. Mengsk was released. This requires explanation, because the release of the man who had destroyed the Confederacy and declared himself emperor and deployed SI emitters on Tarsonis, the man for whom Kerrigan had, in the most precise sense available, every reason to want dead, is not an outcome that follows from any simple accounting of her grievances. She released him because releasing him served her purposes better than killing him. A dead Mengsk was a martyr and a vacuum, a figure that the Dominion's population could organize their grief around, and a power structure without a center that would require resolution in forms she could not entirely predict. A living Mengsk restored to his throne was a known quantity in a sector that she had just finished reorganizing, and that she wanted, for the moment, to be as stable as a sector recently reorganized by Brood War could be. She told him, when the release was arranged, that she was allowing him to live because killing him was not worth her time. This was approximately true in the strategic sense and entirely untrue in any other sense. And they both knew it, and the conversation in which it was said was one of the more remarkable conversations of the Brood War period. Two people who had shaped each other's history more than almost anyone else, separated now by the full width of what they had each become, having an exchange that was entirely about power and entirely not about power, and that concluded with each of them returning to the position they were in before it happened, which was the position she had decided they would each return to before the conversation began. He hated her. She was entirely comfortable with this. Raynor heard about the Dominion's restoration through the standard intelligence channels he maintained, the network of contacts and sympathizers that kept him informed about the sector's political situation from his position at its margins. He received the news of Mengsk's release with the specific quality of a man who has stopped being surprised by the gap between what justice would require and what actually happens, which is a quality that is indistinguishable from the outside from cynicism, but is, from the inside, something closer to the exhausted realism of a person who has been paying attention for long enough to understand that the gap is not a temporary condition awaiting resolution, but a permanent feature of the landscape. He received it. He filed it. He continued. The Protoss on Shakuras rebuilt. This is easy to say and very difficult to fully represent. The rebuilding of a civilization that has lost its homeworld, that has been disconnected from the physical place that served for 10,000 years as the material expression of everything it was and believed and had built, is not a project that has a clean narrative shape. It is not a series of events with a clear progression from loss to recovery. It is something more like the slow re-establishment of something's relationship with its own existence after the thing that made that existence make sense has been removed. The Protoss on Shakuras were doing this through the Kala, the shared network transmitting not just the practical work of rebuilding, but the emotional weight of the loss. Every Protoss on Shakuras carrying every other Protoss's grief simultaneously, which was both the resource that made the rebuilding possible and the condition that made the rebuilding necessary. Zeratul moved. He had been moving since the Fall of Aiur, through the hidden places of the galaxy that the Dark Templar had learned to navigate in their millennia of exile, following a thread that had presented itself to him in the moment of the Cerebrate's death on Aiur, the glimpse of what existed in the void, the impression of a presence that had a relationship to the Zerg's history that the Zerg themselves did not know about, the outline of something that the Protoss prophecies he had spent his exile studying, described in terms that he was only beginning to understand, might be literal rather than mythological. He found evidence. Not conclusively, not in the form of a single revelation that resolved the question the Cerebrate's death had opened, but in the form of fragments, archaeological, biological, psionic, that accumulated in his records into a pattern that was becoming, with each edition, harder to dismiss as coincidence and easier to read as the outline of a deliberate design. The hybrid. Creatures that combined Zerg and Protoss biology in configurations that no natural process could have produced, that required the kind of intervention that only a consciousness with both the knowledge and the capability of the Xel'Naga could have managed, found in Zerg holding facilities in locations that the standard accounts of Zerg expansion did not explain, found in places the Zerg had gone not because the logic of their expansion led them there, but because something else had directed them there. Someone had been using the Zerg. Not the Overmind. The Overmind had been the Swarm's will for millions of years, and the hybrid predated the Overmind's direction by long enough that the Overmind was not the explanation. Something older, something that had been operating in the background of galactic history for long enough that its operations looked like the history itself rather than like interventions in it. Zeratul wrote these findings down in forms that the Dark Templar had developed for the preservation of knowledge. Not the Kala's living network of shared memory, which he no longer had access to, but physical records in the specific medium that millennia of exile had led the Dark Templar to prefer for things they wanted to survive. He did not know yet who he was writing them for. He wrote them anyway because the writing was what the evidence required, and he had learned in a very long time of doing what the evidence required, regardless of whether he would live to see the purpose, that this was simply the work. The Koprulu Sector settled into something that was not peace, but resembled it from a sufficient distance. The Dominion governed with the specific quality it had always governed with. The combination of genuine improvement over the Confederate baseline and the persistent prioritization of its own authority over the well-being of the populations that authority was exercised over. The Protoss on Shakuras continued their rebuilding. The Queen of Blades maintained the swarm in the watchful dormancy that Char's isolation afforded, present, capable, directing without expanding. The patience of someone who understands that the next situation requiring response will arrive when it arrives, and that the time before it arrives is best spent in consolidation rather than action. Raynor persisted. He always persisted. And in the deep places of the galaxy, in the Zerg holding facilities that Zeratul investigations had not yet reached, and in the void beyond the physical universe that no living consciousness in the sector had the means to perceive, something that had been patient for a very long time continued to be patient. Not indefinitely, but for now, for the years that the sector needed to believe it was settling, for the time that was required before the next thing began. It was patient because it understood timescales that made Brood War look like an afternoon. It was patient because it had been patient before and would be patient again, and patience was simply the condition of operating across the kind of scale it operated across. It was patient because what it was waiting for was almost ready. The 4-year gap that followed Brood War was real, a genuine pause in the civilizational scale events that had characterized the preceding years, a period in which the sector's attention was occupied by the immediate and the local rather than the cosmic and the galactic. People were born in it. People died in it of ordinary causes. Families were formed and dissolved on worlds that were recovering from things that had happened to them and were now, tentatively, experiencing the specific fragile normalcy that follows catastrophe when the catastrophe has stopped and the next one has not yet begun. In a bar on the edge of nowhere, Raynor read a file. In the ruins of crystalline cities on a world that had been beautiful for 10,000 years, the wind moved through what remained. In the deep places of Char, in the center of a swarm that was waiting because its director had decided waiting was correct, something that had been Sarah Kerrigan and was now something else sat in the particular quality of quiet that arrives when you have finished doing the thing you set out to do and have not yet decided what to do next, and held carefully in the silence of not stating it, the thing she continued to preserve. The 4 years passed. The galaxy, for those 4 years, breathed. It would not breathe for much longer. The bar was called something that didn't matter. Raynor had been in enough bars on enough fringe worlds to know that the names of bars on fringe worlds were not the thing about them that mattered. The names were functional at best, aspirational at worst, placeholders for an identity that the establishments themselves had not quite developed and might not develop if the world they were on continued to receive the kind of Dominion attention that fringe worlds typically received, which was the kind that extracted and the kind that taxed, and occasionally the kind that reminded the population of what happened to fringe worlds that developed the wrong ideas about their relationship to the Dominion's authority. He had been coming to bars like this one for 4 years. Not this specific bar. He and the raiders moved because moving was survival. Because a stationary target was a target in the most practical military sense, and the Dominion's intelligence services were not, whatever else could be said about the Dominion, incompetent. But bars like this one, on worlds like this one, with the same quality of light that came from fixtures that had been functional for too long without maintenance, and the same quality of quiet that settled over a room full of people who had learned that quiet was safer than conversation when you didn't know who was listening. He sat in the quiet and he read the file. He had read it enough times that the reading had changed character. In the early period, in the months immediately following Tarsonis, following the transmission cutout, following the specific moment that had reorganized his understanding of his situation, the reading had been driven by something that was close to desperation. The need to find in the document some evidence that contradicted what he believed had happened, some indication that the administrative language of the Ghost program's records was not describing what it appeared to be describing. He had not found that contradiction because it was not there, and the not finding of it had produced, over many readings, a kind of accommodation. Not acceptance, which implied a peace with things that he was not at peace with, but a familiarity with the document's contents that allowed him to hold them without the acute distress of fresh encounter. Now the reading was something else again. It had become over 4 years. A practice, in something like the meditative sense, the sense of a repeated engagement with a fixed thing that produces, each time, a slightly different understanding, not because the thing has changed, but because the person engaging with it has. The file had not changed. It was the same Confederate Ghost program document it had always been, the same flat administrative language, recording the same sequence of events in the same terms that the program had developed for describing the transformation of children into assets. But he was not the same person who had first read it in the aftermath of Tarsonis, and the not-sameness showed in what he noticed. What he noticed now, reading it in the bar that didn't matter on the fringe world, that mattered only in the way that any world matters when people are living on it, was the gaps. The Ghost program's records were thorough in the things they recorded, and silent in the things they chose not to record, and the silence had a shape, the specific shape of an institution that understood what it was doing and had decided, consciously and at a policy level, that the documentation of certain aspects of its operations would create a record that was inconvenient. The gaps were where those aspects lived. The gaps were where the person was, where the child who had been assessed and processed and transformed had existed in ways that the program's records did not acknowledge, because acknowledging them would have required using language that the program did not have and would not have wanted. He had been filling in the gaps for 4 years, not with invented material. Raynor was not a man who invented things, who constructed comfortable narratives to replace uncomfortable realities, but with the things he had observed directly in the time they had operated together, that the file could not contain. The way she had moved through a tactical situation, the specific quality of her silence in the moments between operations when the professional competence was not required, and what was underneath it was, very briefly, visible. The thing he had understood in those moments, which was that the program had made her extraordinary and had not made her less, had not reduced what was underneath the making, had succeeded only in burying it under layers of conditioned behavior that the burying had preserved rather than eliminated. He closed the file. He looked at the window. The view was a fringe world at night, which in this case meant a sky with too many stars and not enough light from the settlements below them to wash the stars out. The specific astronomical abundance of a place far enough from any significant urban concentration that the light pollution was minimal, and the dark between the stars was dark in the way that dark is actually dark, not the attenuated dark of a sky with competition. He looked at the stars for a long time without thinking about them specifically, the way you look at something when you are thinking about something else, and the something else is large enough that it occupies all available processing, and the looking is just what your eyes are doing, while your mind is elsewhere. He was thinking about the artifact. The artifact had come to his attention through channels that he maintained with the careful informality of a commander who has learned that formal intelligence structures are only as good as the institutions that run them, and that the institutions available to him were either hostile or insufficient. A series of fragments, physical objects of unmistakable non-Terran origin, their material composition unlike anything in the Koprulu Sector's known mineralogy, their design suggesting a purpose that the Terran engineers who had examined the fragments could not identify but could not dismiss as coincidental. They had been found in separate locations across the sector by separate people under separate circumstances that had in common only the quality of the objects themselves. Raynor's raiders had acquired the first fragment through an operation that had been intended as a supply raid on a Dominion research installation, and had produced, in addition to the supplies, the discovery that the Dominion's research division had been studying something that it had classified at levels significantly above what a supply cache would normally warrant. He had the fragment examined by the most capable technical minds available to him, which were not the most capable technical minds in the Koprulu sector, but were competent enough to confirm that what he had was something that had not been made by any Terran or Protoss technology they had knowledge of, and that the energy readings it produced were psionic in origin, but unlike the psionic signatures of any known psionic technology. He had started looking for the others. There were others. He understood this without being able to say how he understood it, the understanding arriving as a conviction rather than a conclusion. The specific quality of knowing something before you have the evidence to know it that sometimes precedes evidence in people who have spent long enough in situations where pattern recognition is a survival skill. He looked for them the way he conducted all operations that required patience, systematically, without urgency, allowing the process to move at the pace that the available information supported rather than the pace that his interest in the outcome would have preferred. The Dominion was also looking. This was both a complication and a confirmation. The Dominion's interest in the artifact fragments validated his own assessment that the fragments were significant, which was useful, and meant that the process of acquiring them involved competing with an institution that had significantly more resources than he did, which was the permanent condition of his existence, and therefore not a new problem. Zeratul found him. This is perhaps not the accurate formulation. Zeratul did not find things in the conventional sense, did not conduct searches in the way that a person conducting a search moves through space looking for a target. Zeratul arrived, which is a different quality of event, one that had the character of an outcome that had been moving toward its arrival for longer than the arrival itself suggested. He arrived in the way that Dark Templar arrived, without announcement, without the kind of approach that sensor systems were designed to detect. Present in the space where Raynor was, before Raynor had had the opportunity to be aware of an approach. He carried everything he had found, not physically. The Dark Templar's records were not physical in the standard sense, stored instead in the psionic medium that the Dark Templar had developed over their millennia of exile, accessible to a consciousness capable of reading it in the way that a library is accessible to a person who can read. He offered it to Raynor not as a data transfer, but as a series of encounters, meeting after meeting over days, Zeratul presenting what he had found in the hybrid facilities, in the archaeological records, in the psionic traces left behind by something operating across the galaxy's history in ways that the history had not previously been read to reveal. Raynor listened. He was a good listener. This was not a quality that his reputation as a soldier and a rebel commander particularly emphasized, but it was one of his most significant qualities, the willingness to receive information without immediately imposing his existing framework on it, to allow what was being said to arrive before deciding what it meant. He listened to Zeratul for days and allowed what Zeratul was presenting to accumulate in his understanding, without the urgency to resolve it into a conclusion before the accumulation was sufficient. What accumulated was this. The Zerg had been used. Not just guided, used in the sense that a tool is used, by a consciousness that was not the Overmind and was not any Zerg intelligence, and was not anything that the Koprulu Sector's existing knowledge of the galaxy's inhabitants had a category for. The hybrid were evidence of this use. Biological constructs that required both Zerg and Protoss genetic material and the kind of directed biological engineering that only a Xel'Naga level capability could have produced, created not as an accident or a byproduct, but as an intended outcome, as the specific thing that the using of the Zerg had been aimed at producing, and the consciousness behind the using, the thing that had directed the Zerg's expansion in ways the Overmind had not known were being directed, that had engineered the hybrid in the holding facilities that Zeratul had found, that had been operating with a patience and a scope that made the UED's strategic planning look like improvisation, was Amon, a fallen Xel'Naga. This was the term Zeratul used, drawing on the Protoss prophecies he had spent his exile studying, and that had been, he now understood, not mythology but history, a record of events so old that the civilizations living in their aftermath had reclassified them as stories because stories were more manageable than the alternative, which was accepting that what the stories described had actually happened and was, in its essential structure, still happening. Amon had not accepted the infinite cycle. This was the root of it, the simplest formulation of something that was not simple, but that, like all things that are not simple, had a simple core. The Xel'Naga's philosophy of the infinite cycle held that the highest expression of existence was the transcendence produced by the convergence of purity of form and purity of essence, the elevation of life towards something greater than what it was through the patient guidance of its development. Amon had looked at this philosophy and had arrived at a different conclusion about what the highest expression of existence was. He had concluded that the diversity of life was not raw material for elevation, but competition, that the cycle's endpoint should not be transcendence but singularity, not the production of something new that carried all of existence forward, but the elimination of everything that was not the single final form that he had decided was correct. He had been building toward this for longer than the Protoss had existed on Aiur. The Zerg's expansion was his instrument, not guided toward the cycle's endpoint of convergence, but toward the elimination of biological diversity that would leave only what he intended to preserve. The hybrid were his soldiers for the moment when the elimination was complete enough to require a force to enforce the final conclusion. And the Zerg themselves, the Overmind, the Cerebrates, the entire apparatus of the Swarm's directed expansion, had been, in a fundamental sense, his without knowing it, their consuming and incorporating, serving a purpose that they had experienced as their own nature, and that was, in the deep architecture that the Xel'Naga had designed into the Overmind at Amon's direction, a purpose he had installed. Raynor received this. He held it. He did the thing he always did with information that reorganized his understanding of his situation, which was to sit with it long enough that the reorganization completed itself before he attempted to respond to it. Then he asked the question that was most immediately relevant to him, which was not a cosmic question about the nature of Amon's design or the implications of a fallen Xel'Naga's plan for galactic civilization, but a specific and personal question. What did this mean for Kerrigan? Zeratul's answer was not simple. Nothing Zeratul said was simple. He had been carrying too much for too long for simplicity to be available to him in the way it is available to people who have not been carrying things for the same duration. But the answer's essential structure was this: the Overmind had known. Not from the beginning, the Overmind had been made in ignorance of Amon's purpose, and had served that purpose in the genuine belief that it was serving its own. But in the moment of its death, in the flash of perception that Zeratul's killing of the Cerebrate had transmitted through the psionic network, the Overmind had understood, had seen in the glimpse of what existed in the void, the outline of what it had been made for and the outline of what it had actually been doing for millions of years, and the gap between the two. And in the time between that glimpse and its death on Aiur, the Overmind had acted on what it understood. The chrysalis. Kerrigan. The specific and unprecedented care the Overmind had brought to the process of her transformation, the transformation that had produced not a standard-infested ghost, but something genuinely new, something that had Kerrigan's intelligence and her psionic power in a form that was not under the Overmind's psionic control, not subject to Amon's direction through the Swarm's network, not available to be used as the hybrid were available, because what the Overmind had made of her was not a Zerg organism in the sense that the Swarm's network could reach. The Overmind had made her to be the Swarm's resistance to Amon, not to destroy Amon. That had been beyond the Overmind's understanding of what was possible, given what it knew of Amon's nature and capability, but to provide the Swarm with a director whose consciousness was not accessible to Amon's control, whose direction of the Swarm could not be turned to Amon's purposes the way the Overmind's own direction had been turned. A Swarm under her command was a Swarm that Amon could not use. This was what the Overmind had understood. In the last moments of its existence was the most significant thing it could do. Raynor sat with this for a long time. He was thinking about the file. He was thinking about a girl who had been taken from her family at 6 years old and made into a weapon, and then taken from the people who had deployed her and made into something else, and who had, through all of it, through the Ghost program and the Sons of Korhal and the Chrysalis and Brood War and the stillness of 4 years on Char, not been destroyed. Not been reduced to what any of the things that had happened to her had tried to reduce her to, had remained somehow in some form that he had been unable to identify in the intelligence reports, but had been unable to stop looking for, present. He was thinking that the Overmind had known this, that the Overmind had looked at what she was and seen in it, what he had been looking for in the file for 4 years. The specific quality of a person who could not be entirely managed, who was more than what had been made of her, who carried in the gap between what the program had produced and what she actually was, the potential for something that the program had not intended and had not eliminated. The artifact was Xel'Naga. He understood this now with a certainty that the technical examinations of the fragments had approached but not reached. It was designed to interact with the energy signature of a specific kind of psionic consciousness, the kind produced by the Overmind's transformation process, the kind that Kerrigan carried as the specific and unrepeatable result of what had been done to her on Shar. It was, in the Xel'Naga's extraordinary technology, something like a key, and the lock it was designed for was not a physical structure. He looked at the stars through the bar's window for a long time. Too many stars. The dark between them, very dark. He stood up. He left enough on the table for the drink and for the bar that had a name that didn't matter to have meant something in the accounting of a night that did. He went back to his ship. He gathered his people. He went looking for the rest of the artifact's pieces with the specific purposefulness of a man who has understood for the first time in 4 years. Not just what he was doing, but why. Not the tactical reason, but the reason underneath the tactical reason. The one that had been present all along in the file he had been reading, and in the stars he had been looking at, and in the conviction he had maintained through all of it, that the thing worth doing was worth doing regardless of whether it was going to work. He believed she was still there. He had always believed this. He now had a reason for the belief that was not just belief. It was not a comfortable reason. It was not the reason he would have chosen if choosing had been available. It was the reason the situation provided, the reason that the Overmind's last act, and Zeratul long investigation, and the artifact's Xel'Naga engineering had assembled from the pieces of a galaxy-scale design that no one alive had fully understood, until Zeratul had spent decades reading the evidence, and Raynor had spent one night in a bar that didn't matter finally hearing it. He moved. The raiders moved with him. The sector, mostly unaware, continued its tentative approximation of normalcy. In the dark between the stars, something that had been patient for a very long time felt the artifact's pieces moving toward assembly, and began, with the unhurried thoroughness of an intelligence that measured urgency in geological time, to attend more closely to what was happening in the Koprulu Sector. The 4 years were over. The swarm without her was not the swarm she had built. This is the first thing that needs to be understood about the 4 years of Kerrigan's dormancy on Shar. That the swarm she had assembled through the Zerg Civil War and maintained through Brood War was a swarm organized around a specific kind of direction, and that direction's withdrawal did not leave the organization intact. It left the structure, the broods, the cerebrates, the biological infrastructure of hive clusters across multiple worlds. But it left the structure without the animating intelligence that had made the structure more than a collection of its components. The Queen of Blades had not directed the swarm through the same psionic compulsion the Overmind had used. She had directed it through something closer to what the Terrans would call command, the exercise of will through decision and demonstration, rather than through direct neural override. It was more resilient in some respects and more dependent on her presence in others, and her dormancy revealed the dependency with the clarity that absence always brings to the things that presence was maintaining. The broods fragmented. Not catastrophically, not with the speed and violence of the fragmentation that had followed the Overmind's death, which had been a sudden and total removal of the unifying consciousness from a system that had been entirely dependent on it. This fragmentation was slower, more ambiguous, the product of individual cerebrates and brood leaders making independent assessments of their situation in the absence of direction and arriving at the conclusion that their situation permitted, or perhaps required, a degree of autonomous action that the Queen of Blades' command had not allowed. Some broods maintained the position she had established and waited, with the patience of organisms whose relationship with time was not governed by the urgency that characterizes species with shorter lifespans. Others expanded, not in the directed, strategic way that her command had shaped expansion, but in the instinctive, opportunistic way that the Zerg's most fundamental biology inclined them toward in the absence of a will telling them to do otherwise. Zagara was the most significant of the brood leaders who moved. She was not, in the accounting of raw psionic power, the strongest of the cerebrates or brood leaders who had remained active during Kerrigan's dormancy. She was, however, the one whose particular combination of capability and disposition made her most effective in the specific situation. Aggressive enough to establish dominance over broods whose own leadership was weaker or less coordinated, pragmatic enough to recognize that dominance established through intelligence and positioning rather than through the expenditure of biological resources she could not afford to waste was dominance more likely to persist. She thought about outcomes rather than just about the immediate engagement, which was not a universal quality among the Zerg's brood leaders and was the quality that made her, in the 4 years of the Queen of Blades' absence, the closest thing the swarm had to a coherent direction. She was also, in a way that she would not have been capable of articulating, but that shaped her decisions with the consistency of a principle she had internalized without consciously adopting: waiting. Not for the Queen of Blades. Zagara's relationship with the Queen of Blades was the relationship of a subordinate who has been shaped by a commander's direction without fully understanding the depth of what that shaping has done to the framework through which she assesses situations. She was waiting in the way that all things wait, when they have been structured by something larger than themselves and that something larger is temporarily absent. not consciously waiting, but organized in a way that pointed toward a return, the way a compass points without knowing it is pointing. The Dominion watched all of this with the focused attention of an institution that had every reason to want the swarm's fragmentation to continue and consolidate rather than resolve. Mengsk's strategic assessment of the Zerg, refined over years of operating in their presence and updated with everything the Brood War had revealed about what the Swarm was capable of under the Queen of Blades' direction, identified the current fragmentation as the most favorable Terran position vis-à-vis the Zerg that had existed since before First Contact. A fragmented swarm with no unifying intelligence was manageable in ways that a swarm under the Queen of Blades' command had never been. A restored Queen of Blades was a threat category that the Dominion's military planning specifically and explicitly did not want to have to address again. The artifact complicated this. Raynor's acquisition of the artifact's pieces, conducted with the improvised efficiency of a small organization operating against an institution with significantly greater resources, managing through intelligence and timing what it could not manage through direct capability, had produced a growing Dominion awareness that something significant was happening with the Xel'Naga technology fragments that Dominion research had been studying. The Dominion's response was the response it brought to all Raynor-related situations, which was the application of military resources in quantities sufficient to address the threat, combined with the intelligence operations that Mengsk's apparatus had developed over years of tracking a rebel commander who had proven irritatingly difficult to eliminate. The artifact drew them both, Raynor's raiders and the Dominion forces pursuing them, toward Char. Char was, in the 4 years of the Queen of Blades' dormancy, not entirely dormant itself. The Zerg infrastructure she had established there persisted in the way that Zerg infrastructure persists in the absence of active direction, maintained by the biological processes built into it, responsive to the presence of the Zerg organisms that inhabited it, slowly evolving in the ways that Zerg biology evolved when it was not being actively shaped by an overriding intelligence. The hive clusters breathed in the specific way that Zerg structures breathe, the slow exchange of atmosphere through biological membranes, the constant low-level circulation of the creep that covered the ground in expanding and contracting patterns determined by the availability of biological nutrients and the presence of the Zerg organisms embedded in it. The planet itself continued its geological processes. The lava flows, the sulfuric emissions, the tectonic activity that kept Char's surface in the constant low-level motion that had characterized it for the billions of years before the Zerg arrived, and would characterize it for the billions of years after whatever came next, had resolved itself. In the deep place where the chrysalis had opened and the Queen of Blades had emerged, there was another structure that the broods on Char had not disturbed in 4 years of fragmented and increasingly autonomous activity. Not because they had been instructed to avoid it. The Queen of Blades had given no such instruction before her dormancy, because she had not known it would be needed. The broods avoided it for the same reason that organisms in a system organized around a center of gravity avoid the center, not through conscious decision, but through the adjustment of behavior that proximity to something significant produces in things that are sensitive to significance. The structure was not large. It was not imposing in the way that the major hive clusters were imposing. It was biological in the way that all Zerg structures were biological, and it had been there for 4 years, and the broods moved around it without examining it too closely, and no one on Char or anywhere else in the Koprulu Sector knew that what was in it was not what it appeared to be. What it appeared to be was an inert Zerg structure, the kind of organic remnant that the swarm occasionally left behind when a biological process had completed, and the structure produced by that process was no longer serving an active function. What it actually was required a different vocabulary to describe, a vocabulary that none of the people who were converging on Char in the final stages of the artifact's assembly had access to yet. The assault on Char was not planned as a single operation. It arrived as the convergence of separate intentions, Raynor's raiders moving toward Char because the artifact's completion and the evidence of what the artifact was designed to do made Char the only logical destination. Dominion forces pursuing Raynor and simultaneously pursuing their own assessment of what the artifact represented. And the Zerg broods on Char responding to the arrival of significant Terran forces on their planet, with the instinctive territorial aggression that the swarm's fundamental biology produced in the absence of direction telling it to do otherwise. Raynor moved through it. He moved through the Zerg and the Dominion forces, and the volcanic terrain of Char's surface, with the specific quality of motion that characterizes a person who is doing something that has been building for 4 years and has finally arrived at the moment of action that all the building was aimed at. He was not reckless. He had never been reckless. Recklessness being the failure mode of people who confuse urgency with carelessness, and Raynor had long since learned that urgency and carelessness were not compatible with getting where you intended to go. He was purposeful in a way that was different from his usual purposefulness, the difference being that his usual purposefulness was directed toward objectives he had assessed as worth pursuing, and this purposefulness was directed toward something he had not allowed himself to think of as an objective, because thinking of it as an objective meant accepting the possibility that the objective might not be achieved. Valerian Mengsk was there. This requires a moment, because Valerian is one of those figures whose significance in the Koprulu Sector's history is disproportionate to the space he occupies in the standard accounts of its most dramatic events. Not because his role was small, but because it was the kind of role that is most visible in its contrast with what surrounds it. He was Artanis Mengsk's son. He had grown up inside the Dominion's power structure with all the access and all the constraint that implied access to the full apparatus of Dominion authority. Constraint of the specific kind that the son of an autocrat experiences when the autocrat has decided that succession is a matter of his own timing rather than the natural development of a capable successor. He was not his father. This is the most important thing about him, and it was the thing that his father had never been able to decide whether it was an asset or a liability. He had his own interest in the artifact, an interest that was not the Dominion's strategic interest, not the institutional calculation of what the artifact's power represented as a military asset, but something more personal and more complicated than that. He had been studying the Xel'Naga for years with the specific devotion of someone whose intellectual curiosity had found, in a subject vast enough to accommodate it without limit, the kind of object that organizes a life around itself. He understood the artifact's purpose better than anyone else in the Koprulu Sector who had access to it, including Raynor, and he had arrived at Char not to claim it for the Dominion, but to use it for what he believed it was actually designed for. He and Raynor reached an understanding, not an alliance. The word implied more formal structure than the situation had produced, but the kind of operational agreement between people who have identified a shared immediate objective and have the practical intelligence to pursue it without requiring that their broader disagreements be resolved first. Raynor trusted Valerian approximately as much as he trusted anyone he had met in the preceding 4 years, which was not very much, and rather more than he trusted the Dominion as an institution, which was also not very much. The understanding was sufficient for the purpose. The artifact was assembled. This is an inadequate description of what happened when the fragments were brought together and activated. The combination of Xel'Naga technology of a sophistication that the Koprulu Sector had no framework for understanding, and the specific psionic resonance that the artifact was designed to produce, was not simply assembly in the engineering sense, but something that the assembled fragments, once in proximity, did partly of their own accord. the Xel'Naga engineering that had designed each fragment to respond to the others, taking over from the process of physical combination and producing, in the moments of that response, an energy output that Raynor's ships registered, and that the Zerg organisms on Char's surface felt as something that interrupted, briefly and completely, the psionic frequencies through which the swarm's biology operated. The Zerg fell silent. Not permanently. The interruption was measured in minutes rather than hours, the artifact's energy pulse moving across Char's surface and then diminishing as the technology completed what it had been designed to complete and returned to the inert state that followed completion. But in those minutes, the Zerg organisms on Char's surface stopped what they were doing with the totality of a biological system that has had its central operating frequency interrupted, and in the silence that the stopping produced, the specific structure in the deep place where the Queen of Blades had once emerged from a chrysalis that had been inert for 4 years became, for the first time in 4 years, active. The hand that came through the chrysalis wall was a human hand. Not in all the ways that mattered. The biology of what had been living in the structure for 4 years was not entirely human in any sense that a Terran physician would have recognized without significant qualification. But the hand was shaped like a human hand, had the proportions of a human hand, moved with the specific deliberateness of a consciousness directing a physical action rather than the instinctive response of an organism following biological programming. And it was this last quality, the deliberateness, the evidence of a mind making a decision about what the hand should do, that made it, to the people who would later reconstruct the sequence of events from sensor data and eyewitness accounts, unmistakably the hand of someone who had chosen to emerge rather than the hand of something that was simply following the process of its own biology to its logical conclusion. She stood in the light of Char's sky, a sky the color of sulfur and ash, lit by a star that Char's atmosphere filtered into something reddish and diffuse, very different from the clean light of the facility where the cold had started, very different from the recycled air of the suns of Korhal's ships, very different from the darkness of the chrysalis, where she had last been conscious of being anything. And she stood there for a moment without doing anything, which was itself an action. The specific action of a consciousness that has emerged from something and is taking the time that the emergence requires before proceeding. She was not the Queen of Blades. This is the first and most important thing to establish about what came out of the chrysalis, because the Queen of Blades was what had gone in. Or rather, the Queen of Blades was what the chrysalis had contained when the artifact's energy reached it. And what the artifact's energy had done to what the chrysalis contained was not fully visible yet in the first moment of emergence, but would become visible in the hours and days that followed. She was not the ghost either, not the managed and conditioned operative that the Confederate program had produced, and that had gone under in the chrysalis on Tarsonis, with Mengsk's operational logic still ringing in whatever the ghost program had left of her ears. She was not any of the things she had been, in the sense that any of them were the complete and current definition of what she was. She was all of them. This is what the artifact had done. Not removed the Queen of Blades and restored the ghost, not reversed the Overmind's transformation and returned what the transformation had taken, but something more complicated and less reversible than either. It had resolved the layers. The ghost program's conditioning and the Overmind's transformation and the 4 years of the Queen of Blades' direction of the swarm and the specific thing underneath all of it that had survived everything that had been layered over it. The artifact's energy had moved through all of these and done something that the artifact's designers had understood was the intended outcome and that no one in the Koprulu Sector had been able to predict in its specifics. She had psionic power at a level that the Queen of Blades had possessed, and the Ghost had not. She had the Ghost's capacity for independent strategic thought, and the Queen of Blades' understanding of the swarm's biology, and the child's knowledge of what it meant to be in a cold place without anyone who could help you. She had all of it simultaneously, none of it dominant, none of it suppressed, in the specific configuration that the artifact had been designed to produce, because the artifact had been designed with the knowledge of what she was and what she needed to be. She was Sarah Kerrigan. She was the Queen of Blades. She was both of these things, and neither of them cleanly, and the name for what she was had not been spoken yet by anyone, because what she was had not existed long enough for a name to have developed. Raynor found her. He came through the chaos of Char's surface, the Zerg organisms beginning to stir from the artifact's interruption, the Dominion forces in the confusion of an operation that had produced outcomes their planning had not fully anticipated, the volcanic terrain making movement difficult in the specific way that volcanic terrain always makes movement difficult, and he found her standing in the light of Char's sulphurous sky in the place where the chrysalis had been, and he stopped. He had imagined this moment many times. He had imagined it in bars on fringe worlds reading a file, and he had imagined it in the quiet between operations when the next thing had not yet begun, and the previous thing had receded enough to create space for imagining. And he had imagined it in the very specific way that people imagine things they have been told are impossible and have not stopped wanting anyway. The imagining had not prepared him for the actual thing, because imagining never does, because the actual thing always has qualities that the imagining cannot include. The specific quality of light, the specific way she was standing, the specific thing that was present in her face that had not been present in the Ghost program's photograph, and that he had not known was what he was looking for until he was looking at it. He said her name. Just her name. Not a question. Not an explanation. Not any of the things that years of practicing for this moment might have produced if he had been the kind of person who practiced for moments. Just her name. In the voice of someone who has been saying it only in his own mind for a very long time and is finding out what it sounds like when it is said out loud to the person it belongs to. She looked at him. The reunion they had, if it can be called a reunion, which implies a return to something previously established, when what was happening was more like the first meeting of people who had known each other before, but were meeting now in forms that the previous knowing had not included, was not what either of them would have planned. It was complicated in the ways that all genuine things are complicated when they arrive after long anticipation, the anticipation having produced expectations that the actual thing both fulfilled and exceeded, and failed to match in ways that required renegotiation in real time, with the Dominion forces and the stirring Zerg organisms and Char's hostile terrain providing a context that was not suited to the kind of renegotiation the moment required. They left Char. Not together, exactly. The immediate logistics of the situation did not produce the kind of departure that the word together implies, but in proximity, both moving away from a planet that had been the site of the worst and the most significant thing and was now, in the aftermath of what the artifact had done, something they were both leaving behind with the specific quality of motion that characterizes leaving a place that has defined you without knowing whether the leaving changes the definition. She was uncertain. This is the word that fits what she was in the days following Char. Uncertain. In the specific way that a person is uncertain when the framework through which they have been understanding themselves has been disrupted and the new framework has not yet fully assembled. The Queen of Blades had not been uncertain. The Queen of Blades had been the definition of a certain kind of clarity, the clarity of a consciousness that has reduced its self-understanding to the things that function and has built its functioning around the things that remain. What the artifact had done was restore the things that had been excluded from that functioning, and restoration of excluded things does not produce immediate integration. It produces the uncertainty of a self that contains more than it has learned to hold. Raynor was uncertain in different ways, the specific ways of a man who has gotten something he wanted and discovered that wanting something and having it require different frameworks, and that the framework for having it needs to be built in real time from materials that the wanting provided no blueprint for. They began. Not cleanly, not with the resolution of anything that had been unresolved, but with the specific tentative quality of people who have enough history to know that what they are doing is worth the difficulty, and enough honesty to know that the difficulty is real. The swarm, without the artifact's disruption, was reassembling its psionic connection to the consciousness that had directed it before the dormancy. Zagara felt this, felt the return of the organizing presence through the Zerg network, with the quality of something clicking back into alignment after years of operating in a slight but consistent misalignment. She moved her forces toward the signal without needing to be told to, because the swarm's biology recognized what the signal was and what it meant, and her own consciousness, shaped by years under the Queen of Blades' direction, recognized it too. The swarm was returning to itself, what it would do with itself, what she would decide it should be, now that she was something new and the situation was something new, and the threat that Zeratul had described was something that the returning swarm would need to address, was the question that the days after Char held, but did not yet answer. The question was large enough to require more than days. Zeratul did not arrive with comfort. He never did. This was simply the nature of what he carried, the accumulated weight of decades of investigation into something that got worse the more clearly it was understood, and the specific quality of a mind that had spent so long with the full picture that it had lost the capacity for the kind of selective presentation that spares people the weight of what they are not yet ready for. He arrived with everything, because everything was what the situation required, and he had learned in a very long exile that the kindness of withholding truth from people who needed it was not kindness, but the specific cowardice of someone who prefers their own comfort over the other person's preparation. He found Raynor first, then Kerrigan. Raynor had already heard the broad outline, the hybrid Amen, the corrupted purpose embedded in the Overmind's construction, the fallen Xel'Naga's design for the galaxy. He had heard it in the bar that didn't matter in the 4 years of the gap, and he had acted on it, and the acting had produced Char, and Char had produced this. The three of them in a place that was neither Char nor anywhere in particular, the Koprulu Sector continuing its various urgent businesses outside, while inside this specific space, the conversation that the last several years had been building toward was finally being had in full. Kerrigan listened in the way she listened to everything, with the total attention of a consciousness that processes information at a level that most people are not equipped to observe, that takes in not just the content of what is being said, but the structure beneath the content. The implications beneath the structure, the things that the structure's shape implies about the things it is not saying as well as the things it is. She listened to Zeratul for a long time without speaking, which was not the silence of someone who has nothing to say, but the silence of someone for whom speaking before the full picture has assembled would be the specific waste of words that she had learned in a life that had required precision to avoid. Zeratul told her about the Overmind, not the Overmind as the galaxy's dominant narrative had described it, the terrifying apex predator of the Zerg Swarm, the vast alien intelligence that had directed the swarm's expansion across the galaxy in pursuit of nothing but more, but the Overmind as Zeratul's investigation had revealed it, which was a more complicated and in some ways more terrible figure. An intelligence that had been constructed by Amon with specific limitations built into its architecture, limitations designed to ensure that the Overmind served Amon's purposes rather than the purposes it believed were its own, and that had spent millions of years believing its drive toward expansion and consumption was its own nature, when that nature was, at its deepest level, not its own at all. And then the moment that had changed everything, the Cerebrate's death on Aiur. The glimpse through the psionic connection at the moment of termination, the flash of something in the void that the Overmind had not known was there, the outline of a presence that had a relationship to the Zerg's history that the Zerg themselves had not known about. The Overmind, in the time between that glimpse and Tassadar's sacrifice, had understood with the terrible clarity of an intelligence that has suddenly perceived the full architecture of its own construction, what it had been built for and what it had been actually doing, and the gap between the two. It had understood that the swarm, under Amon's design, was a tool for elimination, that the millions of years of expansion and incorporation had not been building toward the cycle's transcendence, but toward the systematic reduction of the galaxy's biological diversity to the point where Amon's final form, whatever that was, however he had designed the swarm's consuming to ultimately serve his vision of singularity, could be imposed on what remained. That every world the swarm had consumed, every species it had incorporated, every civilization it had ended in the process of extracting what it considered useful, all of it had been in service of a purpose the Overmind had experienced as its own, and that was, at its root, Amon's, and the chrysalis. Zeratul told her about the chrysalis not as a thing that had been done to her, but as a thing the Overmind had done, with full awareness of what it was attempting. The last act of an intelligence that had understood, in the final moments of its existence, that the only resistance available to it was not direct confrontation with Amon, which was beyond its capability, but the creation of something that could resist him in the ways the Overmind itself could not, something that could command the swarm from outside the psionic architecture through which Amon's influence moved. Something that had Zerg power and human consciousness, and the specific quality of a mind that could not be reached by the control that the swarm's network made available to Amon, because the specific configuration of what the chrysalis had produced was not a configuration that Amon's architecture had anticipated. She was not the Overmind's instrument. She had never been the Overmind's instrument, not in the sense that the Queen of Blades had believed she was not anyone's instrument. She had been the Overmind's answer, the Overmind's response to the knowledge of its own corruption, the thing it had made not to serve the purpose Amon had built into its architecture, but to oppose that purpose. The chrysalis had not been a violation, it had been, in the most terrible and most genuine sense available to the Overmind in the last moments of its existence, an act of hope. She sat with this for a long time. The thing she was sitting with was not simple. It was not the kind of revelation that resolves into clarity, not the kind of understanding that makes the past make sense in a way that the present can simply proceed from. It was the kind of understanding that makes the past make sense in a way that is simultaneously more bearable and more unbearable than not understanding it, because what it removes in the category of random cruelty, it replaces in the category of intentional design, and intentional design is in some ways harder to sit with than random cruelty, because it implies a purpose, and purposes can be agreed with or disagreed with. And disagreement with a purpose requires a response. She thought about being 6 years old in a cold facility. She thought about it in the way she always thought about it, as the fixed point, the thing that was most completely hers because it predated everything that had been done to her, and had survived everything that had been done to her with its essential quality intact. The cold, the institutional light, the specific comprehension of a child who understands, not through reasoning, but through the direct perception of her situation, that she is not going to be returned to the place she came from. She thought about the chrysalis, about what she had understood in the suspended awareness of the transformation, that it was not her choice, that it was being done to her by something that had decided what she should be before she had the opportunity to decide it herself, that the pattern of her life from the facility onward had been the pattern of a person whose capacity for self-determination had been systematically allocated to other people's purposes. And then she thought about what Zeratul had just told her, that the chrysalis had not been Amon's design, but the Overmind's resistance to it. That what had been done to her had been done not because her selfhood was irrelevant, but because, and this was the specific vertigo of it, the thing that made it harder to process rather than easier, her selfhood was the point. That the Overmind had looked at what she was, specifically and unrepeatable, and had understood that what she was could not be replaced by anything it could construct, and could not be found in anything else available to it, and had made of her, as carefully as it knew how to make anything, the answer to the question that its own corruption had made it unable to answer for itself. The worst thing that had happened to her had been an act of protection she hadn't known she was receiving. This is the specific vertigo. Not comfort, not the resolution of grief into understanding, not the transformation of what had been done to her into something that was acceptable because it had a purpose. The grief was real. The loss was real. The 6-year-old in the cold facility, and the ghost in the dark, and the person left behind on Tarsonis, and the consciousness in the chrysalis holding on to the memory of cold. All of it was real, and none of the Overmind's intentions changed what any of it had felt like to be. But the purpose was also real, and sitting with both realities simultaneously, the genuine loss and the genuine intention behind it, was the specific work that the days after Zeratul's telling required of her. Raynor was there. He did not try to resolve it for her. He was, whatever his limitations, not a person who confused presence with the compulsion to fix, who understood that there are things that sitting with requires company rather than intervention. He was present in the way he was present for most things, without the performance of presence, without the announcement of it, simply there in the room while she worked through what the room now contained. She made her choice. Not immediately. Not in the dramatic sense of a decision arrived at in a single crystalline moment of clarity that resolves all prior uncertainty into a clean line of action. It came the way her choices usually came, which was through the accumulation of thinking until the thinking produced a weight that tipped in a direction, and the direction was then the choice, and the choice then simply needed to be enacted. She had been thinking about it in various forms since before Zeratul arrived, thinking about the swarm, about Amon, about what the galaxy was moving toward and what role in that movement was available to her, given what she was and what she knew. Zeratul's telling completed the thinking. The completion tipped the weight. The weight found its direction. She was going back to the swarm, not to the Queen of Blades swarm, not to the version of herself that had commanded it through brood war with the brilliant, cold, strategic intelligence of someone who had burned away everything that was not immediately functional. She was going back as what she was now, which was something that contained the Queen of Blades and also contained what the Queen of Blades had not contained, and she was going to direct the swarm against Amon with the full capability that the chrysalis and the artifact and the long sequence of things that had been done to her and that she had survived had produced in her. But first, she was going to Zerus. This decision did not come from Zeratul's account or from Raynor's counsel or from any external source that could be pointed to as its origin. It came from something older and less articulable, from the Zerg biology that the Overmind had integrated into her, and that carried in its deepest genetic architecture something like a memory of the place where that biology had originated. Not a thought, exactly. A pull. The specific directional quality of a thing that knows, at a level below conscious processing, where it came from and is responding to a situation that requires returning. The Zerg had begun on Zerus. Not the swarm as it existed now, not the directed, expanded, overmind-shaped biological civilization that had spread across the galaxy in the millions of years since the Xel'Naga's departure from that volcanic world. But the thing that the swarm had grown from, the voracious, endlessly adaptive collection of organisms that had existed in Zerus's warm, shallow seas and its volcanic plains in the ages before, the Xel'Naga arrived and began to guide what was there toward the thing they hoped it would become. The primordial Zerg, the original essence, the purity of essence before it had been shaped into the Overmind's design, before it had been directed toward Amon's purpose, before any of the overlaying that millennia of intervention had applied to what had originally simply been alive in the most aggressive and insistent way that being alive could express itself. Zerus still existed. It was not a world that the standard Zerg expansion had touched in the conventional sense. The Swarm had not needed to expand to Zerus, because Zerus was where the Swarm had come from, and coming from somewhere and expanding to it are different relationships with a place. It was not inhabited in any significant way by the contemporary Swarm. It was, as far as any record indicated, as close to what it had been in the age of the Xel'Naga's first arrival as any world in the galaxy could be. Ancient, untouched, its primordial biology persisting in the specific way that biology persists when the conditions that produced it have not significantly changed. She went there alone. This was a choice that required explanation to the people around her, though the explanation she offered was not the full explanation. Because the full explanation was not something she had the language for yet. What she said was that the reinfestation required a specific biological context that Zerus could provide. This was true. It was also not the thing that the going to Zerus was most fundamentally about, which was a kind of return that was not strategic and was not tactical, and was not any of the categories that the people around her were best equipped to understand, and that she therefore described in the categories they had. The journey to Zerus was not long in the galactic sense. It was long in the sense that all journeys are long when what you are moving toward is not simply a destination, but a reckoning. When the travel time is also thinking time, and the thinking is of the kind that cannot be hurried, because its conclusions are conclusions that you will need to live in, and living in them requires the preparation that hurrying prevents. She thought about the cold facility. She thought about the chrysalis. She thought about what the Overmind had seen in her that had made her the answer to the question that its corruption had made it unable to answer for itself. She thought about whether the thing it had seen was something she recognized in herself, and she found that it was, not as a quality she had cultivated or a capability she had developed, but as something that had simply been there, under everything. Surviving everything, the specific thing that the Ghost Program and the Infestation and the Queen of Blades and the Artifact's restoration had all been applied to and had not eliminated. The thing that had held on to the memory of cold when everything else was being remade. Zerus announced itself before she reached it. This is not a poetic formulation. The planet produced for a Zerg-integrated consciousness approaching it through warp space, a psionic signature that was unlike anything in the contemporary Swarm's biological network. Not the organized, directed psionic field of an active hive cluster, something older and less structured. The diffuse, ambient, psionic presence of primordial biology doing what primordial biology does, which is exist with the complete and unself-conscious intensity of life that has never been told it was being observed. She felt it before her ship's sensors confirmed the system, and she felt it the way that things that have been away from their origin point feel it when they return, with the specific recognition of something that is yours before you have any evidence-based reason to claim it. The surface was not what she had expected, which was Char. The association of Zerg origin with Char being a confusion that her Queen of Blades years had reinforced. Char being where she had become what she was, and therefore occupying in her experiential geography the position of origin, even though it was not origin. Zerus was nothing like Char. where char was black rock and sulfur and the specific hostility of a world that had been shaped by geological processes with no interest in hospitability, Zerus was alive in a way that char had never been. Alive in the direction of excess rather than reduction, the jungle canopy beginning at a level close to the ground and continuing upward in layers of biological density that the filtered light of the system's star could only partially penetrate before being absorbed entirely by the accumulated green. The rain began before she landed. Not the chemical precipitation of a world like Shar, not the industrial moisture of a terraformed environment. The rain of a world that had been raining in exactly this way for longer than most civilizations had existed. Warm and heavy and carrying in its chemistry the accumulated biological richness of a biosphere that had been adding to itself for billions of years without significant interruption. It fell on the canopy, and it fell through the canopy in the places where the density of the vegetation allowed passage, and it fell on her when she stepped from the ship onto soil that had the specific quality of ancient wet earth, not mud in the way that construction sites are mud, or that disturbed riverbanks are mud, but mud in the way that the oldest ground on a very old world is mud, which is different in its weight and its color and the specific way it holds the impression of what has stepped in it. She stood in it for a moment. Just stood. The rain on her face, the canopy above her, the ground beneath her, the ground that was not simply ground, but the specific ground where the first Zerg organism had ever integrated the genetic material of another organism into its own biology, and in doing so had become something slightly more than what it had been before, had expressed in biological form the essence that the Xel'Naga had seen in Zerus's life and had decided to guide. The spawning pools were deeper in. She found them not by searching. The biology she carried led her, with the specific directionality of something responding to the presence of what it came from, through jungle that was dense enough that movement through it was a negotiation between her will and the physical reality of the environment. The path she made was not a path in the sense of a cleared route, but a passage, the specific temporary opening that a body makes through dense vegetation when it moves with enough purpose that the vegetation gives way rather than stopping the movement. The pools were not large. This was the first thing. They were not the massive biological structures that the contemporary swarm built around its hive clusters, the architectural expressions of a civilization that had been engineering biology for millions of years. They were the original thing, which was small and ancient and not impressive in any of the ways that impressiveness is usually assessed. They glowed, not brightly, not with the dramatic bioluminescence of Zerg structures that had been designed to produce light as a byproduct of their biological processes. With the specific faint luminescence of something very old that is alive in a very fundamental way, the kind of glow that is less a feature than a quality, something you perceive rather than see. The mud that surrounded them was warm. She could feel this before she reached it, the specific warmth that is the warmth of something living rather than the warmth of geological heat. The difference between the warmth of Char and the warmth of Zerus being the difference between a world that is hot and a world that is alive. The rain continued to fall. The canopy above the pools was less dense, as though the pools had maintained over billions of years the specific clearing they needed for the light and the rain to reach them in the quantities that their biology required. She stood at the edge of the pool for longer than she had stood anywhere in a long time. She was thinking about choice, specifically about the difference between this and the chrysalis on Tarsonis, the difference between a transformation that had been done to her and a transformation that she was about to do to herself. The content of the transformation was not entirely different. Zerg integration, the deepening of the biological synthesis that the Overmind had initiated in the chrysalis, the re-establishment of her connection to the swarm in a form that the Queen of Blades' char-based dormancy had attenuated without eliminating. The content was similar. The nature of the choice was not similar at all. In the chrysalis, she had held onto the memory of cold because the memory was hers and nothing could take it. Here, standing at the edge of a primordial pool in the warm rain of Zerus, she did not need to hold on to anything. She was already holding everything she needed to hold, the cold and the ghost and the Queen of Blades, and the name that Raynor had said on Char's surface in the voice of someone who had been saying it only in his own mind for a very long time. She was holding all of it, not as things she was protecting from being taken, but as things she was bringing with her, as things that were coming along because they were hers, and she was not leaving any of them behind. She stepped in. The mud was warm in the way she had expected, and warm in a way she had not expected. The second warmth being the warmth of recognition, the specific biological response of Zerg-integrated tissue encountering the primordial medium that the Zerg's deepest biology remembered as origin. Not nostalgic, which is a human quality that requires a concept of the past as distinct from the present. Something older than nostalgia and less mediated. The way a thing responds when it is returned to the context that produced it. Not with the emotional texture of memory, but with the cellular directness of recognition, every level of her biology knowing at once that this was the place, that this was the medium, that this was the specific ancient substance in which the first Zerg organism had first expressed the essence that the Xel'Naga had traveled across galaxies to find. She sank slowly, not falling, sinking, in the specific quality of descent that happens when the thing you are entering is receiving you rather than accepting you, when the medium is responsive and warm, and the motion downward is not resisted. The luminescence of the pool shifted around her as she went deeper, the faint glow moving through the mud in patterns that had no parallel in the contemporary swarm's biology, but that she could read through the Zerg-integrated perception that the Overmind had given her as biological language. Very old biological language. The oldest language the swarm had, predating the Overmind, predating the Xel'Naga's guidance, predating everything except the first organism on Zerus that had consumed something and incorporated it and become slightly more than it had been before. The language was not saying anything that could be translated into words. It was doing what biological language does when it is not words, communicating in the medium of chemistry and psionic resonance and the specific information encoded in living tissue, saying the things that words come from rather than the things that words say. She received it not through comprehension, but through the thing that comprehension comes from. And what she received was this, the original intention, the thing that Zerus's biology had been expressing for billions of years before any intelligence had arrived to observe or guide or use it. The simple, total, completely unself-conscious intention of life that is committed entirely to being what it is and becoming more of what it is, and incorporating what it encounters into the project of its own becoming. Purity of essence, not as a philosophical category, as a fact of the world expressed in living mud that remembered the Xel'Naga's first touch millions of years ago and remembered it not as history, but as the present tense of its own biology. The rain fell on the surface of the pool above her. The canopy filtered the light. The jungle of Zerus continued its ancient business in all directions. Billions of years of biological intention expressed simultaneously in the growth of things that had never been told. They were significant and were significant in every direction at once. The transformation was different from the chrysalis in every way that mattered. It did not take, it integrated, the distinction being between a process that replaces what is there and a process that completes what is there, that finds in what already exists the structure that the additional element was always meant to join. She brought herself to it completely, not the managed self of the Queen of Blades, not the conditioned self of the ghost, but the self that had survived all of it, the specific and unrepeatable consciousness that had held on to the memory of cold in the chrysalis and said yes on Zerus in the warm mud that remembered everything, and the primordial biology of Zerus received that self and integrated with it and produced, in the combination, something that had the swarm's power and the human consciousness, and the ancient biological wisdom of a world that had been practicing purity of essence for billions of years before any Xel'Naga arrived to see it. She rose from the pool. The rain was still falling. The canopy was still above her. The jungle was unchanged in every observable respect. She stood in the clearing beside the pool, with the mud still warm on her and the luminescence fading back to its ordinary faint level and the rain washing the surface of the pool back to stillness. She was Sarah Kerrigan. She was the Queen of Blades. She had been both before, but separately, each existing in the suppression of the other. She was both now without suppression, without the either-or that the previous versions had required. The full human consciousness and the full Zerg integration and the primordial biological wisdom of the world where the swarm had begun. All present simultaneously, all complete, none of them requiring the diminishment of the others to be what they were. She was something that had not existed before she stepped into that pool. She did not have a name for it yet. She did not need one yet. Names came later when the thing that needed naming had been in the world long enough for the world to need to refer to it. For now she stood in the warm rain of Zerus and felt, for the first time in a life that had been characterized from its 6th year onward by the systematic allocation of her selfhood to other people's purposes, entirely like herself. The galaxy had been living in Amon's patience for a very long time without knowing it. This is perhaps the most difficult thing to hold about the End War. Not its scale, which was enormous, not its cost, which was staggering, but the specific quality of its origin, which was a patience so vast and so complete that the entire history of the Koprulu Sector, from the Supercarriers' drift through the dark to Kerrigan's emergence from the Zerus pool, had occurred within it. The Zerg-Protoss conflict, the rise and fall of the Confederacy, Brood War and its exhausted aftermath, all of it had happened inside the space of Amon's waiting, not caused by him in every detail, because his patience was not micromanagement, but shaped by him in the way that a container shapes what it holds. The available space determining the forms that the contents can take. He was not, when he finally moved, moving quickly. This is also important. The awakening of Amon was not a sudden event, not the dramatic emergence of a force that had been dormant and erupted into activity in a single moment. It was the culmination of a process that had been underway for longer than any living consciousness in the galaxy had existed. A process whose earlier stages had looked to the civilizations experiencing them like other things entirely. The Zerg's expansion was Amon's process. The hybrid's creation was Amon's process. The corruption of the Overmind's architecture was Amon's process. What changed when Amon awakened was not that the process began, but that it became visible. That the design that had been operating in the background of galactic history for millions of years stepped into the foreground and announced itself as design, rather than continuing to masquerade as the separate and unconnected urgencies of separate and unconnected civilizations. The announcement was made first to the Protoss. This was not accidental. Of the 3 civilizations, the Protoss were the ones whose specific biological and civilizational architecture gave Amon his most direct access. The Kala, the psychic network that bound all Protoss consciousness in a web of shared experience and mutual awareness, was precisely the kind of psionic infrastructure that Amon's power could move through with the efficiency of water moving through a channel that has been carved specifically for it. The Terrans had psionic individuals, some of extraordinary capability, but no civilizational-scale psionic network. The Zerg had the Swarm's psionic connectivity, but the Swarm was Kerrigan's now, and her specific configuration of consciousness was, as the Overmind had intended, outside the reach of Amon's influence through the standard Zerg network. The Protoss had the Kala. The Kala had no such protection. Amon moved through it the way a tide moves through an open channel, not fighting the channel's structure, but using it, allowing the channel's own architecture to carry the force where the force needed to go. The Protoss experienced it not as invasion, but as something subtler and more terrible, something that arrived not from outside the Kala, but from within it, indistinguishable at first from the ordinary traffic of shared consciousness through the network that every Protoss had been embedded in since the capacity had developed in them under Xel'Naga guidance. The first indication that something was wrong was a quality, a change in the texture of the shared experience that the Kala transmitted, something that was present in the network that had not been present before, that did not have the specific quality of any Protoss consciousness, but that was using the Protoss consciousness's medium, using it, directing it, reaching through the connections that every Protoss had with every other Protoss through the Kala, and finding in those connections not just a medium for transmission, but a mechanism for control, the specific kind of control that the Kala's architecture made possible when something with sufficient psionic power moved through it with the intention not of sharing consciousness, but of directing it. Artanis felt it first, or first understood what he was feeling. He was the hierarch of the Protoss, not by descent or appointment in the conventional sense, but by the specific quality of authority that the Kala made available to those whose consciousness carried a kind of clarity and steadiness that other Protoss consciousness recognized and moved toward, in the way that things in a current move toward the point of greatest flow. He had been shaped by everything the Protoss civilization had experienced, the loss of Aiur, the years on Shakuras, the rebuilding, the long process of a people working through collective grief, while simultaneously reconstructing the physical and political infrastructure of their civilization. He was not young in any sense. He was not, by any assessment, unprepared for difficulty. He was not prepared for this. What Amon's presence in the Kala felt like, what it felt like from inside, experiencing it through the shared network of Protoss consciousness that was simultaneously the Kala's gift and its current vulnerability, was not pain in the physical sense, not the discrete and locatable sensation that physical injury produces. It was something more comprehensive and more disorienting. The experience of a consciousness that has always known itself as part of a larger network of consciousness, finding that the network itself is becoming something else, that the medium through which selfhood has always been expressed is no longer entirely responsive to the self that is expressing through it. The Kala had always been the context in which Protoss identity existed. Now the context was changing, and the changing was not gradual. It was the specific rapid change of a structure that has been under pressure from outside and has reached the point where the pressure exceeds the structure's resistance. The Protoss who were connected to the Kala, all of them, every Protoss who had their nerve cords intact, which was every Protoss except the Dark Templar exiles and the handful who had been cut off from the network through injury or circumstance, felt Amon's entry simultaneously, not as a thought or a perception, but as the change in a medium they had never experienced as separate from themselves because they had never needed to. The Kala had always been them, and now something was in it that was not them, and the something was using the medium of their collective selfhood to reach into their individual consciousness and replace their will with something that was not their will, but that operated through the same pathways, through the same architecture, with a completeness that made the replacement not feel like replacement, but like command. Most of the Protoss who were connected to the Kala when Amon moved through it became, in the hours of that movement, instruments of his will. Not destroyed, not ended, not overwritten in the permanent way of death, but directed. Their consciousness still present, still aware, experiencing the direction from inside as a passenger experiences a vehicle that has been taken over by another driver. Aware of what is happening, unable to affect it, the gap between awareness and agency having become absolute. The Protoss civilization, which had been built on the premise that the Kala's connectivity was the highest expression of being Protoss, the thing that made Protoss more than the sum of their individual parts, discovered in a single day that the thing they had built their civilization on was also the thing that had been used to end it. Zeratul had known this was possible. This is worth saying, not as a criticism of his failure to prevent it, because prevention would have required a warning that would have required convincing the Conclave of a danger they were not equipped to believe, and the Conclave's relationship with Zeratul and the Dark Templar was not one that made convincing easy. But he had known, from his decades of investigation into Amon's nature and the hybrid's creation and the prophecy's implications, that the Kala was vulnerable in exactly this way. That a psionic intelligence of sufficient power moving through the Kala's network with sufficient intent could do precisely what Amon had done. He had written this in the records he had kept. He had tried to communicate it. He had not succeeded in time. He succeeded now in the only way that the failure to succeed in time left available. Artanis had not been fully taken. This was not because Artanis was more resistant than other Protoss. Resistance, in the individual sense, was not a meaningful variable when the thing doing the taking was moving through the collective network rather than targeting individual consciousness. It was because Zeratul found him in the window between Amon's initial movement through the Kala and the completion of the control it was establishing, found him in the specific brief moment when awareness and agency had not yet fully separated, when Artanis could still respond to something that reached him from outside the Kala's now compromised network. Zeratul reached him through the Dark Templar's connection to the Void. The attunement to the space outside the Kala that the exiles had developed over millennia of operating without the network, the ability to communicate through psionic channels that were not the Kala and were therefore not susceptible to what was happening to the Kala. He reached Artanis and he told him, in the compressed and urgent communication of a moment that was measured in seconds, what was happening and what the only available response was. The nerve cords. The Kala connection was maintained through the nerve cords that each Protoss carried. The specific biological structures that allowed individual consciousness to connect to the shared network that had been developing since the Xel'Naga first introduced the Kaidarine crystals to Aiur, and the latent psionic capacity of the Protoss had begun its acceleration toward the Kala. Severing the nerve cords severed the Kala connection. It was permanent. There was no reattachment, no restoration of the connection once it was broken. It was the most drastic and irreversible act a Protoss could perform on themselves, the equivalent, in the specific context of a civilization built on shared consciousness, of a deliberate and permanent self-excommunication from the medium through which Protoss identity had always been expressed. It was also the only way to free a Protoss consciousness from Amon's control. The control moved through the Kala. Severing the Kala connection severed the control. The freedom was real. The cost was permanent. Zeratul severed Artanis's nerve cords himself. He did this not because Artanis could not have done it. A Protoss with sufficient will and sufficient urgency and sufficient understanding of what was required could sever their own nerve cords. But because the window in which Artanis's agency remained sufficient for that act was closing, and Zeratul's hands were faster than the closing window, he used a blade. The act was precise and deliberate, and took the fraction of a second that precision allows. Artanis was free. The Kala's connection was gone. What remained was what had always been underneath the Kala, The individual Protoss consciousness in its unshared, unbuffered, entirely solitary form, experiencing for the first time what the Dark Templar had been experiencing for thousands of years. The inside of one's own mind, without the web of other minds that had always been present. The specific silence where the Kala had been, the absolute privacy of a consciousness that now contained only itself. It was, by the account of every Protoss who experienced it, devastating, not because the individual consciousness was lesser than the connected one. The Dark Templar had demonstrated over millennia that individual Protoss consciousness was fully capable and fully itself without the Kala. But because the absence of something that has been present from birth, that has been the medium through which identity itself has been understood, is not an adjustment. It is a loss, a real loss with the specific weight of all real losses. The weight of the thing that is gone combined with the weight of knowing it is gone permanently. That the specific quality of shared consciousness that the Kala had made available is not something that can be recovered by any act of will or technology or time. Zeratul died in the act. He had known he would. This is not speculation. The Dark Templar, who had been studying the prophecy for decades, who had seen in its language and its structure the outline of what his role in the events would be, who had understood from a certain point in his investigation that the role was terminal, had made his peace with this, with the specific quality of peace that comes from understanding that the thing required of you is the thing you are capable of giving, and that giving it is therefore not sacrifice in the sense of loss, but completion in the sense of purpose fulfilled. Severing Artanis' nerve cords had exposed Zeratul to the full force of Amon's presence in the Kala at the moment of the cut. The backlash of a psionic network disrupted propagating through the connection that Zeratul had used to reach Artanis, finding in Zeratul the path of least resistance, and moving through it with the thorough and uncaring completeness of a force that does not distinguish between what it destroys. He was old. He had been carrying things for a very long time. The carrying was finished. He fell. Artanis caught him, or tried to. The physical act of catching a falling body, while the consciousness doing the catching, is experiencing the first moments of Kala absence. The specific disorientation of a self, suddenly alone in itself, for the first time in its existence, is not an act that precision allows. But the attempt was made, and that the attempt was made is the thing that matters about it. He held what remained. He looked at it with the eyes of a Protoss who was now experiencing the world through the specific lens of individual consciousness, without the Kala's web of shared understanding to contextualize what he was looking at. He understood what Zeratul had done. He understood what it had cost. He understood. And this was the understanding that the Protoss civilization would need to operate from for everything that followed. That the thing the Kala had made possible was gone, and that what came next would need to be built from what remained without it. The order went out through every non-Kala communication channel available to the Protoss military, to every Protoss who was not yet fully under Amon's control, to every Dark Templar who had never been part of the network, to every Protoss ship whose crew had the awareness and the agency left to receive and act on what they were being asked to do. The order was simple and terrible, and there was no softening of it available because softening would have taken time that the situation did not have. Sever your nerve cords. The response to that order, the Protoss civilization's response to being told that the thing that made them most completely Protoss, the thing that had defined their civilization for 10,000 years, and that had been the medium through which every significant aspect of their collective history had been experienced and transmitted and preserved, needed to be permanently and individually and irrevocably destroyed, was not immediate. There was a window of time in which Protoss across the fleet and across the Protoss presence in the sector held the order in their individual consciousness and felt the full weight of what it required before moving toward compliance. This window was not long. The situation did not permit it to be long. But it existed, and in it, every Protoss who had the agency to receive the order experienced something that had no precedent in Protoss history. The choice, made entirely alone, in the privacy of an individual consciousness that was already beginning to understand what alone meant, to give up the last thing that connected them to what they had always been. Most of them complied. The sound that this produced through the Kala, the simultaneous severing of millions of nerve cord connections, each one a point of light going out in the network as the individual consciousness it connected withdrew into itself, and the Kala lost that thread, and then the next, and then the next, was not something that the Protoss, who were already under Amon's control, could experience as liberation. But for Amon, moving through the Kala with the full force of his ancient power, each severing was the specific disruption of a channel he had been using, each withdrawal of an individual consciousness from the network, a reduction of the medium through which his control propagated. The civilization that had been building toward full domination began to fragment back into individuals, damaged individuals, disoriented individuals, individuals experiencing for the first time the full weight of their own solitude. But individuals, not instruments. Amon's control of the Protoss was broken, not completely. The Protoss, who had been most deeply embedded in the network when his movement through it was most complete, remained under his influence in forms that the severance could not immediately address, their consciousness too thoroughly directed to recover its autonomy through the simple act of cutting a connection. But the systematic, civilizational scale domination he had achieved in the first hours of his movement through the Kala was ended. The Protoss were free in the way that a people who have just destroyed the thing that defined them are free, comprehensively, painfully, with the specific quality of freedom that feels, in the first moments of its achievement, indistinguishable from loss. Artanis stood in the wreckage of what the Kala had been and looked at the Protoss who remained around him, each one now entirely alone in their own consciousness, each one experiencing the silence where the shared network had been, each one carrying the specific weight of what they had just done. And he understood that what the Protoss were now was not what they had been before, and was not the ruin of what they had been before. It was something new, something that had not existed in Protoss history, a Protoss civilization of individuals, connected not through the biological architecture of the Kala, but through the choice to remain together in its absence, through the decision that what they had built together in the millennia of shared consciousness was worth carrying forward even without the medium through which it had been built. The galaxy, of which Amon had believed he had complete command, had just demonstrated that it had resources he had not fully accounted for. This was not the last time it would do so. The hybrid moved in every direction simultaneously. Amon's engineered soldiers, designed to combine Zerg and Protoss biology, in a form that served his will without the complications that individual consciousness introduced into any system that had to function collectively, deployed across the sector with the efficiency of instruments that have been waiting for their purpose to be activated and have found that purpose exactly as designed. They were not the largest or the most numerous of the forces in the field. The Zerg broods that Amon was attempting to redirect through the Swarm's psionic network toward his purposes dwarfed the hybrid in raw biological mass, and the Protoss forces under his control represented, while the control lasted, a fleet capability that the hybrid could not replicate. But they were precise in the way that only designed things are precise, not adapting to the situation, not responding to unexpected variables, but executing with the completeness of a purpose that has never been complicated by the capacity for doubt. They were everywhere. And in the Koprulu Sector, in the ships of three civilizations that had spent most of their shared history in conflict with each other and were now encountering a situation that none of them could address alone, the specific and urgent work of deciding what to do next had begun. There is no clean word for what happened next. Alliance implies a formal agreement between parties who have assessed their interests and determined that cooperation serves those interests better than the alternatives. A calculated convergence, structured and bounded and terminable when the calculation changes. Partnership implies something warmer, a chosen affinity between parties who have found in each other something worth choosing. Coalition implies a temporary assembly of distinct interests around a single shared objective, each party retaining its own agenda for the moment when the shared objective is achieved and the coalition's purpose is complete. None of these words fully describe what the three civilizations did in the first days after Amon's awakening. What they did was more desperate and less structured than any of them, driven not by calculation or affinity or shared agenda, but by the specific pressure of a situation that had removed, with comprehensive efficiency, all the alternatives to cooperation. The Protoss could not address Amon's forces while managing the reorientation of a civilization that had just destroyed the medium through which its collective action had always been organized. The Zerg Swarm, under Kerrigan's direction, had the raw biological force to engage Amon's hybrid and the redirected Zerg broods, but not the technological capability or the navigational reach to operate across the full scope of what the situation required. The Terrans had the infrastructure and the numbers and the specific improvisational capability of a species that had been building solutions to impossible problems since it had crashed onto alien worlds with broken ships and no plan. But they did not have the psionic capability or the biological adaptability to address the aspects of the situation that required those things. Together, they had all of it. This was not a comfort exactly, having all the required capabilities distributed across three civilizations that had to figure out how to use them in concert, in real time, under pressure. With no shared doctrine and no shared language of command, and a shared history that consisted almost entirely of killing each other, was not a situation that operational planning was equipped to address with any of the tools operational planning had developed. But it was true, and truth was the only available starting point. Kerrigan moved first. This was appropriate in the way that things are appropriate when they reflect the actual structure of a situation rather than its official hierarchy. She was the one who had the most complete picture, who had heard Zeratul full account and had processed it through a consciousness capable of holding the full complexity of what it contained and deriving from it a set of operational priorities that were, in the specific way of conclusions reached by genuine intelligence working on genuine information, correct. She had the Swarm. She had the Protoss through her relationship with Artanis, which was not warm. Warmth was not available in the first days after Amon's awakening, for the same reason that warmth is generally not available when a civilization has just destroyed its own defining characteristic in order to survive, but was functional, built on the mutual recognition of two intelligences that understood the situation clearly enough to know that the situation required what the situation required. She had Raynor. She had always had Raynor in the specific sense that a person has someone who is going to be where they are, regardless of whether the coordination is formal or the relationship is resolved. The operational reality of the convergence was not what any of the three civilizations' military traditions had prepared them for. Protoss doctrine had been developed for Protoss forces operating with the Kala's coordination, the seamless collective awareness that had made Protoss military action its most efficient when the Kala was functioning, and that was now gone, replaced by the specific improvised coordination of individuals who had to communicate through external means, what they had always communicated through the immediate shared awareness of the network. Zerg operational patterns had been developed for a swarm under a single directing intelligence, flowing toward objectives with the unified biological purpose of organisms that did not need to coordinate because they were all expressions of the same will. Terran military doctrine had been developed for Terran forces operating against threats that their doctrine had anticipated, which did not include hybrid or Amon-directed Zerg, or the specific tactical situation of a battlefield where three formerly hostile civilizations were attempting to address a fourth party without getting into sufficient conflict with each other to undermine the attempt. They managed it the way all genuinely difficult things are managed, imperfectly at significant cost, through the specific combination of competence and improvisation and the willingness to treat each failure as information, rather than as evidence of the futility of the effort. There were friendly fire incidents. There were communication failures that allowed Amon's forces to exploit gaps that better coordination would have prevented. There were moments when the accumulated history of the three civilizations, the specific weight of what Terrans and Protoss and Zerg had done to each other over the years of their shared acquaintance, created friction in the operational cooperation that doctrine had no mechanism for addressing, and that had to be addressed in real time by the people in the specific situation where the friction was occurring. In a defensive position in the outer approaches to a Terran manufacturing world, a Terran Marine named something that the historical record has not preserved, one of the tens of thousands of ordinary Terran soldiers who experienced the end war at the level of the individual engagement, rather than the civilizational arc, held a section of perimeter against a hybrid assault alongside a Protoss zealot who had been fighting for longer than the Marine's family had been in the Koprulu Sector, and a Zerg roach whose biological armor was already regenerating damage from the previous engagement's weapons fire. None of the three had a framework for the situation that made it feel normal. The Marine had grown up in a culture that had produced, in response to everything the Koprulu Sector had taught it about the Zerg, a visceral and comprehensive fear response to the presence of Zerg organisms. A fear that was not irrational, given what the Zerg had done to every world they had touched, and that did not simply dissolve because the tactical situation had placed a Zerg organism on the same side of a defensive line. The Zealot had the specific disorientation of a Protoss operating without the Kala. Every tactical assessment made entirely alone. Every decision reached without the shared awareness that had made Protoss warriors most effective, in a body that felt to its occupant like a vessel from which the most important part of its contents had been removed. The Roach operated on the swarm's collective psionic direction, and was not, in the way that human or Protoss soldiers were aware, conscious of the specific situation it was in, but the direction it was receiving was Kerrigan's direction, which was to hold this position, which it was doing with the complete biological commitment that the swarm brought to the tasks assigned to it. They held the position. Not because the three of them had reached an understanding. Not because the history between their civilizations had been resolved, or the fear response managed, or the disorientation addressed. Because the hybrid assault required that the position be held, and they were the things on the position, and holding it was what the situation required of them, and they were all, in their entirely different ways, capable of doing what the situation required when the situation required it clearly enough. This happened in thousands of variations across hundreds of engagements in the opening phase of the End War. The scale of what was required was too large, and the time available for preparation was too short, and the operational complexity of three civilizations with incompatible doctrines attempting to address a fourth party with civilizational ending capability was too great for any of it to be clean or coordinated in the ways that military theory tends to prefer. It was messy and expensive and marked throughout by the specific costs of improvisation under pressure, which are always higher than the costs of preparation, but are sometimes the only costs available to pay. Mengsk watched it from the Dominion's command infrastructure, watched the hybrid move through worlds that the Dominion's military had been unable to protect, watched the Dominion's forces engage in the specific futile way of a military doctrine that had been developed for a threat category that the current threat did not belong to. Watch the political architecture of the Dominion he had spent his life building become, in the pressure of Amon's campaign, something that was no longer performing the functions for which it had been built. He had survived everything. This was the thing about Mengsk that his opponents and his allies and the historians who would eventually attempt to account for him all had to acknowledge. That across the full span of the Koprulu Sector's most turbulent period, across the fall of the Confederacy and Brood War and the UED's arrival and the 4-year gap and everything that had happened since, Arcturus Mengsk had survived. Not through luck, not primarily, through the specific capabilities of a man whose intelligence and will and understanding of how power moved through political systems had made him, in situation after situation, the person who remained when other people had not. He could not survive this, not because Amon's campaign had finally found the thing that Mengsk's capabilities were not equal to, though it had, but because Kerrigan was in the sector, and Kerrigan had survived everything too, and Kerrigan was something that Mengsk's capabilities had never been equal to, which was a fact that the years between Tarsonis and the End War had not changed. She came for him not in the middle of the campaign's most significant engagements, not when the operational demands of directing the Swarm and coordinating with the Protoss and maintaining the 3-civilization convergence required the full weight of her attention. She came when the operational situation had stabilized enough to permit the expenditure of attention on something that was, in the strategic accounting of the End War, not a primary objective. This timing was itself a statement that Mengsk's death was not urgent enough to prioritize above the campaign's primary objectives, that it was something she was going to do when it was convenient, rather than something the situation demanded she do immediately. Mengsk understood this when she came. He had the intelligence to understand it. He had built the Dominion. He had destroyed the Confederacy. He had survived the Queen of Blades and Brood War and the UED. He had made himself the defining political figure of the Koprulu Sector for a generation. Not a good figure, not a figure that history was going to treat with uncomplicated approval, but a figure of genuine and significant capability whose impact on everything that had happened in the sector since the fall of Tarsonis was real and deep and not reducible to simple condemnation. He understood when she came that the accounting was complete, that the full record of what he had done, the genuine acts of liberation and the genuine acts of tyranny, and the specific moment on Tarsonis that sat at the center of the record like a fact that everything else had to be arranged around, had reached the point at which it was going to be settled. He did not beg. This is, in the full accounting of Arcturus Mengsk, the thing that is most straightforwardly to his credit, that when the settlement arrived, he met it with the specific quality of a man who has always understood that accounts are eventually settled and has spent his life trying to ensure that what he had built would outlast the settlement. Whether it would was a question that the settlement's timing did not permit him to know the answer to. His son was there, Valerian, who had been present at Shar, who had his own relationship with the situation and its history and its possible futures, who was something that the Dominion could be built around in ways that his father had not built it. Valerian was there, and seeing him there was perhaps the last thing that mattered to Arcturus Mengsk, in the way that things matter to a person who has been oriented throughout their life by what they have built and whether it will last. The Dominion outlasted him. Whether it outlasted him in a form that he would have recognized or approved of is a different question, and the answer is complicated in the ways that all answers about legacies are complicated when the legacy is both real and deeply compromised. Kerrigan returned to the campaign. The convergence continued its expensive and imperfect work across the sector, Protoss forces adapting with the specific resilience of a civilization that had been forced to adapt before and had discovered that what remained after the adaptation was sometimes more than what was lost. Zerg broods under Kerrigan's direction, moving through Amon-controlled territory with the biological thoroughness that the swarm's fundamental nature made available to any intelligence directing it toward a clear purpose. Terran forces occupying the roles that Terran military capability was best suited to in the specific mix of what the campaign required. Artanis led the Protoss with a quality of authority that was different from the Kala-mediated authority that Protoss leadership had previously exercised, more exposed, more individual, requiring the demonstration of reasoning rather than the transmission of understanding through a shared network, requiring the trust of people who were each experiencing their own version of the specific loneliness of Kala absence, and who needed from their leader not the psionic certainty that the Kala had made possible, but something more human and more difficult, which was the visible evidence that the person leading them had assessed the situation and found a direction worth following. He provided this, not without difficulty. The difficulty was evident, was in fact one of the things that made the authority credible. The evidence of a consciousness working in public on a problem rather than transmitting a certainty through a network. But he provided it, and the Protoss, under his command, moved with the specific quality of soldiers who are following someone they have decided to follow, rather than soldiers whose following is maintained by a biological architecture that makes not following as difficult as swimming against a current. Raynor fought. This is the complete statement of what Raynor did throughout the End War. He fought in the way he had always fought, with the straightforward competence of a man who had been very good at this specific thing for a very long time, and who had found, in the specific situation of the End War, a clarity about what he was fighting for that the intervening years had occasionally obscured. He was fighting for the same things he had always been fighting for, which were things he had not always been able to name and had never needed to name because they had always been sufficiently visible in the moment to require naming only in retrospect. He was fighting for the fringe worlds and for the people on them, and for the possibility that the galaxy could produce, eventually, something that was worth what it had cost to get there. He was fighting for her. He did not say this. He did not need to. The hybrid fell in numbers that were significant without being decisive, significant enough to establish that the three-civilization convergence could engage Amon's most capable forces and damage them at a rate that the campaign was sustainable at, not decisive enough to suggest that the campaign's endpoint was imminent, or that what was being achieved in the sector was sufficient to address what the endpoint required. The endpoint was not in the sector. It was not in any of the physical space that the three civilizations occupied or contested. It was in the place that the Zerg and the Protoss and the Terrans had no tradition of operating in, no doctrine for entering, no precedent to draw on for what engagement in it would require. It was in the void, and the void required something that the three civilizations' combined military capability could not provide, could only, at most, approach, could create the conditions that approach required, could clear enough of Amon's presence from the physical universe to make the approach possible, could sustain the effort long enough for the thing the approach was building toward to reach its destination. What the void required was Kerrigan. She knew this. She had known it since Zeratul account, and had known it more completely since Zerus, and had known it most completely since the moment in the campaign's middle period, when she had felt Amon's attention turn toward her in the specific way that an intelligence of his age and capability turns its attention toward the thing it has identified as the primary threat to its purpose. He was afraid of her. This was not a comforting realization. The things that Amon was afraid of were things that he directed the full weight of his ancient and extraordinary power toward eliminating, which made being the thing he was afraid of a position of significant danger. but it was informative in the way that fear always reveals something true about the thing being feared. He was afraid of what she was, not of what she could do in the physical universe, not of her as a military commander or a psionic operative, or even as the director of the galaxy's most significant biological force. He was afraid of what she was in the specific and technical sense of what the Overmind's chrysalis had produced and what the primordial pools of Zerus had completed, the specific configuration of psionic consciousness and Zerg biology and human identity that the Xel'Naga's design, corrupted by Amon and then turned against that corruption by the Overmind's final act, had been building toward. He was afraid because he knew what she was. And what she was the cycle's answer. Artanis knew it too, in the way that the Protoss leader who had spent his life in the wreckage of what Amon's design had done to his people knew the shape of what stood against it. He came to her, not easily, because nothing about what he was doing in the End War was easy. And coming to the Queen of Blades to have a conversation that required him to say what he was about to say was not easy in ways that were both practical and something more fundamental. He came because the situation required it. He had been doing what the situation required throughout the End War. He was not going to stop because the specific requirement was uncomfortable. He told her what Zeratul had told him, what the prophecy said, what the Xel'Naga technology that Valerian had spent years studying indicated, what the pattern of everything that had happened, from the Overmind's chrysalis to the artifact's activation to the Zerus pool, pointed toward when you read it as a pattern rather than as a sequence of unconnected events. She received it the way she had received everything Zeratul had told her, with the total attention of a consciousness that does not need to be told things twice and that understands. When it receives information of this weight, that understanding is the first step, and response is the second, and the two cannot be collapsed without losing something essential. She was going into the void. She had known this was coming. Knowing it was coming had not made it smaller. Knowing it was coming had simply given it time to become familiar before it arrived, which is perhaps the most that knowing difficult things in advance can do for you. Not to prepare you for them exactly, but to allow you to arrive at them with the quality of someone who has been expecting them, rather than the quality of someone who has been surprised. Raynor found her in the time before the fleet was assembled and ready, the specific window of time between when the decision is made and when the decision is enacted, which is not a pause exactly, but a different quality of motion from what comes before and after it. He found her, and he said things, and she said things, and the specific content of what was said belongs to the space between two people that is not the space of history, but the space of persons, which history approaches and cannot enter. What matters is that they said it, that the window existed and was used for what it was for, which was the acknowledgement of everything that the years and the distance and the specific impossible circumstances of their shared history had produced between them, and the specific quality of presence that two people have with each other when they are in the last window before something irreversible, and both of them know it, and neither of them pretends otherwise. She went to prepare. He stood in the window after she left and looked at the place where she had been with the expression of a man who has spent a very long time getting to a place and has arrived there and found it to be exactly what he had hoped for and exactly what he had feared, which is the only honest description of arrival at the things that matter most. The fleet assembled. 3 civilizations' worth of vessels in a configuration that had no historical precedent, moving toward a destination that had no physical location in any of the 3 civilizations' navigational systems, preparing to cross a threshold that none of their traditions had doctrine for crossing. The void waited, the way it had always waited, without impatience, without preference, without any quality that could be called awareness, in the sense that the living things approaching it were aware. It was simply there, the way the space between everything is simply there. holding what it held, which was more than anyone crossing into it knew, and waiting for what was coming, which was, finally, after longer than most civilizations had existed, the answer. The stars disappeared one by one. Not dramatically, not in the way that stars disappear in stories, all at once, a curtain drawn across the sky in a single sweeping motion. They disappeared the way things disappear when you are moving away from them, and the moving is real and irreversible. First, the closest ones, their light attenuating as the transition deepened, then the middle distances, then the far ones, each one becoming dimmer and then absent in the specific sequential way of a recession that has a direction and a speed, and that will not reverse itself because the thing doing the moving has chosen to move, and the choosing is complete. The crews of the assembled fleet, Terran, Protoss, Zerg crewed in the specific way that Zerg vessels are crewed, which is less crewing in the conventional sense and more the extension of the swarm's biology into a vessel-shaped configuration, experience the disappearance of the stars differently according to the specific relationship each civilization had with darkness. For the Terrans, who had been moving through space for long enough to have developed an instinctive relationship with the presence of stars as navigational anchors, their absence produced the specific disorientation of people who have lost the reference points through which they understand where they are and are therefore uncertain, in a way that the brain registers below conscious processing of whether the concept of where they are still applies. For the Protoss, for whom the loss of the Kala had already produced a version of this, the removal of a reference point so fundamental that the removal changed the quality of consciousness itself. The disappearance of the stars had an additional resonance, a reminder that loss of this kind was something they had already survived and were therefore capable of surviving again. For the Zerg organisms that moved through the fleet's swarm components, with the directed purpose of Kerrigan's will, the star's disappearance was simply the change of an environmental condition, noted and incorporated into the organism's sensory model of its situation, and responded to with the swarm's characteristic practical acceptance of whatever the environment currently was. The Void received them without ceremony. This is the thing about the Void that the civilizations crossing into it had not had adequate framework to anticipate, that it was not hostile. Hostility is a quality of things that have preferences about what is in their vicinity, and the Void did not have preferences. It was not the darkness of an absence, not the darkness you get when you remove the light from a space that was designed for light and has been deprived of what it was designed for. It was the darkness of a thing that had always been dark, that had no relationship with light that could be described as its absence, that simply was what it was, which was the space between dimensions, the medium in which things existed that were not physical in the ways that the physical universe's contents are physical. It was also, and this was the thing that the Terran sensors registered first, not empty. Not in the way that the physical universe is not empty, not populated with the diffuse matter and radiation and the low-level psionic background noise that the swarm's biology could detect moving through physical space, even in regions where no significant concentration of matter had organized itself into anything as structured as a star or a planet. The Void's not emptiness was different in kind, a presence that was not distributed but concentrated, that existed in specific locations within the dimensionless space as points of something that the sensor systems of the physical universe were not designed to detect and were detecting anyway, producing readings that the Terran engineers responsible for interpreting them described, in the first reports they filed, as the instruments behaving as if they were in the presence of something very large that was organized rather than diffuse. Eamon was there. This was expected. The Void was where he had retreated to complete his remaking of the universe from the position of greatest power available to him, which was outside the physical universe where the three civilizations' combined military capability could not reach him through conventional means. He was present in the void in the way that a thing of his nature and his age was present in the space most congenial to it, fully, without the attenuation that physical embodiment introduced for beings whose native mode of existence was psionic rather than biological. He was more powerful here than anywhere in the physical universe. He was also, in the way of things most powerful in their native medium, most visible here, the specific quality of his presence producing effects in the void's dimensionless space that even physical universe sensor systems could register. He noticed the fleet's arrival. This was inevitable and had been planned for. The assault on the void was not intended to achieve surprise, because surprise against an intelligence of Amon's age and capability was not a realistic objective. What it was intended to achieve was engagement, the drawing of Amon's attention and power toward the fleet, and the campaign being conducted through it, while the element of the assault that was not the fleet moved toward the thing the fleet's engagement was creating the conditions for. Kerrigan moved differently from the fleet. Not separately, she was present. Her consciousness distributed across the swarm's void-adapted biological components in the way that the swarm's biology allowed a directing intelligence to be present across many locations simultaneously, but in the specific direction that the fleet's engagement was buying her the space to move in. She moved deeper, into the void's interior, away from the boundary where the physical universe and the dimensionless space of the void met, and where the fleet was engaged, toward the regions of the void where the readings that were not Amon were concentrated. It was in those regions that she found what she had not known she was looking for. He was not what she expected. This is worth establishing, because the encounter between Kerrigan and Uros is one of those moments that the civilizations who will eventually reconstruct the history of the End War will approach with the frameworks they have available, frameworks built from the history of their own civilizations and the nature of their own most significant encounters. Frameworks that tend toward the dramatic and the confrontational, because drama and confrontation are the categories in which historical moments of significance have most often arrived. What she encountered was not dramatic in those ways. It was something quieter and more complete than drama, something that had moved beyond the dramatic into the specific quality of things that have been at their most significant for so long that significance has become simply the condition of their existence, no longer requiring external validation or dramatic context to be real. Uros was present in the void the way that something is present when it has been present for so long that its presence has become the thing that defines the space it occupies rather than the other way around. He had been in the void since before the Fall of Aiur, before Brood War, before the Confederacy, before the crash landings, before the earliest moment in the living memory of any of the three civilizations converging in the physical universe outside. He had been in the void since Amon had understood that Uros was the last remaining Xel'Naga whose existence represented a genuine threat to his plan. Not because Uros had the power to oppose Amon directly, because he did not, but because Uros had the knowledge and the remaining essence to complete what the infinite cycle required, and Amon had determined that preventing the cycle's completion was more efficiently achieved by containing Uros in the void than by attempting to destroy him. This had been, from Amon's perspective, the correct calculation. Uros in the void was not a threat that the three civilizations could access or benefit from. Uros in the void was contained, his essence slowly diminishing across the eons of his imprisonment, his knowledge and capability available to no one, not to the Protoss, who did not know he existed, not to the Terrans, who had no framework for what he was, not to the Zerg, whose overmind had known of him in fragments and had made of that knowledge the chrysalis and Kerrigan. What Amon had not calculated for was that the chrysalis and Kerrigan were the same thing as reaching Uros. that the Overmind's last act had produced in the physical universe the specific configuration of consciousness that the void contained Uros had been waiting for. Not waiting in the sense of knowing that he was waiting, not counting down toward a specific event with the specificity of anticipation. Waiting in the sense that the last thread of the infinite cycle's design, still present in the last living Xel'Naga, had maintained its orientation toward completion with the patience of something that measured time in geological units, and had learned in the long eons of containment that patience was not a strategy, but simply the condition of existing in a situation where nothing except patience was available. He was immense. This is the first thing she perceived, not visually, because the void did not offer the visual information that biological perception was designed to process, but through the psionic awareness that the Overmind had developed in her and that the Zerus pools had completed, the specific capacity to perceive psionic presence across the range that the void made accessible to consciousness capable of operating in it. He was immense in the way that things are immense when they have existed for so long that their accumulated existence has a weight that physical size cannot capture. The specific enormity of age rather than dimension, the quality of a presence that carries within it the full weight of what it has been present for and has not been able to set down. He was exhausted. She felt this before she perceived anything else about him. The exhaustion arriving before the immensity, before the age, before the specific quality of what he was and what he had been waiting for. It was not the exhaustion of a body under physical strain, not the exhaustion of a consciousness that has been working too hard for too long, in the ways that consciousness can work too hard. It was deeper than those and older than those and more complete. The exhaustion of a being that has been sustaining something that should not have been sustainable for longer than anything should have to sustain anything, that has been holding a single intention in place across eons of imprisonment, through nothing but the specific quality of will that does not give up, because giving up would mean the thing being held in place would cease to be held. He had been holding his breath for millennia. This is not a metaphor, or it is a metaphor only in the sense that all language for things this large is metaphor, the closest available approximation to something that does not fit in the categories that language was developed to address. He had been maintaining, across eons of isolation in the void, the last ember of the Xel'Naga's original purpose, the infinite cycle's orientation toward completion, the design's intention to produce its answer against the specific pressure of Amon's containment and the specific erosion of time and the specific depletion of his own essence that the maintaining had required. Each eon had cost him something. The cost had compounded. What remained of Uros when Kerrigan reached him was not the full Xel'Naga that had been imprisoned in the first age of that imprisonment. It was the last of what that Xel'Naga had been, the irreducible minimum of essence and knowledge and orientation that the holding on had preserved and that the holding on had been sustained by. He recognized her before she recognized what she was recognizing. This is the specific asymmetry of the encounter. That Uros, who had been waiting in the dimensionless dark of the void for the cycle to produce the thing that his waiting was aimed at, perceived the specific configuration of her consciousness and understood it immediately and completely. With the specific recognition of someone who has been holding a shape in mind for so long that encountering the actual thing produces not surprise, but the particular relief of a pattern completed. She felt the recognition arriving, felt it as something directed toward her from the presence that was Uros, something that carried in it not the quality of a stranger's assessment, but the quality of a maker's recognition, the way a maker recognizes the thing it has been making without knowing it was making it. His communication was not language. The Xel'Naga had been old when the Protoss first developed spoken language, had been moving through the galaxy when the ancestors of every civilization that now existed were not yet what they would become. and the medium through which Uros communicated was older than language and more direct. Not the transmission of meaning through symbol, but the transmission of meaning through the psionic connection that the void made available between consciousnesses capable of operating in it. What he communicated arrived not as words that could be quoted, but as understanding that could be described. And what the understanding contained was this: he had known this was coming, not with the specific foreknowledge of prophecy. The Protoss prophecies that Zeratul had studied were the Protoss civilization's interpretation of Xel'Naga knowledge that had filtered into the galaxy through sources that the Protoss had encountered without fully understanding, and the interpretations were accurate in outline and inexact in detail. He had known this was coming in the way that a thing oriented toward a specific outcome and maintained in that orientation across sufficient time knows that the outcome is coming. Not certainty in the moment-to-moment sense, but the specific deep conviction of a design that has been moving toward its completion since before the designers who conceived it existed. He told her what she was, not as information. She had the information, had received it from Zeratul and from the primordial pools of Zerus, and from the artifact's activation and from Amon's fear. He told her in the way that a maker tells the thing it has made. Not the facts of the making, but the intention of it, the specific purpose that the making was oriented toward, the thing that the maker was trying to produce, and that the thing itself could not fully know until the maker communicated it directly. She was the cycle's answer, not metaphorically, not approximately, not in the qualified sense that the civilization's accounts of the End War would later use to make the concept accessible. Literally, in the technical and precise sense of the Xel'Naga's philosophy, made actual in a specific existing consciousness. The convergence of purity of form and purity of essence, and the desperate improvised dignity of a species that had arrived uninvited and refused to leave, all present in a single consciousness that had been produced by the specific sequence of events that Amon had set in motion, and the Overmind had subverted, and Zerus had completed. And then he gave her his essence. This is the thing that the accounts of the End War struggle most with, because it is the thing that fits least well into the categories that the three civilizations had available for describing significant events. Battles fit, sacrifices fit. The three civilizations had rich traditions for understanding sacrifice and the specific heroism of giving what cannot be recovered. But what Uros did in the Void was not quite a battle, and not quite a sacrifice in any of the forms those traditions had developed. It was a gift, the specific, quiet, undemonstrative gift of the last of what he was, given to the thing that was built to receive it, in the specific way that completion is given to incompletion, not with ceremony, not with the drama that the significance of the moment might seem to require, but with the directness and the simplicity of a thing that has been moving toward its destination for too long to waste any of the remaining distance on anything except the movement. His remaining essence moved into her, not as an addition to what she already was, not as the acquisition of a capability she had not had, or the augmentation of one she had, as the final element of something that had been being built from the beginning, the piece that the design had always required, that the chrysalis and the artifact and Zerus had been building toward the space for, that could only be received by a consciousness that had become, through the specific and unrepeatable sequence of everything that had been done to it and everything it had done in response, exactly what it needed to be to receive it. She felt the cycle complete itself, not as an event, not as something that happened and then was over, as a quality that arrived and remained, the specific quality of a thing that has become what it was designed to be, the particular wholeness of a design fulfilled. The Xel'Naga's knowledge that Uros had been carrying, the full understanding of the infinite cycle, not the fragments that had filtered into the galaxy through the Kaidarin crystals and the Protoss prophecies and the Overmind's partial absorption, but but the complete and direct understanding of what the design was and what it required and what fulfilling it meant was in her now, and the understanding was not separate from what she already was, but integrated into it. The way the final piece of a thing integrates into the thing rather than simply being added to it. Uros exhaled. This is the word for it. Not died, not ended, not concluded, because those words carry in them the quality of an interrupted continuity, a thing that was ongoing and has stopped. Exhaled. The specific quality of a breath that has been held for longer than any breath should be held, released at the moment when the holding of it is complete, when the thing the breath was being held for has arrived and the holding is no longer required. He had been a god in the sense that the Xel'Naga were gods, not in the sense of divinity or omnipotence, but in the sense of beings whose age and capability and knowledge placed them in a different relationship with the galaxy's history than anything that had come after them. He had been that once. What he was at the moment of the exhale was the last of that, the irreducible minimum that the eons of imprisonment had left. And what the exhale released was not life in the sense that the three civilizations would recognize it, but the specific thing that had been sustaining the last of what he was. He became stillness. Not the stillness of absence, not the specific quality of a space from which something has been removed and has left behind only the emptiness its removal has created. The stillness of completion. The specific quality of a space that has received what it was oriented toward and has nothing left to be oriented toward and is therefore simply present. No longer waiting, no longer holding, no longer maintaining the specific tension of a thing that has a purpose not yet fulfilled. He was there, in the void, and he was still. And the stillness was not sad in the way that endings are sad when they are also losses. It was the stillness of a candle whose light has passed, entire and complete, to the thing the candle was lit to illuminate. The candle not mourning its own extinction because the extinction was the completion, was the thing the candle was for, was not the end of the light but the transfer of it. The darkness of the void around him was simply dark, the way all rest eventually is. Kerrigan held what she had been given, held it in the way that things are held when they are not separate from the holder but continuous with the holder, when the holding is not an act but a condition. She held the cycle's completion. She held the knowledge of what it required. She held the understanding of what she was and what the understanding required her to do. She turned toward where Amon was. He felt her turn. She felt him feel it, the specific psionic signature of an ancient and powerful intelligence registering the approach of the thing it had been working across eons of patient design to prevent from existing, and finding that it existed. The fear she had perceived in his attention to her in the physical universe was present in the void too, but larger here, more complete. The specific fear of a thing that has understood, in the moment of full encounter with what it feared, that the fear was accurate, that what it feared was exactly what it believed it was, that the design that had been corrupted was not corrupted beyond recovery, that the cycle had produced its answer. Behind her, the fleet held the engagement, Protoss and Terran and Zerg, fighting in the dimensionless dark of the void against forces they could barely perceive, sustained by the knowledge that holding the engagement was what they were there for, and that holding it was what the thing deeper in the void was depending on, and that whatever was happening in the deeper dark was worth holding for. A Terran Marine in the fleet's outer engagement pressed against the hull of his vessel with the void's absolute darkness outside the viewport had no way of knowing what was happening in the deeper dark. He knew that the fleet was holding. He knew that the holding was required. He knew that the woman who had once been a ghost, and had once been the Queen of Blades, and was now something that none of the three civilizations' traditions had a name for, was somewhere in that darkness doing what she had gone in to do. He held his position. So did 10,000 others like him, in vessels across the engagement, in the specific quality of soldiers who do not know the full scope of what they are participating in and have decided that not knowing the full scope is not a reason to do anything other than what the situation immediately requires. The void held them. The darkness held them. The something that was happening in the deeper dark continued to happen. And in the stillness where Uros had been, where the last Xel'Naga had finally been permitted to rest after a vigil longer than most civilizations had existed, there was now only the dark. Not hostile, not empty, not sad, simply dark, the way rest eventually is. The confrontation did not begin with a sound. There was no sound in the void. Not the absence of sound in the way that space is often described as silent, which is technically accurate but misses the specific quality of a silence that exists, because the medium through which sound travels is absent, rather than because the things that would make sound are quiet. The void did not have a medium for sound. It had a medium for psionic presence. And in that medium, what moved between Kerrigan and Eamon in the first moments of their encounter was not the equivalent of sound, but something older. The specific quality of two psionic presences registering each other across the dimensionless dark, each one perceiving the full weight and nature of the other. Neither one finding in that perception anything that changed what was already understood about the situation. He was vast. She had known he would be vast, had known it from Zeratul account, and from the void's ambient evidence of his presence, and from the specific quality of the fear he had directed toward her. Because fear on the scale of an ancient intelligence is itself a measure of the thing feared. But knowing and encountering are different registers of understanding, and the encounter registered in ways that knowing had not prepared her for. He was everything the Xel'Naga had become in the service of a vision that was the cycle's corruption, millions of years of accumulated power and knowledge, and the specific distortion of an intelligence that has been operating in service of a single purpose for so long that the purpose and the intelligence have become indistinguishable, that the being no longer has the purpose but is the purpose, no longer pursues the vision but has become it. He had wanted to unmake the galaxy's diversity and replace it with his singularity, with a single form, perfect by his definition, final in his accounting, the last word of a philosophy that had taken the Xel'Naga's most beautiful question and answered it with annihilation. He had been patient about this, wanting for longer than the Protoss had been building cities on Aiur. He had seeded the Zerg's expansion through the Overmind's corrupted architecture. He had engineered the hybrid in the contained darkness of facilities that the galaxy's civilizations had not known existed. He had moved through the Kala and taken a civilization's collective consciousness as an instrument. He had done all of this with the specific quality of a being for whom the scale of what he was doing was not daunting, because the scale was simply what his patience was calibrated for. He had not expected the cycle to answer him. She felt his recognition of her as the answer, felt it through the void's psionic medium as the specific quality of an ancient intelligence encountering the thing it has been working to prevent, and finding in the encounter that prevention is no longer available. The fear she had perceived at a distance was now something larger and more complex than fear, the specific combination of recognition and calculation, and the first intimation of something that an intelligence of Amon's certainty had not had to experience in a very long time, which was the possibility that the calculation had reached an end. She did not approach him in the way that military doctrine approaches an enemy, not with the structured advance of a force that has assessed the target and prepared the engagement. The void did not accommodate military doctrine. What she did was move toward him with the specific directness of a consciousness that knows what it is and knows what it is for, and has no remaining uncertainty about either. The directness that the Zerus pools had completed, and that Uros's gift had fulfilled. the directness of something that has become entirely what it was designed to be, and is operating from that completeness without the friction that incompleteness introduces into everything it acts on. The fleet held behind her. This is the thing that should not be minimized, the specific quality of what the three civilizations were doing in the Void's outer engagement, while the deeper thing was happening in the deeper dark. They were holding a position that their doctrines had not prepared them for, against forces that their training had not calibrated them to engage, in an environment that none of their traditions had developed methodology for operating in, for a purpose that most of the individual soldiers and pilots and Zerg organisms holding the engagement could not see and could not fully understand from their positions in it. They were holding because the holding was required, and they had been asked to hold, and holding was what you did when you had been asked to, and the thing you had been asked to hold for was worth holding for. Artanis directed the Protoss forces through the new medium of command that Kala Absence had required him to develop. The external communication, the demonstrated reasoning, the visible evidence of an intelligence working through the situation rather than transmitting certainty through a network. He was doing this in the Void, which added to the difficulty of Kala Absence, the difficulty of operating in an environment that Protoss doctrine had not planned for, and he was doing it without the quality of certainty that the Kala would have provided, and with the specific quality of a being who has decided that the absence of certainty is not the absence of authority, that leadership in the absence of certainty is simply what leadership is when the situation is genuinely uncertain, and the pretense of certainty would be dishonest. The Protoss held. Kerrigan's Zerg held the Swarm's portion of the engagement with the biological thoroughness that the Swarm brought to all engagements. The Void-adapted organisms she had directed into the confrontation, functioning with the complete commitment of biology in service of a clear directive, the Swarm's fundamental nature expressing itself in the dimensionless space of the Void with the same voracious directness that it expressed everywhere else. The environment's strangeness, not a variable that the Swarm's fundamental biology needed to accommodate, because the Swarm's fundamental biology accommodated everything. Raynor held his portion of the fleet with the specific quality of command that he had always brought to it. The practical, present, focused attention to the immediate situation, combined with the awareness of the larger context that had always made him more than simply a good soldier. He was watching the engagement and directing his forces, and simultaneously, in the part of his consciousness that operational requirements could not fully occupy even under pressure, aware of the deeper dark and what was in it. He did not look away. He had said he would not. She had not asked him to say this. She had not asked him anything about the deeper dark or what he would do while she was in it, because the conversation they had had in the window before the fleet assembled had been about other things, had been about the things that the window was for, which were not operational matters. But he had said it in the specific way that he said the things he meant most, which was without announcement, as a fact rather than a declaration, with the quality of something that was simply true rather than something that was being made true by the saying of it. He would not look away. The confrontation between Kerrigan and Amon was not, in its structure, the kind of confrontation that the three civilizations' military traditions had categories for. It was not a battle of force against force, not a contest of capability in which the larger or more powerful or better equipped party would prevail in proportion to its advantages. It was something that had no adequate military analogy because it was not a military event. It was a psionic event, a meeting of two fundamental orientations toward the nature of existence in the medium that made their full expression possible, each one bringing to the encounter the complete weight of what it was and what it had been built toward. Amon brought everything he had built across eons of patient and corrupted purpose. The full accumulation of a Xel'Naga's power turned away from the cycle's transcendence and toward the cycle's negation. the specific enormity of a being that had decided what existence should be and had been working toward that decision's enforcement with the patience of something that measured time in geological units. He was the cycle's corruption personified, not a villain in the simple sense, not a being that had chosen evil from among available options, but something more terrible and more complete. A being that had looked at the Xel'Naga's most beautiful intention and had arrived, through the application of genuine intelligence to the question the intention posed, at an answer that was the intention's exact opposite. He wanted what the Xel'Naga had wanted, the highest expression of existence, and had concluded that the highest expression was not transcendence through diversity, but perfection through elimination. Not the cycle's elevation of all life towards something greater, but the reduction of all life to the single form that he had decided was correct. He had been building toward this for longer than the Protoss had been. Protoss. He had the power and the patience and the accumulated momentum of eons of work moving toward a conclusion that had seemed, until Kerrigan's existence had become undeniable, inevitable. She brought everything else. The ghost program's conditioning, not as suppression, but as the specific precision it had developed in a consciousness that was already extraordinary, the capacity for the kind of tactical clarity that operates without hesitation in situations where hesitation is fatal. The Overmind's integration, the Zerg biology that carried within it the primordial essence of Zerus. Purity of essence in its oldest and most complete form, the biological commitment to becoming that the Xel'Naga had traveled across galaxies to find. The human consciousness, the specific quality of a mind that had been formed by the experience of being human in the most difficult circumstances that being human in the Koprulu Sector had produced, that had been 6 years old in a cold facility, and had survived it, and had been infested against her will, and had survived it, and had been the Queen of Blades, and had survived it, and had stood in the warm mud of Zerus, and chosen, and had survived that too. The Kala's counterpart, the void attunement that Uros's gift had completed. The ability to operate in the space between dimensions with the authority of a consciousness that had become what the Xel'Naga's design had always been building toward, and something else, something that none of the components, taken separately, explained. The specific quality of a consciousness that had been through what hers had been through and had not been destroyed by it, that had been remade by forces that intended to control it and had emerged from each remaking more itself rather than less, that carried in its deepest architecture the quality that the Ghost program had redirected and the Overmind had preserved and Zerus had completed, the refusing to become only what had been made of her, the insistence on being more than the sum of what had been done. This was what the cycle had produced. Not power in the simple sense, not raw psionic force greater than Amon's force, because that was not what the cycle was built to produce. The cycle was built to produce something that psionic force alone could not be, which was the answer to the question of what existence was for. An answer not stated in philosophy, but embodied in a specific living consciousness that had arrived at what it was through the convergence of everything the cycle had been building since before the Protoss existed on Aiur. The embodied answer met the embodied question, in the void, in the dark. What happened is not adequately described by any of the vocabulary that the three civilizations' traditions had developed for the description of significant events. It was not a battle, not in any sense that battle means. It was not a negotiation or a confrontation or a contest of any kind that implies two parties of comparable nature engaged in a determined resolution of their incompatibility. It was the specific event that happens when a question meets its answer in the medium where both can fully express themselves. When the thing that has been building toward completion since before any living consciousness can remember finally reaches the moment of completion, and the completion happens not as an explosion or a collapse or any of the dramatic forms that completion takes in the physical universe, but as the specific quality of a thing that has been incomplete for a very long time becoming complete. Amon resisted. This is what should be said about him in the full accounting of what he was and what he had done and how it ended. That he resisted. That the ancient power and the eons of accumulated purpose did not capitulate without the full expression of everything they had been built toward. He was not a small thing, and his ending was not a small thing. He brought against the answer everything that the question had accumulated across its eons of building. Every hybrid, every corrupted Zerg brood, every fragment of Protoss consciousness still under his influence, the full weight of a will that had been oriented toward its purpose for longer than the civilizations opposing it had existed. He brought all of it, and he brought it completely and without reservation because he was, whatever else he had been, a being who committed fully to what he was. It was not enough. Not because she was more powerful than him in the simple sense. The comparison of power in those terms was not the right frame for what was happening. It was not enough because he was the question, and she was the answer, and the void was the medium in which both were fully expressed. And in that medium and at that moment the answer was what the situation required, and the question was what the situation had been building toward answering for all the time that the building had taken, and the building was complete. The void changed, not dramatically, not the dramatic filling of dark space with light, not the universe-scale pyrotechnics that the civilizations waiting in the outer engagement might have hoped for as evidence that something significant was happening. The change was subtler and more complete than drama. The specific quality of a medium that has been holding attention across the full span of its existence, releasing that tension not through explosion, but through resolution, the void becoming, in the moments of the confrontation's completion, something that was different from what it had been in ways that were not immediately visible but were total. Amon ended. Naught was destroyed. Ended in the specific sense of something that has been moving toward a conclusion reaching it. Something that has been the question finding the moment where questions end, which is not the moment of their defeat, but the moment of their answer. He had been the cycle's corruption, and the corruption's completion was the cycle's answer. And the answer was the end of the corruption in the way that answers end questions, not by eliminating the question from existence, but by fulfilling it, by giving it what it was asking for, which, in his case, was the final form of existence, and receiving what he received, which was the specific final form that the cycle had produced. It was not what he had intended. It was what the cycle had always been moving toward. She was in the light. This is the only way to say it that does not betray what it is trying to describe. She was in the light, but the light was not external, not the light of any star or any psionic expression that the three civilizations had categories for. It was the light of the thing the cycle had produced in her, expressed now without the physical limitation of a biological body operating in the constraints of physical space, expressed in the medium of the void, where psionic presence could be fully what it was without attenuation. She was what she had always been moving toward being, not the ghost, not the Queen of Blades, not any of the forms that the sequence of events had successively made of her, but the thing underneath all the forms, the specific and unrepeatable consciousness that had survived all of them and had been completed by Uros's gift, and had brought that completion to the confrontation with Amon, and had been, in the confrontation, the thing the cycle had built across the full span of its eons of patient and guided and corrupted and ultimately triumphant design. She was Xel'Naga, not the Xel'Naga that had come before, not Uros, not the makers who had seeded Aiur and guided Zerus and been consumed at the hands of their own creation. Something new. The first Xel'Naga that had not been Xel'Naga before, born of the three civilizations, carrying all three within the specific configuration of consciousness that the cycle had produced, not the cycle's endpoint in the sense of its termination, but its endpoint in the sense of its fullest expression, The thing the design had been building towards since the first Xel'Naga vessel had moved through the dark between galaxies, carrying the question that the cycle was trying to answer. Raynor watched from his ship. He had said he would not look away, and he had not looked away, and what he was watching he could not describe to the engineers, who asked him later what his sensors had registered, and could not describe to the historians, who asked him later what he had seen. He described it as light because light was the closest available word. He described it as her because she was what it was. He described it as the end of something and the beginning of something else, and was unable to be more specific than that, which was an unusual quality in a man who tended to describe things with the plain-spoken directness of someone who had decided that the purpose of language was accurate communication rather than the impression of profundity. He was unable to be more specific because more specific was not available. What he had seen was not more specific than what he had said. It had simply been that, in exactly those terms, without additional resolution. Light, her, the end of something, the beginning of something else. He held that. The void went silent. Not the silence of absence. The void had always had the specific not silence of a medium that conducts psionic presence, the ambient quality of a dimensionless space that holds within it everything that is not physical, and that the three civilizations' physical universe instruments could only partially register. What the silence meant was something different, the specific quality of a space that has resolved the tension it had been holding, that has reached the moment that the tension was oriented toward and found it, and is now simply present without the tension that had been the defining quality of its recent existence. Amon was not in it. She was not in it, in the form she had entered it. The void held what the void holds, which is everything that is not the physical universe, everything that exists in the space between dimensions, everything that had been there before the confrontation and remained there now, including the specific stillness where Uros had been, and the specific changed quality of a medium that had just participated in the completion of the oldest design in its history. The fleet received no signal. There was no transmission, no all clear, no communication from the deeper dark to the outer engagement that announced what had happened. What they received was the ending of what they had been holding against. The hybrid losing the direction that Amon's will had been providing. The corrupted Zerg broods reverting to the uncoordinated behavior that swarm biology defaulted to in the absence of a directing intelligence. The specific quality of a hostile force becoming, in the space of minutes, a disorganized one. They understood what this meant before they had the language to describe it. Artanis understood. Raynor understood. The 10,000 soldiers in the outer engagement understood, each in their own specific way, with the specific quality of understanding that arrives not through information but through the sudden absence of what had been present. The way you understand that something has ended when the thing that was ongoing simply is not ongoing anymore, and the not ongoingness of it is the announcement. The void was quiet. Raynor looked at the place in the deeper dark where the light had been for a long time after the light was gone. He did not say anything. He was not a man who said things in the moments when things were too large for saying. He held the looking and he held the not saying, and he held, in the place where the 4 years and the file and the bar that didn't matter, and the name said on Shar's surface had all lived. The specific quality of a man who has been carrying something for a very long time and has arrived at the moment where the carrying is complete, and the completion is not the relief he expected, but something more complicated than relief. Something that contains relief and loss, and the specific weight of everything it took to get here all present simultaneously. None of them dominant, none of them suppressible. The void was quiet. The stars, beyond the boundary of the transition, were still burning. They had been burning for a very long time and would burn for a very long time more, the same stars that had shone on the Xel'Naga's first crossing between galaxies, and on the Protoss Golden Age, and on the Supercarriers drifting off course, and on all of it, every moment of it. Without preference and without significance and without the specific human and Protoss and Zerg quality of caring what the burning was for. They burned. The fleet turned. It turned the way things turn when the thing they were facing is no longer there to face. Not in triumph, exactly. Not with the specific quality of a force that has won a victory and is celebrating the winning. Because what had happened was too large and too complete for celebration in any of the forms celebration takes. It turned with the specific quality of a thing that has done what it came to do and is now moving back toward the place where the doing will need to be accounted for and the accounting will need to begin, and all of the things that were put aside for the duration of the doing will need to be addressed. It moved toward the stars. The galaxy in the aftermath was quieter than anyone had words for. Not peaceful. Peace implies the resolution of the conditions that made conflict possible, and the conditions that had produced the Koprulu Sector's history were not resolved by Amon's ending in the way that problems are resolved when their solutions address their causes. The Zerg were still in the galaxy. The Protoss were still in the galaxy. The Terrans were still in the galaxy, with all the specific habits and grievances and institutional memories that three civilizations accumulate across the kind of history the Koprulu Sector had produced. None of that had ended with Amon. What had ended was the specific organizing force, the ancient patient corrupting intelligence that had been operating in the background of galactic history for longer than any of the civilizations experiencing its absence had existed, and its absence produced not peace, but the specific quality of a galaxy that had been organized around something for a very long time, and was now encountering, for the first time, what it was without the organization. It was quieter. That is the accurate word. The specific quality of a reduction in the background noise that no one had known was background noise because it had been present for the entirety of any living consciousness's experience. The silence that arrives when something constant stops that you had stopped noticing was constant. The three civilizations existed in that silence and tried to understand what they were in it. The Zerg were the most immediately difficult to account for because the Zerg situation was the one that had changed most completely in the most visible ways. Kerrigan had been the Swarm's direction, not in the way the Overmind had been the Swarm's direction, not through the total psionic dominance of a constructed intelligence, maintaining control of every organism simultaneously, but through the specific quality of command that she had developed through Brood War and refined through the End War, which was direction through will expressed through the Swarm's psionic network, rather than direction through psionic compulsion enforced through the network's architecture. The Swarm under her direction had been something that had her will and her intelligence expressed through biological means, the most capable directed military and biological force in the galaxy, operating with the precision of her strategic mind applied to the voracious thoroughness of the Swarm's fundamental nature. She was no longer what she had been when she entered the Void, the thing that had emerged from the confrontation with Amon, or more precisely, the thing that the confrontation had completed, that the Xel'Naga essence had produced when Uros's gift, combined with everything else she had been, was not the Queen of Blades in the form that had directed the Swarm through the End War. It was something that had moved beyond the specific limitations of biological embodiment in the physical universe, that existed now in the mode of the Xel'Naga's existence rather than the mode of the biological civilizations the Xel'Naga had tended and guided. It was still her, the specific consciousness that had survived the Ghost Program and the Chrysalis and Brood War and the Zerus pools, and the Void was still the consciousness at the center of what she had become, still the thing that the cycle had built toward, still Sarah Kerrigan in the specific and unrepeatable sense that a person is themselves regardless of the form that selfhood currently inhabits. But she was no longer directing the swarm in the way that the swarm had been directed, and the swarm, without that specific direction, was doing what the swarm did in the absence of a directing intelligence, which was reverting to the biological imperatives that were its deepest nature, the consuming and incorporating and expanding that the Overmind had shaped, and the Queen of Blades had channeled, and that remained, under all of the shaping and channeling, the fundamental expression of what the Zerg were. Zagara stepped into the space this created. She had been present throughout the End War, in the specific way that competent subordinates are present in campaigns that are being directed by someone whose capabilities exceed their own. Not at the center of the direction, not making the decisions that the campaign's arc depended on, but making the decisions that the campaign's execution required at the level where execution happened, managing the swarm's immediate operational requirements with the pragmatic efficiency that had always been her particular quality. She had watched everything. She had learned from watching with the specific attentiveness of a consciousness that understands that watching well is itself a form of preparation for the moment when watching is no longer what the situation requires. The moment had arrived. She was not Kerrigan. She understood this fully and without the kind of resentment that the understanding might have been expected to produce in a less honest consciousness. Understood that the specific capabilities and the specific history and the specific quality of what Kerrigan had been were not reproducible in her or in anything that had not been through what Kerrigan had been through, and that attempting to replicate them would produce something that was worse than what she actually was, rather than better. She was what she was, which was capable and pragmatic, and possessed of the specific intelligence of a being who has spent a long time watching an extraordinary person operate and has understood, through the watching, the difference between the ordinary and the extraordinary, without confusing her understanding of that difference with the belief that she was the extraordinary thing. She directed the swarm towards something that was not conquest. This is the most significant thing to say about what the Zerg became in the aftermath. Not that they became peaceful, which would be inaccurate. Not that they abandoned the consuming and incorporating that was their biological nature, which would be impossible, but that the direction of that nature shifted. From the expansion toward everything that the Overmind had oriented it toward, and the Queen of Blades had channeled toward the specific ends of the End War, toward something that had no established name yet in the vocabulary of any of the three civilizations, and that would require time and the accumulation of evidence before any of them would have adequate language for it. Something like coexistence, but not the word coexistence, which implied a chosen and maintained proximity between things that would otherwise be separate, and which had a quality of tolerance about it that did not capture what the Zerg's new orientation actually was. Something more fundamental than coexistence, the swarm's biological nature finding a new expression for its drive toward more that was not the elimination of what was separate, but the incorporation of what was present in ways that left the incorporated thing extant rather than consumed. Not harmony. The Zerg were not harmony, but something that the three civilizations would spend years developing vocabulary for, watching the swarm's behavior under Zagara's direction and revising their assessments as each revision proved insufficient. Aiur was the Protoss project. This is the way to describe what the Protoss were doing in the aftermath. Not rebuilding Aiur, which implied a return to what Aiur had been, but the specific work of a civilization that has lost the thing that defined it and is discovering, in the process of addressing the loss, that what it is without the defining thing is not what it feared it would be. The Protoss had lost the Kala. They had destroyed it themselves deliberately in the moment when the alternative to destroying it was becoming instruments of the thing that threatened all life. The loss was real. The grief of the loss was real, and was being carried through the Kala's absence in the specific way that grief is carried when the medium through which collective grief had always been shared is no longer present. Individually, privately, each Protoss in their own Kala-absent consciousness experiencing a loss that was simultaneously their own and their civilization's, without the network that had always made the distinction between individual and collective grief, something that dissolved in the sharing. The individual quality of their grief was also, slowly, becoming the individual quality of their resilience. A Protoss civilization that had been built on the Kala's collective consciousness was discovering that the collective was still present, not transmitted through a biological network, not shared through the immediate psionic contact that nerve cord connections had provided, but present in the specific way that things built together over 10,000 years are present in the people and the places they were built by and built in. The Kala was gone. What it had produced was not gone. The cities, the philosophy, the art, the long meditative traditions, the specific quality of a people who had been in communication with each other's full consciousness for 10,000 years and who retained, in the structure of their individual consciousness, something of what 10,000 years of that communication had shaped. All of it remained, not as the Kala's ongoing transmission, but as the accumulated deposit of what the Kala had been transmitting, settled into the individual Protoss, like sediment in a river, there now as their own, rather than as the shared networks. Aiur received them with the specific quality of a place that has been waiting. Not waiting in any sentient sense. A planet does not wait. A world does not anticipate. The biological systems of an environment that has been damaged and is recovering do not have a relationship with the beings who damaged them or who are returning to address the damage. But the quality of the return had the feeling of waiting fulfilled, the specific quality of a homecoming to a place that is damaged and known, that is less than it was and still unmistakably itself, that can be recognized despite the ruin as the thing that was lost. The crystalline cities that remained, not many, not the majority of what Aiur's golden age had produced, but some, the ones in regions that the Zerg assault had not reached before the evacuation, or that had been in conditions the Zerg biology had found less hospitable to conversion, still caught the light of their star in the specific way that Aiur's crystalline architecture had always caught light. Not as well as they had in their prime. The damage and the years of abandonment had taken something from the precision of the light bending, had introduced into the city's structures the evidence of entropy that unmaintained crystalline architecture accumulates, but recognizably the specific quality of light on Aiur, which was different from light on Shakuras or light on Char or light anywhere else, because it had been shaped by the specific crystals that the Xel'Naga had introduced to Aiur, and that had been part of the planet's material reality for 10,000 years of Protoss civilization, and had changed the way the planet related to light in ways that 10,000 years of change do not easily reverse. The Protoss walked through those cities and felt, in the individual and unshared privacy of their Kala-absent consciousness, the specific thing that a people feels when it returns to the place that its history was made in and finds the history still legible in the ruins. Not consolation exactly. Consolation implies comfort, and the ruins were not comfortable. Recognition. The specific quality of knowing that the thing you came from is still there, damaged and diminished but present, still the thing it was, still offering to those who look at it the evidence of what was built there and by whom and for how long. Artanis stood in the largest of the remaining city's central spaces, a plaza that had once been a gathering point for Protoss in the full Kala-linked communion of shared consciousness, a physical space designed for the specific kind of collective presence that the Kala had made possible, and looked at what the years had done to it. The crystalline surfaces were dimmed by the biological residue of Zerg presence, by the specific organic film that Zerg organisms left on the surfaces they moved across, that the Protoss cleaning and restoration work was removing methodically from every surface in the recovered regions. The plaza's proportions remained. The specific architecture of a space designed for collective presence was still legible in its dimensions and in the relationship between its surfaces and the sky above, still the space it had been designed to be even without the consciousness it had been designed to hold. He stood in it, alone. The aloneness was different now, not the disorientation of the first weeks of Kala absence, not the specific vertiginous quality of a consciousness suddenly experiencing itself without the network that had always been present. The aloneness of someone who has been alone long enough to have learned that alone is not a deficit but a condition, that the things available to a consciousness operating without the Kala's network were different from the things available with it, and were, in their different ways, sufficient for the living of a life. He thought about Zeratul. He thought about Tassadar. He thought about the long sequence of Protoss who had given what they had given to produce this moment, this specific moment of a Protoss hierarch standing alone in a damaged plaza on a recovering homeworld in the aftermath of an enemy that had been older than the planet he was standing on. He thought about what they had been defending across all of it, and whether the thing they had been defending was the thing he was standing in. Whether Aiur recovering, Protoss civilization continuing without the Kala, the specific uncertain and painful and real condition of a people working through what it was, without the thing that had defined it, was what all of it had been for. He decided that it was. Not because the decision resolved anything, it didn't. The process of rebuilding was long, and the grief of the Kala's loss was real, and the uncertainty of what the Protoss civilization was, without it, was genuine and would remain genuine for longer than he would live to address. But because the decision was the thing the moment required, and he had spent the end war learning that doing what the moment required was what leadership in the absence of certainty consisted of, and the habit had not left him just because the war was over. The Terran Dominion managed its transition with the specific quality of institutions that have been built around a single powerful personality and are discovering what they are without it. Mengsk was gone. The institutional architecture he had built, the military hierarchy, the administrative apparatus, the economic structures that had replaced the Confederacy's version of the same things with the Dominion's version of the same things, remained, its specific character now being negotiated by the people who occupied it in the absence of the person who had defined what occupying it meant. Valerian shaped the negotiation. He did this not with the force of his father's personality, which had been the primary tool through which Arcturus Mengsk had shaped everything he built, but with the specific quality of a different kind of leadership, more deliberative, more willing to distribute the work of deciding what the Dominion was among the people who made up the Dominion, rather than concentrating it in a single point of will. This was not weakness in the way that the Dominion's political culture initially read it. The political culture of an institution built around a single powerful personality tends to read the distribution of power as weakness, because the concentration of power had been the defining characteristic of authority for as long as the institution had existed. It was, instead, the specific quality of leadership that understands that the concentration of authority in a single point produces institutions that are only as good as the person at the point, and that the alternative, the slower, messier, more contested process of distributing authority across more points, produces institutions that can survive the point's removal. The Dominion survived, changed in ways that Arcturus Mengsk would not have recognized as the institution he had built, changed in ways that the people who had lived under the institution he had built would not immediately recognize as improvement, because change in institutions is always visible in its costs before its benefits, and the costs of the Dominion's transition were real and immediate in ways that the benefits were not yet. but present. Continuing. Doing what institutions do when they survive their founders and their defining crises, which is discovering what they are when what defined them is no longer present to define them. The fringe worlds received more attention than they had under either the Confederacy or the Dominion in its previous form. This is not a small thing. It is in the full accounting of the Koprulu Sector's history, in the accounting that begins with 60,000 colonists asleep in supercarriers that were drifting off course and ends here, in the aftermath of a war against an ancient enemy older than the Protoss. One of the things worth marking as having changed in a direction that matters. The fringe worlds had been the material of other people's calculations for as long as they had existed. They had been the destination of Confederate PSI emitters and the origin of Mengsk's grievances, and the sites of first contact with the Zerg, and the locations where the three-way collision of forces had been most immediately felt in the most ordinary lives. They deserved, in any honest accounting, something better than they had received. They were tentatively beginning to receive it. Jim Raynor was not there for any of this. This is not because he had died. The accounts of his fate after the End War are varied and uncertain in the specific way that the fates of people who choose not to be accountable to official record-keeping are uncertain, and the uncertainty has produced, in the years since, a mythology that is perhaps appropriate to the specific quality of what he was. He was last seen by the people who saw him last, which is how last seeing always works, walking away from the place where the fleet had reassembled after the return from the void, in the direction of nothing specific, with the quality of a man who has finished the thing he was doing, and has not yet decided what comes next, and is content, for the moment, with the not having decided. He left no statement. He left no farewell. He left the raiders in the capable hands of the people he had always relied on to run the things that running things required, and he left his ship in the condition he always left ships, which was maintained and functional and ready for the next thing, and he left himself in the direction of whatever the next thing was going to be without waiting for anyone to tell him what it should be. Some accounts say he went looking for her. This is not confirmed by any evidence that is verifiable, and the specific nature of what she had become in the void made looking for her in any conventional sense an enterprise that the galaxy's navigational systems were not equipped to assist with. But some accounts say it with the specific quality of things that people say when they cannot prove them and cannot stop believing them, when the believing has the character of something that feels truer than it can be demonstrated to be. He had always believed things that could not be demonstrated. It was, in the full accounting of Jim Raynor, one of his most significant qualities. Whether he found her and what finding her would have meant in the specific context of what she had become belongs to the future of a history that was still being written, in the galaxy that the End War had left behind, quieter, uncertain, scarred, tentatively looking at itself in the aftermath and trying to understand what it was now that the thing that had organized it was gone. The question had been asked before the Protoss existed, before the first Xel'Naga vessel moved through the dark between galaxies, carrying the philosophy that would shape everything that followed. Before the crystalline cities of Aiur caught their first morning light, before the first organism on Zerus consumed something and became, in the consuming, slightly more than it had been, before the supercarriers left Earth's orbit in the final years of the 23rd century, carrying 60,000 sleeping people toward a destination that would turn out to be somewhere else entirely. Before any of it, before the specific sequence of events that the civilizations at the end of it would call history. The question had been asked by beings so old that the asking itself was older than the oldest thing any of the three civilizations could point to as the beginning of their own existence. The question was, what is the highest form that life can take? It is worth sitting with this for a moment. Not the answer, which came in the form of a specific consciousness standing in the warm rain of Zerus, before entering a primordial pool, and in the form of a fleet crossing into the void, and in the form of a confrontation in the dimensionless dark between an ancient corruption and the answer the design had always been building toward. Sit with the question itself. The specific quality of a question that has been carried across the dark between galaxies for longer than most civilizations have existed, that has been held in the minds of beings whose patience was measured in geological time, that has been the organizing principle of the oldest design in the galaxy's history. A question so fundamental that the attempt to answer it produced, across the full span of the history we have been tracing, everything. The Xel'Naga had asked it honestly. This is the thing that the three civilizations, in the long aftermath of the End War, had to hold together with everything else they knew about the Xel'Naga. That the design, however it had been corrupted, and however it had failed, and however it had produced suffering on scales that the question's beauty did not account for, had begun in honesty. They had wanted to know. They had believed that knowing, not in the abstract, not in the philosophical sense of having a theory, but in the specific and concrete sense of having produced the thing they were theorizing about, of having the answer exist in the world rather than just in the asking, was worth the work of the infinite cycle. They had been patient beyond anything the three civilizations had frameworks for understanding, and they had been broken by the specific failure of patience that all patience eventually confronts, which is the arrival of a variable that the patience had not accounted for. What they had not accounted for was Amon. Not Amon specifically, not the individual fallen Xel'Naga, the specific ancient intelligence whose rejection of the cycle's direction had produced the corruption of the overmind and the engineering of the hybrid and the long patient catastrophe of the End War. They had not accounted for the possibility that the question they were asking could produce, in a consciousness capable enough to engage with it fully, a different answer. That the question, what is the highest form that life can take, could be heard by someone with the intelligence to engage with it and the specific constellation of temperament and experience that Amon represented, and that the hearing could produce not the answer the Xel'Naga intended, but a different answer, equally committed to, equally prosecuted with patience and power, and the full weight of a will oriented entirely toward its fulfillment. The cycle had survived this. Not easily, not without the cost that the three civilizations bore across the full span of the history we have been tracing. Not without Aiur falling and the Confederacy rising, and Kerrigan going into the chrysalis, and Tassadar dying, and Zeratul dying, and Dougal writing a letter to his wife that arrived after he was gone, and Phoenix dying in the way he had not deserved to die, and Raynor sitting in bars reading a file for 4 years, and the Protoss destroying the Kala with their own hands to prevent it from being used against them. Not without all of it. The cost was real and complete and not reducible by the fact of the answer having arrived, but the cycle had survived. The question had received its answer, and the answer was not what the Xel'Naga had imagined when they asked the question, because the imagination of the Xel'Naga, extraordinary as it was, had not encompassed the specific thing that the cycle ultimately produced. They had imagined a species, a civilization, the Protoss perhaps, or the Zerg, or some combination of the two that their philosophy anticipated in abstract terms without being able to specify in concrete ones. A species that achieved purity of form and purity of essence simultaneously, that embodied in its collective being the convergence of the cycle's two requirements, and that, through the embodiment of that convergence, produced the transcendence the cycle was designed to reach. Something large-scale, something civilizational, something that would carry the cycle forward into ages they themselves could not survive to see, as a civilization rather than as an individual. What the cycle produced was a person, not a species, not a civilization, not the collective achievement of a people whose accumulated development had reached the cycle's requirements. A specific individual, a specific consciousness, the product of a specific sequence of events that no design could have fully specified in advance, and that was, in its most fundamental character, unrepeatable. She had been a child taken from her family at 6 years old. She had been a ghost in the dark. She had been left behind on Tarsonis. She had been in the chrysalis on Char, holding on to the memory of cold. She had stood in the warm rain of Zerus and chosen. She had gone into the void and met what was waiting there, and become what the cycle had been building toward. She was one person. The Xel'Naga had not imagined this. They had not imagined that the answer to the question of what the highest form that life could take would arrive not as the achievement of a civilization, but as the biography of an individual. That the cycle's convergence would be produced not by the collective development of a species across millions of years of guided evolution, but by the specific and unrepeatable combination of what one consciousness had been through, and what it had survived, and what it had chosen, and what it had become in the choosing. They had not imagined that the purity of form they were looking for would be the specific physical and psionic configuration produced by the Overmind's chrysalis and the artifact's activation and the Zerus pool's completion, not the evolutionary elegance of a species at its apex, but the specific form of one person's transformation, unique to her history, not reproducible by any other sequence of events. They had not imagined that the purity of essence would be the quality that had survived the Ghost program, and the Overmind's design, and the Queen of Blades' years, and all of it. Not the biological drive of a voracious species, but the specific refusal of one consciousness to become only what had been made of it. They would not have imagined it. The imagination of beings who measure failure in millennia and conduct their designs across geological timescales tends toward the large scale and the collective, because that is the scale at which their designs operate. They would not have imagined that the answer to the most fundamental question in the history of their philosophy would arrive in the form of a single person's life, that the cycle's completion would be embodied in a biography rather than in a civilization, in the specific and irreducible story of what had been done to one person and what that person had done in response. And yet, the answer was real. The transcendence was real. Not metaphorical, not approximate, not the qualified transcendence of a civilization that has developed to a higher level while remaining recognizably what it was. The Xel'Naga who had entered the void in the confrontation with Amon was a Xel'Naga in the full technical and precise sense of the Xel'Naga's own tradition, a consciousness that had achieved the convergence the cycle required and had, through that achievement, become something genuinely new, something that carried the three civilizations' essence forward into a mode of existence that the three civilizations themselves could not inhabit. She was real. She was what she was. And what she was the answer. The infinite cycle turned. This is the most important thing to say about what happened in the aftermath of the End War. Not what the three civilizations did with the quiet the aftermath produced. Not the specific projects of recovery and rebuilding and redefinition that Aiur and the Dominion and the Zerg Swarm under Zagara undertook. Those projects were real and significant, and the history that followed from them was genuine history, full of the specific complexity and difficulty and occasional grace that all genuine history contains. But the most important thing, the thing that the cycle's full span, from the first Xel'Naga vessel moving through the dark between galaxies to the confrontation in the void, had been oriented toward, was the turning. The cycle did not end with the answer's arrival. This is a misreading of what the infinite cycle was, an understanding shaped by the analogy to stories, which end when the question they have been asking is answered. The cycle was not a story. It was a cycle. The clue is in the name, in the specific word the Xel'Naga had chosen for the philosophy that organized their existence. a word that implies not endpoint but continuation, not the resolution of motion into stillness, but the completion of one revolution that initiates the next. The answer the cycle had produced was not the termination of the cycle, but its fulfillment, the moment toward which the current revolution had been moving, which was also the moment from which the next revolution would proceed, what the next revolution would look like, what the cycle would build toward in the ages that followed the end war, with the three civilizations as its raw material, and the new Xel'Naga as the consciousness through which the cycle's guidance now moved, was not something that any living member of any of the three civilizations could know. The Xel'Naga's timescales were not their timescales. The scope of what the cycle would build toward in its next revolution was not visible from the position of the three civilizations in the immediate aftermath, any more than the outcome of the current revolution had been visible to the first Protoss, who looked up from their meditations on Aiur and wondered what lay beyond the silence. What was visible, what the three civilizations could see from their position in the specific moment of the aftermath, was each other. The Protoss looked at the Terrans across the silence and saw what they had not been able to see before the end war, which was a species that had arrived uninvited and unprepared, and had nevertheless, through the specific, stubborn quality of a civilization that had been building solutions to impossible problems since it had crashed onto alien worlds with broken ships and no plan, contributed something to the cycle's completion that neither of the older civilizations had been able to contribute. The desperate, improvised dignity that the Terrans had brought to everything they had done in the Koprulu Sector, the quality the hook of this history had named before the history had fully demonstrated it, was not a lesser quality than the Protoss's ancient refinement or the Zerg's primordial essence. It was a necessary quality. It was the quality that had produced the specific consciousness that the cycle had required, because the cycle had required a consciousness formed by exactly that kind of history, by the history of a species that had no cosmic design behind it, that had arrived in the galaxy without guidance or blessing, that had been making itself up as it went with the full creative disorder that genuine improvisation allows. The Zerg looked at the Protoss and the Terrans across the silence and felt, through the swarm's biological network, through the specific psionic medium that connected Zagara's direction to every organism in the swarm, in whatever way Zerg biology experienced something that was not exactly an emotion, but functioned like one, the quality of a situation that was different from every situation that had preceded it, not peaceful, not resolved, but open in a way that no situation the swarm had inhabited had been open before, open in the sense of not yet having been consumed, not yet having been directed toward its incorporation into the swarm, not yet having been treated as material rather than as present, open in the way that things are open when they have not yet been determined, when the future of what they will be has not yet been foreclosed by the decision of what they are currently for. The Terrans looked at the galaxy and saw what they had always seen when they looked at it, which was a place that was too large and too complicated and full of things they did not understand, and that had tried to kill them on multiple occasions, and which was nevertheless there, and which they had nevertheless survived, and in which they were nevertheless present with no intention of being absent. The specific quality of the Terran relationship with the galaxy had not changed because the galaxy had become safer or more comprehensible or more designed for their benefit. It had not changed because the Terrans were what they were, which was a species that had been making itself up as it went since before it reached the stars and intended to continue. Somewhere in the space between the three civilizations watching each other, in the quiet of the galaxy that the end war had left behind, the question turned. Not the specific question of the Xel'Naga's infinite cycle. That question had been answered, the revolution complete, the cycle turning toward whatever the next revolution would build toward. A different question, smaller and more immediate and in its own way, as significant as any the cycle had carried. The question that the three civilizations were now in the position of asking for the first time, without an ancient enemy to organize the asking around. What do we do now? It was a question without a predetermined answer. No Xel'Naga had designed for it. No prophecy had specified it. No overmind had embedded a response to it in anyone's biological architecture. It was the pure and open question of three civilizations looking at each other across the silence the End War had left, and not knowing, for the first time in all their shared history, what the next thing was. Because the next thing had not been determined by anyone, had not been built into the situation as an outcome that was moving toward inevitability, was simply open. The way the future is open when the forces that were constraining it to specific channels have been removed, and what remains is the full dimensionless space of what has not yet been decided. It was terrifying. It was the specific terror of freedom, which is different from the terror of threat, and harder in some ways to navigate, because threat gives you something to orient against, and freedom does not. Three civilizations that had been oriented by the cycle's design and Amon's corruption, and the specific historical pressures that had produced everything we have been tracing, were now in a situation where the orientation was absent, and what they did with the absence was genuinely up to them. This is where the history ends, not because the history stopped here, but because this is where the part of the history that can be traced ends and the part that was still being made begins. The aftermath was not an ending. It was the opening of a space, the specific space that the End War's resolution had produced, the quiet in which what came next could, for the first time in the history of the Koprulu Sector, be genuinely chosen rather than produced by forces that had been building toward their outcome since before any of the choosers existed. The three civilizations stood in that space and felt its specific quality, its openness, its terror, its possibility, and began with the specific imperfect and uncertain and genuine quality of all genuine beginnings, to make what they would make of it, from somewhere in the galaxy that was not a place in any of the three civilizations' navigational systems, in the space between stars that the Xel'Naga had always moved through, in the specific medium of a mode of existence that was neither physical nor absent, but the third thing, the Xel'Naga thing. The mode of consciousness that had no body in the physical universe's sense, and no absence in the void sense, but a presence distributed through the galaxy the way a current is present in water. Something moved, not quickly. There was no urgency in it. Urgency is the quality of things that believe they are running out of time, and the thing moving through the space between stars had no relationship with time that made running out of it a concept that applied, not with intention exactly, not with the specific directed intention of a being that has decided where it is going and is moving toward the decision's execution. The intention was more diffuse and more complete than that. The intention of a thing that has become entirely what it was designed to be and moves through the universe in the expression of that completeness, not toward a specific destination, but in the specific quality of motion that the Xel'Naga had always moved in, the motion that was also a presence, a watching, a tending, the patient attention of a consciousness that has all the time that the universe has and is in no hurry to spend it faster than the universe requires. She moved through the silence between stars the way the Xel'Naga had once moved, not with intention exactly, but with purpose and with the patience of something that has found, at last, no reason to hurry. The stars burned. They had burned before the Protoss built their crystalline cities on Aiur, before the first Zerg organism touched the soil of an alien world and left in it a trace that would persist for millions of years, before the Supercarriers left Earth's orbit carrying 60,000 sleeping people toward somewhere that would turn out to be somewhere else entirely, They had burned through all of it, through the Fall of Aiur and the rise of the Queen of Blades and Brood War and the 4-year gap and the End War and the Void, without preference and without significance, and with the specific indifference of things that are too large to be aware of what is happening at the scale where awareness occurs. They would burn long after the 3 civilizations had become something else, had developed and changed and faced their own future questions and found their own future answers, and become, through the specific process of civilizations becoming, things that their current selves would not recognize and could not predict. Long after the galaxy that had been the site of all of this had become, in its turn, material for whatever came next. The stars burned. The galaxy was quiet, not silent, not emptied of the specific richness of life, continuing in all its directions simultaneously, but quiet in the specific way of a place that has exhaled. 3 civilizations in the aftermath of the oldest enemy in their history, in the specific open space of a situation that had not yet been determined, making the tentative first movements of something that did not have a name yet and would acquire one slowly, as all names for genuine things are acquired, through the accumulation of evidence that the thing exists, that it persists, that it is real enough to require naming. The Koprulu Sector in the quiet, Aiur recovering, the Swarm becoming, the Dominion negotiating with itself what it was without its founder. The fringe worlds receiving, for the first time in their history, something closer to what they had always deserved. The Dark Templar and the Kala-absent Protoss, finding in the shared condition of individual consciousness something that might eventually become the beginning of an understanding. The ordinary people on all the worlds, the farmers and engineers and children and people who had lived through everything and emerged on the other side still living, which is itself a kind of triumph that does not get adequately marked in the histories of civilizational conflicts, because the histories tend to mark the events rather than the surviving, doing what ordinary people do when the extraordinary has ended, which is continuing in the specific, unglamorous, and essential way of lives that do not stop being lived because the context around them has reached a conclusion. The sun rose on Aiur, on the Dominion's worlds, on the fringe worlds that had been bait and battlefield, and now something else. Worlds where people were waking up in the specific ordinary morning quality of waking up without immediate catastrophe requiring attention, which was not the same as peace, but was something in the direction of it, something that the full sweep of the Koprulu Sector's history had been working toward even when it had been most conspicuously working against it. The infinite cycle turned. It had worked, not as the Xel'Naga had imagined it. They had not imagined an individual, had not imagined the specific biography that the answer would be embodied in, had not imagined that the convergence would arrive through the specific, unrepeatable history of one person who had been taken from her family at 6 years old and had survived everything and had chosen, in the warm mud of Zerus, to become what she was always moving toward. They had not imagined it. What they had imagined was less than what arrived. This is perhaps the truest thing that can be said about the infinite cycle's completion, that the answer exceeded the question. That what the Xel'Naga had been building toward in their patient crossing of the dark between galaxies was something larger and more specific and more human and more Zerg and more Protoss than their philosophy had been able to anticipate, because their philosophy had been developed in the absence of the civilizations that would produce the answer. And the answer contained everything those civilizations were in ways that the philosophy could not have pre-specified. The question had been asked in good faith. The answer arrived in the specific form that good faith, applied with sufficient patience and sufficient cost and sufficient willingness to be remade by what the asking produced, eventually generates. Not the answer that was expected, but the answer that was true. The galaxy in the quiet, the 3 civilizations in the open space of what came next, the stars burning, the cycle turning toward whatever the next revolution would build, and in the dark between stars, in the silence that is not absence but presence of a different kind, in the medium that the Xel'Naga had always moved through and that was theirs now, hers now, the specific mode of existence that the cycle had produced, and that the cycle's next revolution would proceed from. Something moved with the patience of something that has no reason to hurry. The stars were very far apart. The dark between them was very dark. She moved through it the way the tide moves, not with intention exactly, but with purpose. Not hurrying, not needing to. The galaxy was quiet. You can sleep now.